Jeshua, the early years, heaven on earth. Now we begin, and indeed once again greetings unto you, beloved and holy friends. In truth, all that occurs within your dimension is not unknown or unavailable to us. For where we abide, and there are many of us, we abide in a state of consciousness in which the transmutation of energies through your third-dimensional realm are entirely observable by us. Yes, this does mean that there is not at any time a true state of privacy, if by privacy you mean secrecy and avoidance of relationship. This means that, as you call to yourself your physical earth plane experience, in each and every moment, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, you are in relationship with the whole of creation. And the quality of that relationship is what mirrors back to you the state of consciousness that you are choosing to abide within. It is therefore always wise to look clearly and honestly at the nature of your moment-to-moment experience. What are you truly aware of now? What thoughts are you permitting to flow through the mind? What feelings are those thoughts generating within the field of energy that you call the body? Why is this important? To come to where I am requires a complete transcendence of the physical domain or experience, not an escape from, for transcendence does not rest on escape. Transcendence can only rest on embracing. For how can you transcend what you refuse to acknowledge as a part of your experience? Therefore, the heart and mind that is willing to utilize each and every moment of its experience in whatever domain or dimension it finds itself existing within, is that heart and that mind that will indeed come to where I am, to the finality of what you might call evolution, in which all seeking has ended, in which the need for experience is over, where there is not one question and not one doubt. Imagine, if you will, such a state in which you abide in such perfect wakefulness that the mind does not even entertain the thought of desiring a physical form through which to funnel a limited sphere of experience. A state of being in which, by simply turning the attention of your consciousness, you can abide anywhere you wish in a moment's notice, actually even quicker than that. That just by turning your consciousness, you can abide in any time frame within the physical dimension, to observe it, to interact with it, to bring your wisdom to it. To turn your consciousness to a dimension and a time frame seemingly far removed from where you are upon the planet, and all in the twinkling of an eye. These things are your potential. They were placed within you in the moment of your creation. And if you would well receive it, you have already experienced the state in which I am, and there is a part of you that has never left that state. What then has occurred? For look well upon what your experience is in this moment. Where do you find yourself sitting or standing? What is the climate of your environment? Is it noisy? Is it chaotic? Have you lit a few candles and burned your incense? Have you played some of your favorite music so you can begin to evoke a physiological change in the body that you will then call a state of peace, as if peace were dependent upon the body? To each and every one of you, wherever you are in this moment, stop. Observe the things around you and the things within you, for there is a very direct correlation between the two. For what you see around you expresses a quality of energy, a form of experience, that emanates from the quality of thought that you have been willing to entertain and to allow to enter into the field of your energy, into your domain. And from this choice you look out upon a world that you have chosen to create. I have chosen to look out upon you and to recognize that you are my brothers and my sisters. I have chosen to learn to look out and see only the light of Christ within you. That light that shines radiantly beyond all limitation. It is the light that I speak to, that light that I come to, that light that I join with, not only in this manner of communication, but through your dreams and in the space between the thoughts you would choose to think. If this is so, it must mean that when you are seeking is already within you, and that perhaps the pathway of transcendence rests not on efforting or striving, but on wondering. Perhaps it rests upon looking at all that you see and accepting the fact that you have no idea what it is, how it has arisen, where it has come from, what it could possibly mean, or where it is going. Perhaps the pathway of awakening requires that, after all seeking and all attempts to learn magical formula to draw enlightenment to you, Perhaps it truly rests on the recognition of a state of humility in which you finally acknowledge that you have moved nowhere and made no progress. Oh yes, you call to yourself many experiences, high and low, and yet none of them has sufficed to help you transcend your common or ordinary or consistent state of being. No matter how good the lovemaking is, no matter how good the food, no matter how delicious the states of consciousness in meditation, still you find yourself coming back to states of being painfully familiar. What then is the key? It rests only in this: to begin at the end, to first acknowledge, in reality I have never changed. In reality I am as God has created me to be. In reality I've already tasted all experience, and there is nothing new under the heaven of my consciousness. I am perfect and whole now. From that choice it then follows that you can begin to accept that, regardless of what you think you see and what you think you are experiencing, there is a depth of wisdom within you that can bring enlightenment from the highest self, if you will, from the soul down to the levels of the personality, all the way into the cellular structure of the body, if that be your true desire. The true pathway home, then, my precious friends, rests on the willingness to withdraw the value that you've placed on all of the perceptions you have created, to be willing to stand with empty hands, to look upon an object, a person, an event, a feeling, and to begin with that thought: I am whole and perfect, and I am bringing the light of my infinite consciousness to shine upon this mysterious phenomena that has arisen in front of me. Or within me, if you call the body within you. It too is on the outside in some sense, and to acknowledge that you are beholding mystery, and that you cannot rely on your own ideas to understand anything, that is the beginning of wisdom. For if you cannot rely upon yourself, what are you going to do? You could try committing suicide, but all that does is dispose of a certain body. You still remain. You can try to distract yourself with the ordinary phenomena of culture. That doesn't work either. In the end, you must submit yourself to something which is, in truth, the grandest mystery of all, the presence of the Holy Spirit. You must surrender yourself, all of your ideas about what you think is true, and ask that something you can't even see, and at least in the beginning you can't even hear, to ask some mysterious something to teach you the truth of reality. It feels very much like dying, and in truth it is the only true death, the giving up and surrendering of your justifications for anger, your rationalization for judgment, your certainty that what you know is true. The acceptance of what you have called knowledge is highly suspect indeed, for if you believe you are a body in space and time, and if you look out and see a limited world, you are therefore using a limited consciousness to decide that you know what the whole of creation is, and the part can never comprehend the whole. Yet, paradoxically, there is within you that which is already the wholeness itself, the mind of Christ, and that which rests within you is a perfect wisdom, a perfect peace, a perfect knowingness, is ready to speak to you, so to speak to your consciousness, so that you actually and literally have an awareness of being the wholeness of creation. Even though the body still seems to be right as it is, even though the objects seem to be around you, imagine seeing through them as though they were transparent and beholding all distant realms, and all past and all future in the twinkling of an eye, and allowing that state to be the normal state in which you operate, even while the body seems to last for yet a little while. All this is possible and more when you first use the power of choice given unto you to dedicate each and every moment of your awareness. Notice I said your awareness, not your experience. Dedicating each moment of your awareness to the process of surrendering everything that you thought you knew and needed to hold on to allow a mysterious something to bring the grace of enlightenment to you. Beloved friends, you who seem to find yourself in this third-dimensional realm, this physical realm of limitation and duality and conflict, birth and death and surprises, rest assured you have truly never surprised yourself at any time. There has never been a moment's experience that has come to you that you have not deliberately ordered and received. Nothing comes by accident, And of course, you are quite free to choose how to perceive what comes to you. And if you allow that mysterious something to teach you anew, what once horrified you can now bring a smile to your face. What once seemed insurmountable can seem like the smallest of stepping stones beneath your toes. All power under heaven and earth is given unto you to create as you are created in each moment, from and within perfect unlimitedness. And now here's the real secret. You are literally and exactly doing this all the time. You never lose the power of the infinite being that you are. You cannot lose what God has created, or God herself is limited. You, as you are right now, with every breath you breathe, with every thought you think, with every action you perform, even if you have no body, you are literally and always using the infinite power of your wisdom to create. That is the only thing you have ever been doing. And you have therefore created heavens and numerous hells, and in those hells you have created an infinite number of shades or hues or vibrations. You can just as easily create as many heavens blessed with shimmering, beautiful light that the earth has not seen for quite some time. In each moment of your day, nothing outside of you causes your feelings and your perceptions. Does this mean that if you experience another soul, another human being, that they themselves do not carry certain frequencies of energies that you can detect? Of course not. But the detecting of energy from the field of another mind does not cause you to perceive them in any way at all. You will therefore perceive them as you choose to perceive them, regardless of their name, regardless of their action. You are the one who is free to see that your power to choose your perception is a power that overwhelms and transmutes anything and everything that your world can direct at you. I hope that this is beginning to sink in, because it is an extremely important message. I want you to truly spend some time each day in the simplest of actions. You might simply be closing your fist and opening it again. You might feel your feet upon the earth as you walk forward in the direction of your choosing, and all of your directions are of your choosing. Whatever you choose to bring your attention to, notice with perfect wonder and awe that you are literally choosing to create the experience you're having. Because this is true, heaven on earth is actually no further from your experience than the width of the thought you are willing to think. Heaven on earth is no further from you than the width of the thought you are willing to think. Heaven on earth is not apart from where you are. Would you therefore be willing to join with me in daring to think the thoughts of a planet healed and a humanity enlightened? Are you willing to allow yourself not to run around with placards in your hand and placing billboards around what you call your highways? We would perceive them as lowways. Would you be willing to allow yourself to rest in each of your days and simply feel the reality of heaven on earth, and know that this has already come to pass? And in the field of time, it seems to be taking time for that to occur. But after all, that's what time is about, process. In reality, if you hold the thought, it is done. And in truth, you can acknowledge it. For what the Son of God decrees is. No matter the state of mind in which you decree it, what you say in that moment, whether you speak it out loud, whether you merely think the thought, you have literally created that reality, that fast in the twinkling of an eye. This seems like madness of your world because your world is madness. It is the complete reversal of Christed consciousness. The world represents the complete opposite of heaven. It is upside down and inside out. So that when I say unto you, when you think the thoughts of heaven and earth, you have decreed it, and it's so. Now, and you're totally free to experience unlimited radiance, perfect peace, perfect joy, right where you are now. The world will say, that's nonsense. And this is the theme of this hour's discussion. For you to understand that right there is the point that you must begin to make a new choice, to learn to think with the mind of Christ rather than against it. By choosing to think with it, you become it. And when you become it, you realize a discovery of what has always been and has never changed. You are indeed, and you forever remain as you were created to be. You are the creator of all worlds, and never, ever, ever, ever are you losing, or in the state of loss of, your power to create precisely as God birthed you. That is how powerful you are, right where you are. And there are some of you, even now, that listen to these words and you think, well, that might be true for somebody else who's a little more powerful, but you see, my situation is such and such. I only have $5 in my wallet. Look at that $5 with wonder. Where on earth did it come from? It came into your being and into your wallet because you decided to put it there. And you can just as easily put 1,000,000 of your golden coins there if that is what you want to experience. Nothing but your own thought expands you or limits you. No one can create for you. No one can bring you the answers you seek. You are the answer you seek. You have merely trained yourself to believe that you are less than you are. You have trained yourself to believe that right now, in this moment, as you reach to scratch your cheek with your finger or hear the sound of a barking dog outside your window, or you see the flash of sunlight as it begins to disappear beyond the mountains to the west, and for some of you, by the way, if you happen to look out and see the streak of light as it begins to rise in your eastern sky, for some of you will listen to this early in the morning. If you believe that you are just some ordinary person trying to figure it all out, stop where you are. Look at what you see and truly see it. You do not know what a single thing is. It is a mystery, and yet you have brought it into form, even if it's nothing more than the table in front of you. How could it be that you're experiencing a physical body in some city within your 20th century America? How could these things be? What has brought them to be? You have the infinite power of creation sitting right where you are, choosing to look like an ordinary human being. The same creativity that moves the sun and the moon and the stars, the same creativity that brought forth what your scientists would call, from the Big Bang, all forms of creation. The Big Bang, by the way, was nothing more than an aha in your holy mind as you dreamed up a new thought that had been thought of before, something called physical matter, a condensation of light. If you can begin to truly understand as you place your hand around your cup of tea or your coffee, as these things are called, when you brush your teeth, when you watch how the chest rises and you inhale, if you can truly look upon these things with awe and with innocence, you can behold the mystery of life itself. And you come to see that you are constantly, moment to moment to moment, manifesting world after world after world after world. You are choosing where to be and how to be. You are the one sent forth from the holy mind of God to be the agent of the forever extending creation. I want to say also, and this will seem very radical to many of you, yet still, you are perfectly, completely free to create whatever you will. You are perfectly free in this moment to go and set that all you have and take up your cross and follow me. Some would say that means to become a rather bizarre radical. I felt insane the first time I dared to think that thought. I and my Father are one. Just to try it on, it created a tingling sensation from the crown of my head down through the body. It was a sensation I had not yet experienced, but I liked it. And I decided to ask myself this question: what would happen if I were to entertain that thought until it excluded every other thought that seemed to swirl around mind? What would occur? For you see, many of you are wondering, why cannot I seem to manifest what I want to manifest? It is because you entertain conflicting thoughts. And where there is conflict, there is stagnation. Be you therefore of single intent. Bring the consciousness to a single point in which the thought you would truly desire to manifest is the only thought you imbue with reality. When you have mastered the ability to discipline the mind, you will discover that you can create an entire universe with one thought. You will discover that you can literally create a golden coin in the palm of your hand merely by holding the thought of it. And if this is true, and I assure you that it is, you will be the bearer of miracles. And lo and behold, you might dare to think the thought of heaven on earth, and put all of your focused intention on that one thought, until it is your only reality and nothing else matters. Nothing else holds value. Nothing else can exist for you. And if the rest of the world thinks you're crazy, so what? That too is just a thought. You can bring heaven to earth in the twinkling of an eye. And it will come to pass that heaven on earth will be the case, and when it is established, it will seem to have occurred effortlessly in the twinkling of an eye. Why? Because enough of you will have chosen to energize that thought, and only that thought. You will live that thought. You will drink that thought. You will dream that thought. You will extend that thought. You will feel and live that thought to the exclusion of anything else that could contradict it, or be in dissonance with it, and then you will be the embodiment of heaven on earth. And the time will come, in time, when suddenly the whole of humanity gets it, in a twinkling of an eye. And in that very moment, that which is called the pollution of your waters and airs will vanish as if it had never been. That which is called strife between races will vanish as if it had never been. Anything you can imagine representing conflict will vanish from the face of the earth. And why? Because the Holy Son of God, manifested as the family of mankind, will have moved sufficiently into a momentum that creates a stabilization of one and only one thought, heaven on earth. That fast, without blinking an eye, without lifting a hand, that is what you are struggling toward as a collective consciousness. You are beginning to discover from your scientist that you can literally create what is called virtual reality. Well, guess what? That's what you've been doing all along anyway. Manifesting on this physical third dimension virtual reality, which means pretty close to the real thing. Think about it. For as long as mankind has been on your earth, and there have been many generations and many civilizations, great civilizations that have risen and fallen and have been washed away, that your scientists and archaeologists know nothing of and can't even believe would ever have been. Cultures so far beyond the one you now live in that yours becomes archaic and primitive, and yet all of them are an aspect of virtual reality. Heaven on earth will be the final happy dream that can be made manifest in the physical dimension, reflecting to all consciousness the truth of consciousness itself. Heaven on earth will last but for the twinkling of an eye, and then even this physical dimension will be as a thought that had never been dreamt of, as the Holy Son of God returns to take his rightful place at the right hand of God, which just means right-mindedness, creating only what is unlimited and without conflict, only that which mirrors and reflects the vast grandness of his radiance. And now, here's the paradox. You can't wait for that to happen, because you are the one through whom it occurs, and yet you can't bring it about. You can only allow that mysterious something to accomplish it for you and through you. I once said that it is important to become again as a little child, and now we come to a clearer and deeper and more precisely meaningful interpretation of that teaching. For a little child surrenders the need to be the maker and the doer. The child just holds the thought. It wakes up in the morning and says, I'm hungry. I wish to be fed. And Viola, the mother, appears at the door and says, Oh, my little child, are you hungry? Shall I feed you? And the child says, Well, of course. Why do you think I called you here? Creation. The child submits to something beyond itself to bring about the manifestation of its thought. Does that make sense to you? Can you become the innocent child who first dares to dream the unbelievable dream, the dream of heaven on earth? It seems so outrageous to mankind. Are you willing to dare to let into your consciousness light seeping through a crack in the wall, the fortress you have built against the kingdom of heaven, the thought, I and my Father are one. I am Christ incarnate. How about that? Right here, wearing my Nikes and my Levi's and what you call this with the New York Yankees baseball hat upon my head, you are the incarnation of Christ pretending to be human, so as to be in a relationship with a lot of sleeping minds. Dare you, therefore, to think the outrageous and improbable. Dare you to contemplate and to allow with wonder that there is a mysterious something that can bring forth your highest creative thoughts when these thoughts are in alignment with the way God thinks. And God thinks only in terms of effortlessness, joy, unlimitedness, expansion, and love. Love, love. Do you know what has frustrated your attempts to be the maker and creator of your world? Fear. And fear is the opposite of love. Love is the essential energy of the mind of God. Yet how many times have you prayed for a new job or a new career, a new relationship, or a new washer and dryer? Because you fear not having these things. Because you fear survival, which is already to hold an insane thought. What could you survive? You are life eternal, and it will never be taken from you. You try to hold your reality together through your attempts to be the maker and the doer because you fear letting them go. And yet in truth, it is nothing more than the fear of a child letting go of an invisible monster under his bed. But where you choose to create from loving thoughts, the universe, that unseen something I call the Holy Spirit, can begin to blend with the energy of your consciousness and begin to bring forth manifestations that reflect the vibrational quality of love. And love is that which heals. Love is that which forgives. Love is that which creates the space for a mind and heart to choose again. For you see, that is the energy in which God sustains you with every breath, creating the space for His creation to create anew. Love, what would it mean for you to go through each of your days and ask yourself honestly, in this action I am performing, in this thought I am thinking, is this grounded in my desire to extend and teach only love? Many of you will become quite frightened to discover that 98% of what you do is not founded in love at all, but fear. Therefore, if that is the case, learn to embrace fear itself. Ask of it, where do you come from? What am I truly afraid of? Can I feel that feeling? Can I embrace that thought? Can I embrace the whole idea, the perception that is causing me to choose action out of a desire to survive, out of a desire to control another, out of a desire to prove to myself that I am unworthy of unlimitedness? Love, to think only from the foundation of love is to return to your rightful place, in which creation flows through you as a vehicle of manifestation. Yet what flows through you is no longer yours. You are the enjoyer, the witness of grand mystery. You are free, you are awake, you are at peace, you are home. You are Christ. Imagine a life in which all your creations were wholly loving. That is the same as heaven on earth. So you see, there's never been a single thing that has caused you to be fearful. Fear itself can only arise as the chosen creation from the infinite and all-powerful mind that you are. If you could look behind your mind in any instant when events or whatever it seems to unfold, and you begin to feel fearful, you would begin to react out of that fear. If you could take one step behind the stage curtain, you would discover yourself saying, "From the depth of the Christ I am, I choose now to create a fearful world and the experience of fear and all that comes with it. And I step into that creation now." And there you have it, the experience you're having that seems to be causing your conflict. That does rather take away excuses, and it takes away blame. For even your most fearful creations can be embraced with perfect innocence. And why? Listen carefully. All that you see in the realm of beginning and ending is an illusion. It is a momentary, a temporary, call it a modification of the creative energy that flows through you. You just sculpted it for a moment, but think on this. Has there ever been anything you have attempted to create from a non-loving space? So the theme of this sharing with you will come to have its point as it will begin to be a building block upon which we will build heaven on earth within your consciousness. For if you are listening to these words now, created out of a free and unconditioned blending of two minds that are willing to love one another so wholly that nothing can serve as a barrier to their joining and to their creation. As we build upon this foundation, your life is going to change as it must. For if you are listening to these words, there is already a part of you that has heard the call to awaken and to bring heaven to earth. To dare to join with the most insane thought that has ever penetrated the myopic and narrow field of consciousness called humanity. What you could almost say is nothing more than the attempt to resist unlimitedness. Into egoic consciousness there crept a teeny mad idea. What would it be like to have heaven on earth? That's insane. I can't think that thought. The next day, what would it be like if all the waters were running purely and all the children were well fed and loved? All of you, each and every one of you now listening to these words, each and every one of you is a being, a soul, an entity, call it what you will, a focus of unlimited creative potential, a spark of divine light. You are one that has already allowed such thoughts to begin to seep into your consciousness. And the first thing it does is it begins to create a polarization within you. Because as light begins to descend into the mind, and then also down into the personality and body, it's much like turning on a light switch. And the first thing you see is all of the things within your consciousness that are unlike the thought of heaven on earth, that are unlike the thoughts of being the presence of Christ, that are unlike the thoughts of, I and my Father are one. And sometimes it seems to be not a pretty sight, and yet it is a very necessary process, for you want to learn to shed light with wonder and awe and innocence upon all of your miscreation. To wonder about how such a thing could ever arise, a thought of judgment, a thought of fear, a thought of lack, a thought of limitation. Let that mysterious something shine the light of truth upon everything within your field of being that is unlike the simplicity of love. For the shining of that light upon it already begins to dissolve it from your consciousness. That is why I once said that it is not necessary to seek for love. It is only necessary to seek for all the ways in which you have blocked love from being your only reality. That is your purpose. That is the gift of time, to ask, how in this moment am I using the infinite power of my beingness to create something which is less than love? Something less than what I truly want. This tape, then, is the first in a series that will be shared with you through this vehicle, through this joining, in which many of us, what you would call teachers, friends, masters, will come to teach you how consciousness works and how to begin to rediscipline the focus of your mind so it becomes like a laser, unwilling to see anything less than love. We want then to suggest also that those of you who are listening to these words take the time to re-listen to them on several occasions. Do this in a very relaxed state of mind, not trying to grasp each and every word, but allowing certain phrases and words to strike you. And the ones that strike you, write them down, and then begin a process of writing those words and phrases consistently in each of your days for at least 15 or 20 minutes in a state of aimless and innocence. Write the phrases and the words that have struck you, for it is that which strikes the emotional body that begins to create the space for something new to be birthed through you. Rest assured, you are not alone. You've never had any privacy. We see it all, and it's okay. With that, we are going to take a pause for just a few moments, for there will be some questions that will be asked by these present. Many of you will be a bit startled to realize that they are the very question that they are on your mind. Be at peace then, and now we will pause to wonder what the questions are. We were just speaking then, as we return, that when a question comes into your consciousness, it comes for a reason. Because questions, and listen carefully, questions are what form the basis and indeed sculpt the answer that you'll discover. Therefore, if you want the greatness of answers, ask the greatest of questions. If you want clarity to come to you, be clear in the questions you are asking of yourself and of the universe. A question, once it arises, is an impulse of energy that has come into your consciousness, and it is designed to help you expand from a contracted state. A question, once that impulse enters into your consciousness, into the mind, that question never leaves until you allow the answer to be realized and integrated into your being. And in that very moment, the old you has died, and you will never return to it. Therefore, why not ask questions such as this? How can I be the presence of Christ? Is it possible for me to manifest miracles? Can I choose peace in any circumstance? Rest assured that by asking such questions, you literally begin to redirect how you create your experience so that you discover the answer. Therefore, if you desire to bring heaven to earth, rather than looking upon the world as you think it is and saying, "Oh my God, what a big task I have," why not simply ask, how is it that heaven can come to earth through me in this moment? The answer will not be hidden. And so with that, have you questions? Yes, Jeshua, thank you. It's the first time in feeling the sense of wonder that you're inviting me and us into that I'm approaching. I usually experience goals and desires as kind of burdensome, but it is the first time I am feeling a certain goal that I really like as something and I can approach in the spirit of fun. And I don't even really know what my question is, but I know that's what I want to talk to you about. Now listen well to what you've just said and contemplate what was said a moment ago to you. There was a reason for it. If you would indeed draw to yourself the clarity of a certain answer, make sure that you ask a clear question. Therefore allow yourself, beloved friends, to just relax for a moment. It does not come from the mind, it comes into the mind from a relaxed state of being, a relaxed emotional body. Merely begin within yourself to say, what question would clearly attract me to the answer that I seek to discover? So we will pause while you allow the question to be birthed. You almost had it. How can I discern love's question from fear's questions? It is actually very simple. Love's questions literally create within the physical body a sense of joy. It may be subtle, a sense of excitement, a sense of wonder, a sense of well-being, a sense of expansion. You can learn to discern the quality of this feeling in the cellular structure of the body itself. Fear's questions create exactly the opposite. A loss of aliveness, a sense of foreboding, a contraction, a coldness, a darkness. A very good practice, then, for you as well as many, and luckily your question can serve more than just yourself. As you sit in your meditation, allow questions to come, as you begin to become disciplined in your awareness that you're watching what's going in the mind from moment to moment. When questions come up in your mind, pause and look at it and ask yourself, is this a question from love or from fear? And then ask yourself, what do I notice in my beingness that is associated with the arising of the question? Is it a feeling of fun or wonder, a bit of excitement, a sense of expansion? Or is it a contraction, a coldness, a foreboding, a dissonance instead of a resonance? Does that make sense for you? Yes, it does. It would be very good for you to practice with that, for you see, everything is a matter of vibration. Thought is a frequency of energy. God's thoughts are the highest form of energy. Love unimpeded, meeting no obstacles. Love is a state in which fear cannot be present. Therefore look well and learn now to feel the quality of energy that you are abiding in. As different questions arise in your mind, you will come to see very, very clearly that the qualities of energy revolving around and emanating from questions being birthed through and in the vibration of love are completely and totally different from the feeling and vibratory quality of the questions arising in and around the energy of fear. In fact, they are as far from one another as east from west, and have literally no similarities. One specific quality that comes from questions of love is a feeling of relaxation, so that there is not a sense of urgency and impatience. Just a thought to think about, to wonder about. Beloved friend, because you have chosen to take the time to allow the clear formulation of a question, now that unseen something can begin to direct much clearer question for you. And the clarity of the answer is what moves you from who you are toward what you wish to be. And of course, what you are wishing to be is who you really are. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Jeshua. Do you know why this work occurs? Because I'm willing to ask a clear question of myself when I was a man who walked upon this plane and saw the incredible limitations of physical form, and dared to think new thoughts. How could I possibly find a way to communicate with all minds in all dimensions of creation? What would I have to become? How would I need to change in order to experience unlimited communication? The answer was the process of crucifixion, resurrection, ascension, Christed consciousness. So the answer taught me, because it became my experience, all based on the desire of finding an answer to a clearly asked question. Where there are no questions, you already have your answer. And how many in your world never ask new questions, and then wonder why nothing changes? The question is how to develop a greater clarity and discernment around wearing one's own emotional body and energy and staying clear with that and not, so to speak, take on the cloak or clothes of another's emotional body and wearing theirs. Beloved friend, imagine that you are sitting in a grand orchestra, and there are many violins and many flutes and many oboes and many clarinets and what have you that comprise this orchestra. And the show has not yet started, and so everyone is tuning up their instrument. And as you sit there, you are a flute player. You place the mouthpiece in your instrument, and as you raise it to your lips, you are a little nervous because, after all, this is a new show for you. You are the rookie of the block, so to speak, and you seem distracted by the sound of the oboe, the sound of the clarinet, the beating of the drum, the little squeal of the strings of the violin. For a moment you are distracted. Which sound is my sound? How can I hear my own sound if all these other things are making noise around me? The virtuoso, so to speak, the master of the instrument, learns to put their attention on what they want rather than on what they fear is preventing what they want. And what you want to do is hear the sound of your own flute. And so you bring your instrument to your lip, and you begin to blow across it until you find just the right angle so that you can begin to emit that note. Oh, that's the one I like. Oop, now I'm being distracted by the oboe again. Rather than thinking, how can I separate myself from the oboe? Focus only on what do I want to hear, my own flute. Practice blowing the note again by turning the attention to what you want, by releasing the oboe player and the violinist and all the rest from being blamed for distracting you. Focus on what you want. What is the frequency you want to feel in your body? What are the thoughts you want to think? Put your attention on generating the momentum of blowing the note that you want to hear in yourself. And as you build that momentum, it begins to sound like the note struck from a crystal glass sounding radiantly through empty space, where nothing obstructs it. So that even if the oboe player and the violinist are doing their thing, you are so absorbed. You focus all your attention and all your desire on not worrying about what they're doing, or how their sound may be affecting you. But when you feel the effect or distraction of the oboe, you turn again to creating the sound of what you want. Whether it means breathing deeply, whether it means smiling lovingly, whether it means thinking a thought that it is done and I acknowledge it, you learn to turn the attention of your mind in the direction of what you want to feel and to experience, to call into your reality. That is what builds the strength. And you see, that is what brings the answer to the question. For as you begin to stabilize, by focusing on what you want, you become familiar with the frequency of the note that you are creating as a flute player. And the more familiar you become with that note, the clearer it becomes what is not that note. And in just the same way, whenever you think you're feeling energies and you're not sure whether it's yours or somebody else's, turn the attention of the mind from that thought. That's a useless question. Bring it back to the focus on. Who cares what I'm feeling now or what I think might be going on? What do I want? Oh, I want my body to be relaxed. I want to look lovingly upon the world that I see. I want to walk as a Christed being in feminine form. I want to be happy. Well, what would that feel like in this moment, huh? Begin to use the power of creation that you're always using to create differently. By bringing the attention from worrying about the oboe player to focus on the radiant jewel that you can bring into being by blowing your own note. Strengthen that. Become it. If you were to go on a gymnasium to exercise a muscle and go to lift the weight, you would not allow yourself to look around and wonder who's lifting what weight and why can't I lift the weight over there and all those other things. You would know that you're only there to focus on what you are doing. How are you moving your muscle? How are you lifting that weight? What does it feel like within you? For you know that if you distract yourself, you might hurt yourself. Is that not true? Yes. Each time you choose to let yourself be distracted by others are doing, by dissipating your attention away from the note you want to learn to play, and that comes by asking the question, what would it be like to be perfectly at peace in this moment? What would it be like to be Christ incarnate? What would it be like to be with no fear? What would it be like to be free of my past history? By focusing on your note, you discover that the only time you've ever harmed yourself is when you put your attention on trying to figure out what was somebody else's and what they were doing. The more you focus your attention here on blowing the perfect note through your flute, all of this around you will begin to fall away. It is called, I believe, vigilance and discipline. Let me give you a picture. Imagine being a Jew, the son of a Jewish parents, middle class to lower middle class, as you might call it, in a cultural time frame of great upheaval, great fear and doubt, struggle and conflict. Imagine standing in a circle, what you might call a plaza, I suppose in an ancient city called Jerusalem, and seeing the bedlam all around you, and suddenly realize that none of it matters. The only thing that matters is, what do I want? I could have made the choice and said I want to be a successful merchant or a successful money changer like everyone else, but instead I decided to go for the gusto and ask the impossible thought, the heresy, the heretical thought. What would it be like to be Christ incarnate in the midst of this place? I turned my attention to focusing on asking what I truly wanted, and that has made all the difference. Would you be willing, then, to begin to discipline the mind, to bring it back to asking yourself that question? What is it I truly want? What would it be like right now to become so outrageous in the midst of what I think is an insane situation, to choose to be unlimited in perfect peace? Any such thought like that will do, as long as it is highly unlimited. Okay. Does that help you in that regard? Yes, very much. So then we'll be seeing if you decide to play the flute well, beloved friend. You might as well. You've already explored the vagaries of the clarinet and the oboe and the trombone. And don't forget the drums and the drums. Jeshua, what is it like to live the Christ vibration in 3D? It's a lot of fun. It is the wonder of wonders. It is so sublime and so grand that no words can contain it. It is to be in the world, but not of the world. It is to be so filled with wisdom and compassion, love and power and capability, at the same time to know that you are literally nothing. Of myself I do nothing, and many sought to make me their God, and yet I was telling them, don't look at me. I am not the maker and the doer. I am the witness of the great mystery that I now allow to flow through me. And each so-called miracle was a miracle unto me. It brought a freshness in each moment to step with a foot upon the warm earth at midday, and to be in total awe that the new experience would arise, that by placing one foot in front of the other, I could end up at a well having a conversation with a woman that changed her life, that the Holy Spirit could speak through me to wonder how I even arrived at the well in the first place. It wasn't my intention. It was only my intention to be in a state of awe, wonder, and allowing. To be Christ in the third dimension is a very unique experience. It lasts only the twinkling of an eye, but that's how long the body lasts. But while it lasts, I can tell you this. Nothing you can imagine or ever create, nothing any mind has ever pondered can match the sublime fullness and fulfillment that comes as the result of asking the question you have asked. For each question must be answered, and the answer is always the experience of the fulfillment of the question. Continue then to ask that question. There's one that goes with it for me, and that is, if being the Christ vibration in 3D is as sublime as you just described it, then being co-creating Christ in 3D must be a blast, and I wonder if that's ever happened in the 3D history that we've known of before. The answer is no. It has never occurred upon this plane. There have been many grand civilizations, but each, no matter how far removed, and even beyond the one you know, as we stated earlier. By comparison, yours is extremely primitive in relation to some that have existed before. But in each one of them, the thought was held that some could be Christ, but not everyone. They just held that perception that there had to be this hierarchy. Does that make sense to you? Yes. Therefore, the thought that is penetrating or descending is the thought of a world in which all body minds manifest the fullness of Christed consciousness, second coming indeed. No, it has never occurred, but it will. So that's one of the real opportunities we live in Shanti Christo. It is not just one of the opportunities, it is the only opportunity. Everything serves that, or can serve it. Everything grows out of whether or not there will be minds willing to ask the question with you and be committed to receiving, which means to become the answer. For my 2 cents, if I had sense, I would say there could be no grander adventure than the field of time. Does that help you in regard to the question? Yes, thank you. Oh, then the answer has already been received. What an adventure I feel like I'm waking up in the conversations we're having. Ah, wonder of wonders. The question has arisen about the Shanti Cristo membership, and the comment was that it was exclusive to have tapes only go to members. And the question is, what is the question? For those not able to manifest the means to become a member right now, whether the Shanti Cristo play in that role to open up and extend tapes to others, what's your view on that? Not able to manifest the means? Beloved friend, we'll have you ask the question, for it states a universality in human consciousness to deny the simple truth of all that we've said in this hour. There is never a time that any soul is limited. It chooses to manifest and experience exactly what it is experiencing. No one has a dollar bill in their pocket unless they have chosen that experience. There is absolutely no one who is without power to manifest the means of manifestation if they are willing to take responsibility for their miscreation. And they smile and say, well, if I created that, I can start anew. Exclusivity is the most interesting word in your language. Listen well. When one views something as being exclusive, they have literally chosen to place themselves on the outside of what they see as being exclusive. It is not the thing in itself, whether it be an organization, a group, or relationship. That is not what causes exclusivity. Perception creates experience. Always, always, always. And if anyone would view anything and judge it as being exclusive, then there is an opportunity for them to stop and see how they literally created the feeling of being excluded. Does that make sense for you? Free will choice is never taken away. I have never excluded anyone from me, and yet many, many, many have judged my work, both at the time I walked upon this earth, as being highly exclusive. Why did you only select those disciples? Why are there more women than men? I didn't choose them. They chose themselves. The same is true now. Does that help you in that regard? Yes. Now, you have an interesting phenomenon in your culture where there are many clubs that are created. Men have clubs and exclude women. Women have clubs and exclude men. Whites have clubs and exclude blacks. Blacks have clubs and exclude whites and reds and everything else on your planet. Yet I say this unto you, all that matters is what you truly want. If you look upon anything occurring in your society and see it as some form of exclusivity, stop and look and check your own energy. You are feeling excluded from something, and that is why you have called to yourself the experience that reflects the quality of exclusivity. There is something you are excluding yourself from in your own consciousness. It may not be that club that is a symbol of the energy that is going on within your beingness. Therefore, if one says, well, this is exclusive, the wise student pauses, reminds himself that why they experience they have created. And if they are seeing exclusivity, they need to begin to ask the clear question, what am I excluding from myself? How am I shutting up energies of exclusion? Does that make sense to you? Yes. So are there any more questions? So to each and every one of you that has heard these words, remember that it is a stepping stone. Begin to look at each and every one of your days and all your experience as you are being the literal and only creator of your experience. And it can be anything that you want. God doesn't care. You see, God is content to create you. What you do with the power that she has given unto you is your business. But part of God's creation is to extend complete freedom to his creations. It doesn't matter to God because he knows that you're going to come home when you choose to. And your throne awaits you, your throne of mastery over your creation. We begin now to weave a blending that will create a vibration and frequency through this family, a family which is limited because we're excluding others. It is an open invitation, and any are free to join in the dance if they have heard truthfully the desire to awaken within themselves. In closing then, in this hour, my peace do I give unto you, and not as the world gives, give I unto you. Why would I want to give as the world gives? Surely that is the height of insanity. For the world gives only to take away. The world gives only that you might recognize the world and its greatness. But I give as my Father once gave to me, freely, unconditionally, as the overflow of love. Therefore, peace be unto you always, creators of heavens and hells, who are free at any time to choose anew. And because I am without time, I can wait forever for you to choose with me. Amen. So ends Heaven on Earth. Jeshua, the early years. Ignorance is bliss. Now we begin. And once again, greetings unto you, beloved and precious friends. Is it not true that wherever you look, whether within you or around you, there is but the face of mystery shining back at you? For from the very first have you ever truly known what a single thing is or what it is for? Yet the thoughts within your mind, your perception of things, both within and around you, would lead you to believe that you do indeed know what a thing is and what it is for. You would look upon an object such as a chair, and you decide what that object is and what it is for. You would look upon the rain that falls from the clouds, and you would decide what that thing is and what it is for. Indeed, you would look upon your brother and sister, perceiving something about them, or relating their presence to some past history you've had with them. You would decide who and what they are and what they are for. And when you decide what a thing or a person is for, you then become justified in using that thing or person according to your perception. You would look upon a chair and decide, because it is a chair, it must be for sitting, and I will therefore sit upon it. You will look upon the rain, and as it falls, and deciding that it is called rain, immediately the mind decides what rain is, where it has come from, and what it is for. You therefore act accordingly. And yet even this is not quite consistent, for a farmer would look upon the rain and see it much differently than what you call an athlete playing upon a field on a Saturday afternoon, or a family preparing to go on a picnic. Therefore, what is it that decides for you what a thing is and what it is for? Consciousness, the nature of the mind, is a very slippery indeed, and it requires great vigilance to learn to see, to comprehend, to transcend, to grasp how consciousness, the nature of mind, is operating through you, through the body's senses, in relationship to all created things. But we'll take a slight shortcut. For the things that you look upon when you decide what a thing is and what it is for, you have projected your value system upon these things. Something is already operating in the depth of your consciousness that stimulates an impulse which requires you to shape your experience of what you see and what you believe these things are for, to fit what you most value in the moment. Always, then, what you truly experience is not the thing in itself, not what it may or may not be for within itself. You experience only the boundaries of your own mind, and nothing more and nothing less. There are many who look upon the rain as it falls and see not just that which nurtures the soil which will grow the plant, or they see not that which is interrupting their Sunday excursion to the park. They do not necessarily see that this will change the texture of the grass and the soil so that the athlete might have to slip and fall upon his rear end occasionally, but rather they look not with the physical eyes, and they look with a mind that is not attached to any specific need of their own. And they have learned to ask the mystery of creation, what is this thing, and what is it for? And they have come to see that the rain itself, to use an example, is symbolic of consciousness and creation itself. They look upon even a chair or a person or a blade of grass, and they look past the perception they have learned to inquire directly what this thing is and what it is for. And resting in the purity of mind, resting in the neutrality of mind, a different process occurs. For there is no impulse arising from within their own separative consciousness, their own individual mind, their own egoic state of being, believing they need something, and therefore the world becomes that which fulfills what they need. They therefore project no value upon what they see, but they await a value to be given from some source deeper than the mind associated with personal history and with body itself. And from that deep neutrality of mind something indeed is revealed. And yet what is revealed is not of the world, for what is revealed is a radiance, the reflection of a grand mystery, a symbol of the laws of consciousness itself in its universal rather than its personal nature. The rain becomes that which brings sustenance to creation. The rain becomes a symbol of how gently and easily the grace of a perfect love descends and is given to any who would but receive it. The rain becomes a symbol of that which is purely innocent, yet gives itself to be perceived and experienced as the receiving mind would choose. Likewise, a person is not looked upon according to his or her history, is not looked upon according to whether or not the body is pretty enough to be taken to bed for sex. The body is not looked upon as being large enough or strong enough to bowl over several smaller bodies, and then you will give them a contract of big golden coins. A person is not looked upon as something which is, what is your word, utilitarian, that is, able to perform a certain function, able to fulfill some need for yourself. And therefore what begins to shine forth through that person, your brother or sister, is not their individuality, that is, not their foibles, not their personality structure, but light, but the presence of the mystery of consciousness itself, which arises as a gentle wave from the ocean of mind that is without beginning and without end. Why is this important? Because as you go through your day, you believe you are directly experiencing what is, and you are absolutely certain that what is outside of you, the person, the chair, the rain, any perceived thing, is outside of you. You have not yet truly learned to understand, to comprehend deep in the cellular structure itself. For the body is a knowing mechanism. It is the way in which you attract energy to yourself. It is that through which you project the energy of your mind. It's the meeting place of inner and outer, just as the skin is the meeting ground of what is within and what is without. You believe that what you are perceiving and therefore knowing is something outside of you that is etched in stone. It is defined. It is complete, and you know it. And yet again I say unto you, not in any moment whatsoever do you ever see or perceive anything except that which you project upon it, until, through the use of vigilance and mastery of the keys of the kingdom of desire, intention, allowance, and surrender, until the mind is retrained to rest at peace, wanting nothing, needing nothing, knowing not what a single thing is for. Only then does the mind become capable of receiving a higher knowing, a higher intuition. Only then does the body begin to restructure itself so that its deeper, more latent possibilities arise, called third sight for one, to begin to perceive an object through the senses of the body, to feel a color, to hear an object that the ears cannot hear. The body itself is an incredible mechanism for joining with and experiencing all of creation. But what blocks you from being able to hear a color is what you are choosing to project upon creation by deciding that you have already know what a thing is and what it is for. That is my pet, and my pet is to give me companionship. It is to please me, and if therefore the pet acts in this way that is not pleasing, anger arises and the world is a mess. This one is my employer, and my employer is a utilitarian device to assist me in doing what I think I must do to create money to survive as much as I can. And therefore, when the employer says, I'm going through some sort of spiritual crisis and I won't be able to be in on Wednesday morning, immediately frustration arises because what the employer values is the production of the useless items of your culture, by and large, and therefore there is something wrong with the employee, and perhaps we should replace this thing that does not seem to understand what it is and what it is for. How many times in each of your days do you believe that which you perceive around you is not fulfilling its function? Which means, of course, that it's not quite fitting in to what you have projected upon it. How often in each of your relationships are you so certain that the other has forgotten their place and is therefore disrupting your world? And yet how often have you truly learned to forgive yourself for what you have believed your brother or sister is and what they are for? How many times have you relinquished your own ideas of what creation is and what it is for, to rest into that place of neutrality where one's own ignorance is accepted and embraced, loved, and trusted, that place in which there is a suspension of the projection of your own valuation? How often in any given day do you rest in the peace that forever passes all understanding and ask of something unseen? What is this for? What is the meaning and purpose of this moment? What would you have me see shining through the chair, the rain, my brother and my sister? For I say unto you, the eye of the needle is found at the source of your own consciousness. The way of a spiritual life is not found outside of you, but within you, deep within the core of everything you have built up around the simplicity of an innocent mystery called creation. The way to peace, the way to a miraculous life, lies not in insisting that the world conform to what you believe it is for, and what you have believed about yourself, but rather in relinquishing all of the ideas you have learned, in relinquishing even the belief that you exist, in relinquishing the belief that you must continue in the next moment as a physical being, to look upon the most primary perceptions you carry as a consciousness that is having a third dimension or physical experience, to relinquish all of them upon the altar of your heart to own wholly your complete ignorance. For only a mind thus emptied of itself can be taught anew. The way to peace in life, the way to mastery, the way to union with all of creation, indeed the way to a perfect and completed Christedness, lies not in trying to make or do, but in mastering the art of relinquishing, the art of resting in the humility and innocence of a divine unknowing. Father, that which is the source and creator of all, that which pervades all things, mystery shining forth from mystery, I know not what a single thing is or what it is for. I thought I did yesterday, and even in the last moment, but now I choose to relinquish all things and rest in that perfect peace whereby, perhaps, I will be shown how to perceive and therefore to experience anew. Herein is the path of power. Power in your world means to manipulate, to control, to get what you want. But I say this unto you, are you sure that you know what you want? Or what you want, is this not resting on what you believe you must have? And what you must have, is this not a belief and perception that rests on your prior determination about what the world is and what you are? If you do not know yourself, how can you know what you need and what you want? Therefore, beloved friends, we begin to ask of you to be determined to utilize your experience of each moment as an opportunity to bring vigilance to the mind by choosing to acknowledge your complete state of ignorance in each and every moment. For he who says that he knows probably knows not, and he that says, I know that I know not, probably knows. Contemplate that phraseology, for within it is much wisdom. The first is the expression of the consciousness of the world. For all you need do is to sit upon a park bench and watch your world drive by and walk by. And everybody knows what they're doing, where they are going, why, and of course it's important. But only that one that knows he knows not rests for a moment upon the park bench and says, Father, what would this day be? Teach me, show me, I know nothing. For the one who knows nothing rests in humility, and then is free to marvel at that which he or she is guided to do, and that which is revealed to their consciousness. For only when the mind is released from projecting can it become an empty vessel in which it can receive the radiance of a mystery shining forth from the mind of God through each and all created things. The way of awakening, then, is the way of acknowledgement of one's perfect ignorance. The way of peace requires the relinquishing of all of one's ideas, for only then can the mind be taught anew. So let's begin with something quite simple. Just where do you think you are right now? Think about it for a moment and be honest with yourself. When you sat down and placed this tape within your little machine, were you not already operating from a place of consciousness that said, I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm in my house, I'm in my car, the weather is such and such. I have only so much time, and oh my goodness, shouldn't the government be doing this, and shouldn't that be happening? What about that athletic event? What a dummy to fall on this butt because it was raining, and now the game is lost, and therefore I'm depressed. All of these things are going through your mind. You put the tape in, and you've already decided you're going to hear something that either will uplift you or make you think. Perhaps you've already decided that you're going to be hearing me communicating through this, my beloved brother. Rest assured, in the future you will have some surprises. You have already decided what is before you begin it. You have already decided how to approach the experience by turning on your thinking analytical mind, so that you've heard the words in the sentence and therefore believe that they will come to understanding. But I say unto you, there are some among you who have learned how to move into ignorance and innocence, And when these words are spoken, you do not so much hear them as see pictures. You feel them rather than think about them. You receive insight from the silence between the words. You feel a transmission of energy that you could never explain to anyone because it has nothing at all to do logically with the formation of little sounds you call words to which you have already ascribed meaning. Although you seem to be listening to a tape, you are already in a quality of consciousness that transcends the normal process of listening and analyzing and drawing conclusions. It has been said that the meek will inherit the earth. What does that word truly mean then? The meek are those who have learned the futility of their learning. The meek are those who know and accept that there is only mystery arising. The meek are those who know they are not what they thought they were. The meek are those who wait in each moment for revelation to occur. The meek are those who smile at the futility and insanity of acting in the world as if they knew what a thing is and what it's for. They wait on divine consciousness. They wait on a purity that emanates from the source of being that can shine through them and reveal to them moment to moment what the purpose of any moment is. Any master, any true master, is one of the meek. For mastery does not rest on the accumulation of knowledge. Mastery rests in divine ignorance, in which true knowledge shines forth. The knowledge that would radiate through your mind from the mind of God. The knowledge that would enlighten even the sensory mechanism of the body so they receive what is being transmitted from all created objects in ways that transcend ordinary knowing, seeing, and hearing. So look around you right where you are. You think you know what time it is, and therefore perhaps you think you're supposed to still be in bed. You know what time it is, and so perhaps you are supposed to be hurrying out of the door to get to some kind of a job that you think is going to provide you with what you want, because what you want is linked to what you think you need, and what you need is linked to your beliefs that you must survive into the next moment in a certain way of lifestyle. Or perhaps you believe that if you did not have that job, that the whole universe would collapse around you and not support you whatsoever, and therefore, of course, reality is that you must be on your way out the door to get your specific job, even if the job is not your heart's desire. Do you see how all it works? Somewhere in the depth of your mind, you have taken on perceptions about what things are and what they are for, including your body, your mind, your thoughts, your feelings, and from these, deeply embedded, deeply habituated, you have decided what you need to fit what you believe to be true. And from what you need, you project impulses on what you want. And what you want determines how you will see every object and every person, every drop of rain and every wisp of cloud, and every chair around you. But again I say unto you, meekness truly begins with a complete recognition that you don't know what you truly want, unless you have come to a place where there is a silent voice calling within you that says to you, I want God. I want peace. I want to come home. Earlier I asked you if you knew where you were, and I say this unto you. If you believe you are sitting in a chair, if you believe you know what time it is, if you believe you know what this day is to mean for you, you do not know where you are. You literally do not know where you are. Would it not be wise, if you're going to act in any given day, to at least begin to contemplate the simplicity of the question, is it not wise to first know where I am, before I decide what I will do? The human mind believes it knows where it is, and yet where it is within the complex of insane notions and fearful perceptions, it is made an error to replace the simplicity of the reality of being in the mind of God, unlimited forever, totally supported and provided for in each moment. If you knew where you were truly, if all of humanity knew where it was, the world as you know it would stop dead in its track and soon cease to be. That which is called Wall Street wouldn't even open in the morning. No one would go to the great halls of government. Many of you would never set foot in what you call an automobile again. Do you know what would occur? First, there would be a delight in waking to watch the first rays of light shine forth from the sun, mystery of mysteries, and to begin to touch the gentleness of the earth. Your delight of the morning would be to discern the subtle qualities of how light changes the coloration of the world around you, and you would tune in and feel the vibratory quality of how nature around you begins to wake up with each coming day. You would hear the sound of a leaf coming to life in the morning, not through the ears, but through the very skin of your body. You would delight in allowing your awareness to touch and caress and embrace each created thing in that moment. Perhaps you would be moved to plant seeds within the soil, or perhaps to harvest what you had previously planted. You might be called to join with your neighbors in singing and dancing, or in quiet prayer. You would be so amazed at what is unfolding around you, within you, that your mind would not be able to analyze, compare, contrast, and judge. You would be too blown away by the incredible, powerful mystery that creation is, and you would know beyond all doubt that this day you will be provided all that you need, and that your daily bread will come to you. Daily bread is not just what you stuff down the mouth of your body. It is emotional nurturance. It is play, it is laughter, it is fulfillment. There are many levels of daily bread, and yet it falls upon your shoulder like the drops of soft spring rain without ceasing, manna from heaven. You would be so immersed in the contemplation of the mystery of God, who is but love, that never would a fearful thought arise, never would a judgmental thought arise, never would you actually believe that you know what a thing is and what it is for. You would delight in allowing these things to be revealed to you. And so I ask you to compare the definition, that picture, with how humanity lives, and then ask yourself, does humanity know where it is? Do I know, as a part of humanity, where I am? Am I willing in this moment to completely relinquish all ideas I have ever had about what anything is and what it's for, and therefore what its meaning is, what its usefulness is? Can I choose to rest in the place of neutrality and to allow something beyond myself to teach me anew? So if you are standing, I want you to sit, and if you are sitting, remain where you are, now that the phrase has no meaning. Truly feel the fabric of the object you are sitting upon. Feel it. Open the cells of the body and allow the vibrational quality of where you are sitting to penetrate into your beingness. Let the skin be an organism for hearing and not just for feeling. Can you hear the note being sung by the thing upon which you are sitting? All things contain consciousness or life, for all of creation is but life itself, and therefore there is wisdom and intelligence radiating through each and every created form. Feel the quality of vibration. Does a color come into your mind? Not the color of the fabric necessarily, but the color of the vibration represented by this object. Is it a color that you like? Does it feel good where you are? Rest assured, if it does not, get rid of that object and give to someone else in need, and procure for yourself that which creates a vibration that brings you a pleasure beyond the ego. Begin to bring into your life those things, whether a chair, a flower, whether a pen, the color of paper that you use. Let all things begin to reflect and exude toward you that which reminds you of the infinite creativity, the infinite loveliness, the infinite quality of vibration of peace, beauty, and mystery, the quality of God's presence. If you now have clothing upon your body, feel it for just a moment. Feel the fabric of the clothing on your body. Who told you you needed to wear that? Who told you that you needed that color or that style? Does it truly resonate with you? Does it feel natural? Does it come from the earth, or has man made up his own fabric that you now place upon the body? For I say unto you, that which is not come forth from nature, left untampered, blocks certain frequencies that are emitted from the natural world, from your Mother Earth. Therefore it is always wise to use the most natural fabrics upon your body. Does it express beauty and wholeness to you, or is it something that you made do with because it saved you golden coins? And if you buy something to save you golden coins, are you not telling yourself that you live in a universe of lack and you have no power within yourself to bring abundance into your life? And if you have no power to bring abundance into your life, are you not saying that your Creator has created you limited and unworthy of creation? Everything you see around you in this moment is a reflection and a symbol of what you have believed is true about creation and about yourself. Well, I don't mean to become quite so forceful, but it is time for the truth to penetrate consciousness, for soon the earth will no longer tolerate any vibrations of consciousness that does not radiate and resonate with light, beauty, freedom, and innocence, and play and unlimitedness. Therefore, if you would change the world, change your mind. And if you would change your mind, relinquish all of your own ideas. For those of you in relationships are those of you that create a relationship, even if you must run an ad and say that you'd pay $10 for your golden coins per day for someone to be a temporary friend. In other words, if you can find another to be in a relationship with, a very valuable exercise is just this. Sit with someone, look into each other's eyes, place the hands upon whatever you're sitting on, possibly the floor or chair, whatever, look into each other's eyes, and each of you admit to the other the truth about yourself. What will first happen is that you will begin to say, well, my name is so-and-so. I live in such and such a place, and I had these parents, and oh my God, and I have these skills. None of that is the truth of who you are. The truth of who you are is that you don't know who you are, and you don't know what you are for. You are in a state of complete divine ignorance, and you can prove it to yourself in this way. Look upon the person sitting across from you for at least 2 or 3 minutes, and then tell them the thought that is occurring in your mind in this moment. You'll find that 99.99999% of the time you're totally wrong. Ask them to do the same gesture, to change your body language, and then tell them what you are trying to express. You will discover again that they can fool you any time they want. Do you know what a thing is and what it's for? Do you really know what's occurring in any given moment? My reply to you is that you do not, as long as you are relying on your own thoughts and ideas. After doing this exercise with each other for a few moments, then practice resting in the neutrality of your own ignorance. Father, I know not what a thing is or what it is for. Then they ask the other person to hold a certain thought within their mind. It could be a picture of a pink elephant. It could be anything. As you rest in your ignorance, giving up all hopes of knowing what is, what it's for, what needs to be communicated, you might just find that you begin to realize that some idea is being predominant in your mind. It could be outlandish. It could be a pink elephant. And then simply say to your friend, I think you're holding the thought of a pink elephant, or that your body language is conveying a certain thought. Through this practice, you'll refine your ability to receive knowledge in a new way. And as you refine that, you will find yourself in a state of what is called cosmic consciousness, or Christed consciousness, where you have so mastered the relinquishing of your own idea that what is truly real and what holds purpose in the moment is revealed into your consciousness moment by moment by moment. Even it concerns someone who's on the other side of the planet. And then when you ask within, what should I do with this? The Holy Spirit tells you, and you will know when to speak and when not to speak, when to act and when not to act. Resting into the quiet of your own unknowing allows life to reveal itself through you and to you. But what is revealed will not be perceived as your own, and you will understand that you can take no credit for what unfolds through you. And you will say, as I once said, why do you call me good even when miracles are done through me? There is none good but God. I am but a channel of the mystery of life. I am empty. There is no one at home. And when there is no one, there is everyone. And when there is nothing, there is everything. And when you are empty, you shall be filled. And when you are at peace, you will know the meaning of power. And when you want nothing, you will have all things. And when you need nothing, you will know the meaning of freedom. Beloved friends, contemplate well what is shared this day, for it is time to truly bring vigilance to the mind. Recognize that as you go through your day, everything you think you perceive is a reflection of where you have allowed your conscience to reside, either in the attitudes and beliefs that you have learned in the world, which will show you only what is insanely unreal, or in the quiet neutrality and peace of your divine and perfect ignorance. We will spend much time together moving more deeply into this understanding, and into that which helps facilitate your return to ignorance. For consider this, the meek are the masters of creation, and yet they seem to know nothing at all. And each and every moment of their existence is given over to the practice of the keys of the kingdom, desiring only perfect union with God, setting the intention of relinquishing all ideas of their own, practicing the key of allowing, resting into neutrality so that life might reveal itself to them and through them. And finally, surrendering every trace of belief that there is something inside your body called yourself that is uniquely yours, that you must take care of, and it must get what it wants, the hungry little ghost called the ego. Surrender means to awaken to the reality that there has never been anyone where you are except the presence of Christ. When you know yourself, you will know that you are all things. You will know that you are empty, that there's no one home, that there is only life living itself. You will have learned that it is not by striving but by relinquishing that the kingdom is revealed, and you will discover that you've always been at home. Contemplate well these things then, and by all means bring lightness and humor to it. Laugh at yourself. Laugh at the self you thought you were. Whenever you believe you need something to be a certain way, slap your thigh. That would be a good use of it at any rate, and laugh and tell yourself, "My God, I actually thought I needed something to happen in a certain way. The joke is on me." And then the wisdom of how things are unfolding can reveal itself to you. And when you know that there is wisdom flowing through the creation of each moment, you just might make the decision to once again trust life. And life is but love radiating forth from the mind of God, and that is where you are sitting right now. Peace then be unto you, beloved and precious friends. Amen. So ends Ignorance is Bliss. Jeshua, the early years. Choose to see. Now we begin. And indeed, once again, greeting unto you, beloved and holy and only begotten child of God. Listen well to this greeting. Greetings unto you, beloved and holy and only begotten child of God. This is, in truth, the truth of who you are. This is the reality of all that you can be. For before the time when the first stars were set in the heavens, already did you abide as your Father has created you to be. No, not as the mind would show you yourself. There was not such a thing as what you know as a body. There was not such a thing as a thought of temporality. There was not the trace of the thought of birth, and therefore no concept or experience of what you would call death. In that ancient beginning, before time is, already were you created whole and complete, the perfect loving extension of the mind of God. And God is but love. This being true, it is true always. There is not a moment in time in which this truth is interrupted. There is not a moment in any of your experience in which the real world ceases to be. How then can it be that you find yourself seemingly constricted into the space and volume of a physical body? It is very dense and often quite hard. How is it that you look out through physical eyes so certain that what they show you is real? And certainly you can prove it to yourself. Just try to walk through a wall and you will convince yourself that the wall is completely real, that the body is who you are. That's the way it is, and it cannot change. Taking the conception into the mind, taking that perception to be what is true, you teach yourself to deny the gentle voice given unto God to his holy and only creation, you, and placed lovingly within you, from before the beginning of time. That voice is with you still and always, but it requires, if you would hear it, a willingness to surrender every perception you ever believed about yourself or about the world, and that very act feels like total insanity. What will happen to me if I give up my belief that the wall is real? What will happen to me if I give up all the perception that I know are etched in stone and I must act from them in order to survive in this world that I certainly didn't make? After all, I came into it as an accident born of my parents' passion. I simply found myself here, and this is the way that I am. It does seem absurd to give up such deeply rooted perceptions and beliefs and experiences that you believe have helped you to survive, in order to entertain what seems to be sheer insanity. I have said often and through many channels that the world that you perceive is diametrically opposed to the real world. It is the exact opposite. Therefore, if you would know the real world, the first step that is required is to retrain the mind to be willing to accept that all things you believe you see are only temporary reflections or illusions, that the physical eyes have never shown you the real world, that your ideas and perceptions based on the data that comes through the senses of the body, these ideas have always been diametrically opposed to the truth of the real world. If there is then a call born within you, if there is that spark within you, which means simply that the voice for God has finally crept into a little bit and you've begun to hear, if there's something in you that calls you to know the real world, if there is something in you which calls you to know the peace of God, if there is something in you that is even just a little willing to surrender whatever needs to be surrendered to know that reality of God's peace and that perfect love which already you are, then you must make a decision. And the decision is this: if I have used time and experienced time to gather evidence that what I have taught myself to believe is true, then perhaps I need now to use time to relinquish what I have believed to be true. The decision is the choice to be fully committed to allowing the experience of time, beginning right where you are in your daily life, to be reinterpreted for you by a voice that is in you but is not quite yours, at least not yet. The day will come when you will be one with that voice. The day will come when you will know the truth that I and my Father are one. The day will come when, though the physical eyes still seem to be operating, you look lovingly upon the world that has been made in error, this physical dimension, this constriction that you perceive within your mind, for you will be looking at it through an inner eye, an aspect of your beingness, your consciousness, that does have certain physical correlates, yes, and you will activate that eye, and you will open this eye, and then you will look upon all things through that eye. And the sensory data that comes into you will be as though filtered or transmuted so that when you judge or what you see comes not from the beliefs and ideas that you have miscreated, but those perceptions cleansed and purified by the light and the wisdom that will shine through that inner eye. Once when I sat with my friends that you have heard are all called disciples, I said unto them, when the eye becomes single, then you will enter the kingdom. What does such an odd statement mean? First, it speaks on many levels to a truth that can only be understood through the concept of levels. When the eye becomes single means that you have learned to relinquish your fixation on having the attention of your mind linked to your physical senses alone, and therefore to all of the concepts and perceptions you have built upon sensory data coming in through the body. And you have moved that attention to become centered and settled in the inner eye, so that the light of consciousness that shines upon your experience reveals the reflection of the real world through all that you see and experience. The second level is this: you find yourself in conflict. You find yourself in a world of duality. There is not a single thing. There's always this and that, up and down, light and dark, good and bad, right and wrong, best value, worst value, best choice, worst choice. Everywhere you go throughout the day, you are confronted with the need to make a choice, this or that. Quite frankly, it is simply the choice between love and fear. But in your world, that duality prevails, and that is why the world in which you find yourself is not the real world. For the real world is single and whole, and only love abides there. Now, to move then into the single eye requires that you solve the dilemma of living in duality. So how do you do that? For everywhere you find yourself, there you are in the physical world as long as the body lasts, and the body will last as long as you, as a conscious being, continue to make the choice for it. By retraining the mind to choose only love, by retraining the mind to surrender every perception you've ever held about anything or anyone, in this way the day will come when there will not be a choice for a physical body, but you will find yourself much indeed with a body yet. Now, how do you do that? How do you dry the skin while you're swimming in a stream? How do you still the noise while you are abiding in a deafening concert of music? By learning to retrain the mind. There is no other way. We spoke to you earlier that you do not know what a single thing is or what it is for, and that is a very good beginning to the process of retraining the mind. The goal, then, is to reach a place of consciousness prior to every decision, in which you remember the truth of who you are and that you are not yet living in the real world, that what you are seeing before you as a choice that you think you have to make is an illusion based on your past experience. When you train your consciousness to abide in a clarity of singularity that exists just prior to every choice that confronts you, then and there you can learn to hear the voice of the Holy One who will choose for you, with your permission, until your consciousness has learned that there's one choice. The Holy Spirits are always 100% accurate and serve the highest in you. You then assimilate or take on. You allow yourself to re-abide in the consciousness of the Holy Spirit itself, and you become that voice. It is no longer outside of you, no longer hard to hear, for you have surrendered everything that kept your identification linked to something other than that voice. Then in truth there are no more choices. Although you seem to abide yet within the world, living from the singularity of the eye that sees clearly the reflection of the real world through the illusory world that you have laid over the top of it. From that place, although you live seemingly yet within the body, you will know directly the experience of living without choice. The dilemma of duality is solved, for there is no longer fear within your mind, nothing to hold on to, nothing to seek, nothing to gain, and most importantly, nothing to lose. For the fear of loss is what keeps you forever entrenched in the conflict of duality, and the single I remains unknown. Retraining the mind, then, is the greatest use of time that you have ever had before you. None of the direction in which you think you are going will ever take you to heaven if those directions have grown out of the way you've learned to make choices. Let me give you an example. I am a body. I must survive. The world is out there, and I know it can be rather cruel. I better stay with the job I've got because survival is the greatest value to me. Therefore I will choose, one believes freely, to remain where the heart is not at peace. Well, that is not a choice at all. It is an effect of fear and a lack of right knowledge. Freedom from all circumstance, freedom from conflict and fear, does not come when the body seems to die. For if conflict or the end of conflict does not come into your consciousness before the body dies, rest assured you will find yourself simply and yet again in and as a body perceiving a world in which conflict and duality reign. There is then no choice then but to awaken, and to awaken means that you relinquish everything you thought you knew and allow an inner voice to retrain the use of your mind until you recognize the real world and abide in that peace that forever passes all understanding. Many in the world will not recognize you when this has been completed, for you see, no one can recognize a mind that has awakened unless at least some degree of awakening has occurred within them as well. And that's okay, for while the body lasts, you are free to teach only love, but not from the perception of believing that you know what that means. Only love knows what it means, and only love knows what needs to be extended in each moment. Therefore, while you seem to live yet in the world, from the singularity that is established through the retraining of the mind and the relinquishing of fear, from that place you will find that before each breath you are constantly and simply asking, what is this moment for? What would you have done through it? And you will come to hear the voice of the Holy One so clearly and so distinctly that you will totally relinquish any doubt, any fear, any anxiety. And from that moment you will indeed enter the kingdom, for the I will have been made single. You will then go as the wind, knowing not where you came from or where you are going. There will then only be the eternal presence in which you know beyond all shadow of a doubt that you are infinitely free and radiant forever, and there is only the love of God present wherever you happen to find yourself. Love will be present when fear is gone. Therefore, in retraining the mind, begin by recognizing that you do not know what this moment is for, whatever this moment is as it arises. Acknowledge that there is only one that you can trust, the Holy Spirit, the teacher and guide given equally unto all until all have returned to the real world. Learn to trust what you cannot see. Learn to hear what seems not to be spoken out loud. Learn to feel that which does not come through the senses, but emerges from within them and enlightens them. Learn to look truthfully upon the places where fear has made your home, and you look upon the place, look lovingly, for you have learned to fear looking upon the fear. And why? because you believe you are that fear expressing as some pattern in your so-called personality, because you are identified with it. Your deepest fear is that if you allow light to be shined upon it, it will dissolve, and you with it. That is why I said earlier that the deepest fear is the fear of loss of a self that never was. By retraining your mind through the humility of recognizing that you don't know what a single thing is for, that your only choice that you would make is to know and remember and live in the peace of God, the mind will come to be restructured, to be cleansed and purified, and you will look out upon a world transfigured, and you will see shining through it the reflection of the real world. You will know that you are fearless, for there is no longer a self that requires your constant protection against the great forces that seem to stand against it. For there can be no great force standing against the true self, that which shines radiantly with you, and throughout all of creation, and that self is the real world. You are that one, shimmering brightly, far greater than 10,000 suns. And when you look upon the vastness of your sky, realize that it merely reflects a speck of the light in which it itself has emerged. And that light is you. All worlds, all dimensions, all planes of existence arise from within your holy mind. You are the great vastness that contains creation even now, and even now in reality, you abide and live and exist only in the real world. And the only distance between you and the real world, and that you think you are in the unreal world, is the width of a thought that you would insist on thinking. Learn then to retrain the mind to relinquish that thought whenever it appears, and you will know, though it takes many forms, for you will always feel constricted. You will feel separate from your brothers and sisters. You will feel that the love of this earth of yours is distant from you, and that the peace of God is nowhere to be found. That is a sign that you have chosen to identify and to insist upon a thought that can only think birth unreality. Stop trying to defend it. Stop trying to cherish it, because you think you made it and therefore you must keep it. Simply let it go. 1,000 times each day let it go, and choose a new thought, a thought of simplicity. I know not what a single thing is. Holy Spirit, teach me anew. And allow time to become not the through which you seek your own ends, but rather that through which you allow complete correction to come to the holiness of your perfect and radiant mind. But I have all these problems, Jeshua. What am I supposed to do with all of these problems? Relinquish them. They are illusions. Everything that you think you see as a problem to be solved is the effect of first having chosen an insane thought. Simply choose again, as often as you need, until peace returns. I promise you this, if you become wholly committed to awakening from the dream that you have dreamed since the stars first began to appear in the heavens, and even before that, if your one desire is to be only what God created, then lay at the altar of your heart with every breath everything you think you know, everything you think you need, and look lovingly upon every place that fear has made a home in your mind, and allow correction to come. It will come. Regardless of how you experience it, it will come. And the day and the moment will arise when all your pain and fear and suffering will have vanished like a wind that pushes the foam of the wave away, revealing the clarity of the ocean beneath you. You will literally feel throughout your being that there never was a dream. Some memories will remain with you, and you will know that somewhere you must have dreamed a dream or had a thought of wondering what it would be like to be other than the way God created you. But it will be such a faint echo that it will leave no trace upon you. In your heart you will smile gently, regardless of the circumstance in which you find yourself. There will be peace from the crown of the head to the tips of your toes, so to speak, and the peace will walk before you wherever you go. It will enter a room before you entered with a body, and those who are becoming sensitive will wonder who has come into their place. And some will even say, "Behold, I believe Christ has come for dinner." And you will be that one, for that is who you are, Christ eternal. Enter with me now into that place of peace. Those of you that yet believe you are but a body, then begin there. Begin by allowing the body to relax and know that that is not something you can try to do. You need only allow it. And as the body relaxes, let your attention recede from the things that you believe are around you. Give up your need to keep an eye on the world. Give up your need to believe that there is something to accomplish and somewhere to go. Let it sink into the depth of your own being, not looking to see what's there, but surrendering. Let the breath flow through the body as though something else were breathing it for you. Relax even the activity of the brain, as though it were just another muscle that you could allow to relax. And as you rest and surrender into the inexplicable place of being, the mystery of your existence far beyond that what the body could ever touch and know, far beyond what the human emotions are capable of containing, far beyond every thought and every belief and every experience you've ever known, there rests the shimmering brilliance of the light of yourself. Abide in that. Surrender into that. Know only that. And there, in that place, the great depth of your own mind and being, this day, make a new choice. Father, I know not what I have done. I know not how I have dreamed the dream of separation from you, but I relinquish it. I acknowledge that I do not know what a single thing is or what it is for. I know not the moment of my own creation, and therefore I surrender into the radiance and purity of your peace and your love. I open myself to receive only you. This alone I am asked to do of you, and this alone I choose. Grant me that wisdom and that strength and that passion by which I might lean and learn to use time constructively as a sacrament of surrender of all that has been unlike love within me. You are the way, the truth, and the light. And I return to the sacred place of our union. I remain as you have created me to be. So remember, then, that you will awaken to your own call. You are doing so even now. What you experience along the way is completely and freely chosen. Not one bit of it has been necessary, yet not one trace of it extinguishes or limits the radiance of who you are. It's all in the simplicity of a moment's choice. Let time, then, become your precious friend until time is needed no longer, and is given over to the Holy Spirit. You might then yet find yourself in time again and yet again, but you will not experience it as the world has taught you to. You will see it only as a temporary dance in which you are enjoined freely, as a way through which the love of God can gently descend and touch the unreal world, lighting it again with reality and bringing the unreal to the real, bringing heaven to earth. You are that one in whom our Father remains eternally well pleased. You are the one unto what has been given unto you, all power under heaven and earth, right now in the palm of your hand. For the power of heaven and earth, which is duality, is the power of choice, the power of consciousness, the power to be committed to own all that you see as self-created, the power to relinquish it to the one voice within you that knows alone how to transmute and translate every thought you have ever held to that which reflects perfectly the radiance of the love that joins you with your Creator. In truth, the way is easy and without effort, if only the choice is made. Herein we come to the close of this moment's message, and again, as a stepping stone, linked to what has been shared previously. Use it well, use it wisely, and contemplate it often, for it will remind you of the path upon which you walk. For in truth, if you hear these words now, you have already chosen to reclaim the real world within you. So we will give pause for a few moments here, and then if you would be willing to give me some of your time, we will entertain and be entertained by certain questions that have emerged within the minds of your brothers and sisters, and many of you will know that these are likewise your questions. Be then at peace, beloved friends, and know that I am simply here in the real world, waiting for you to recognize that too is where you are, and that you are no longer entertain a desire to be anywhere else. Amen. Question: how does Jeshua explain his acts of crucifixion and resurrection in relationship to us, and what is the symbolism that he intended? Answer: indeed unto you, beloved brother, this is a question that has been asked of me many times, and I would confess that there was a time when I asked these questions of myself. First, precious friend, when you speak of the crucifixion and the resurrection, you are referring first to an activity that did in fact occur in time. Let no one make a mistake about that. Rest assured that as a man, like any other man, as a human being, like any other human being, I walked my path to remembrance of my union with God. I learned along the path that ultimately I could give nothing to anyone without first receiving it for myself. I became what you might call divinely selfless. That is, I utilized the body, the mind, the emotions, and every experience and every opportunity to teach myself to choose only with the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit taught me that death is unreal, period. How then could I know that? How then could I bring it into the depth and core of my being? By allowing certain environmental pressures, you might think of them, political pressures going on in the time frame in which I lived, to become not my enemies but my servants. I made a decision in the depth of my prayer and meditation to allow myself to enter into a drama, into an arena that took place in Jerusalem. I allowed myself to be given over into the hands of those that would become my persecutors. I allowed myself the experience of being helplessly imprisoned by those who were governed by fear and not by love. But rest assured, I was governed by love and not fear, although it did arise one final time when I separated myself from my friends, and they separated themselves from me by falling asleep, and in the middle of the night I indeed cried out my last cry of anguish. Father, take this from me. I think I've made a slight mistake here. Nevertheless, not my will, but thine. Now with the last surrender, I walked through the final ring of fear and allowed events to unfold as those that were in charge of those events wanted them to unfold. I used even those moments to look lovingly upon my persecutors, to use time constructively, to see beyond the superficialities, to see the loveliness and the Christ within them, and quite frankly, as I did that, even as I was stripped and whipped and beaten, as the body seemed to grow weaker and weaker as they placed a crown of thorns upon my head. And yes, I felt the pangs of pain at a physical level, what you would call pain, without fear of that pain. Still, I focused all of my attention on seeing the face of Christ in my persecutors. And as I did that, it illuminated or refined for me. It took me to the end of my journey. In retraining my own consciousness to see only God's creation, I became one with that power, one with that truth without fluctuation or variance. As the events of what you would call the crucifixion unfolded, rest assured, all anyone was watching was that their physical eyes were showing them, because the masses believe that the body is real, because they were identified with it. They actually believed that I was dying, that I was suffering, that I was being taken from them. But this pain and this anguish can come only from the delusion of believing that what is unreal is real. Now in time there was in fact what is called a resurrection. There have been many, many stories about this. It's not quite as fanciful as some would make it out to be. It means simply that because my consciousness, through this final lesson to myself, had become thoroughly settled or centered in the recognition only of the real world, there came a point when the body, or the dust of the ground, merely lying there upon what you would call a sheet, upon a small platform within a certain cavern or cave, given unto me, by the way, by my uncle Joseph of Arimathea. I just wanted to get that in for you. Now there was a time then when there was simply no need for even the dead physical form to abide. It began to dissolve, quicken its, what you call as, decomposition, if you will, and literally turn to what you would call a molecular or atomic state, a place of almost pure energy, and certainly not to be seen by the physical eyes, but trust me, it was still there. Specks of dust, you might call it, but much smaller. Now when certain friends of mine came to the tomb and found that it was empty, they marveled. Why? Because deeply embedded in their beingness was the belief that the body is real, and that consciousness is secondary. Rest assured, it's just the opposite. Now I chose to reactivate or recreate the form of the body for a very specific purpose. If you wish to communicate with someone, and they do not understand that a telephone is available, you must go to their home, take them by the shoulder, and speak into their ear. If even your best friends have not yet quite learned to believe that they can communicate with any mind at any time, I therefore had need of recreating the telephone of the body to demonstrate, look, I'm alive. Death is unreal. I have learned the final lesson. touch me, hear me, feel me, just as you did before the crucifixion, and yet rest assured, I will again leave you, because if I do not, the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, cannot come to guide you into truth. But the day will come when you will finally relinquish your need to believe in the world the physical eyes show you. I will come yet again to speak to you from the real world and assist you in moving into the place within yourself. I know not the day and the hour, but I will come when you choose it. Beloved brother, because you hear these words now, you have chosen, and I have come. So that's the historical essence of the crucifixion and the resurrection. What did it mean? I have already shared that with you. It was my path of learning. I chose it. It was not forced upon me. For my Father's will is the same as for you, that I simply abide awake in him. It was my simple and particular path for learning that. Rest assured, this should cause celebration, for it is not necessary for you to be nailed to a cross. And why? I have said many times that everything in your world is a symbol. Ask what the symbol is, and it will reveal the truth. It will guide you to the real world. Therefore, as you look upon the crucifixion and the resurrection, understand that it symbolizes the willingness to allow a death within your consciousness of what you choose to be identified with. If you choose identification with love and unlimitedness and freedom and perfect peace with the real world, then the events that unfold, even as you experience them, lose their power to enchant you with delusion. Contemplate that deeply. When you've retrained the mind to teach and choose only love, and to look lovingly and perhaps laughingly upon the events that pass through you, even the bodies arising and passing away, the day will come when you can enter into any experience in perfect peace. And when you enter any experience in peace, you will transcend it. When you enter an experience in fear, you lock yourself into it. That is called the creation of hell and the need for rebirth. Any experience that you wholeheartedly choose to enter from a place of perfect peace is transcended. Let then there be the crucifixion of all your false ideas of yourself. Be willing to take the leap off a cliff, to entertain what seems to be absurd and insane and outrageous and arrogant according to the world. Dare to claim that you are as God created you to be, and nothing in this world holds a candle to your radiance. And long after the world seeks to destroy you, and it's always trying to do that, and long after the body has been laid down by whatever means you may choose, you will remain, and you will laugh at the thought of loss and death. This is the resurrection then, the resurrection within your consciousness of the truth that sets you free. See in my earthly experience only a symbol of what can occur within you as you choose to give your thoughts, to give your perception, to give you fears, to give your petty wants and needs over to your persecutors. For you'll believe that the angels have come to dismantle your illusions are your persecutors, because death feels like persecution. Give yourself over to it. Let the mind be corrected. Let the heart open and be healed. Let crucifixion be finished, that resurrection might be experienced. And when the resurrection-called awakening has occurred, you will ascend to the Father, for he will take the final step for you, and you will abide in the real world. Thank you for asking that question. Question: how do I know when I have surrounded myself to the Holy Spirit? Answer: indeed, beloved friend, you will know that you have surrendered yourself to the Holy Spirit because you will hear a loud bell go off. There'll be such confetti tossed by those in buildings above you. And someone will rush up to you with a microphone and say, "You're the winner." And you can stand up upon the stage and say, "I'd like to thank my father and mother." Beloved friend, I approach your question with levity, for levity is something that you fear. You allow the seriousness of your intellect to interfere with the feeling of receiving the love of God, like a gentle peace descending upon the cells of your being. So there's always a point to my seeming madness. Now there are indeed signs that you will come to recognize. At first they're slippery because you're used to recognizing something else and calling it the real world. You will know that you have surrendered to the Holy Spirit, first in a brief moment here and another moment there, but you'll begin to feel and sense a certain quality. That quality is peace. No anxiety felt throughout the cellular structure of the body, no longing, no sense of loss, no dread. Just the simplicity of witnessing and allowing what unfolds as you experience in any given moment. And it is totally acceptable to you no matter what is occurring. That seems like madness to the world, for the world says, well, you're on the right track when you know what's happening is taking you where you know you need to be, where success is coming to you, where comfort and safety in the world is coming to you. Then I must be on the right track. No, you're on the right track when you know that from the crown of the head to the tips of the toe, you're at peace with yourself and the world around you. And as you look out upon the world in the circumstances, you see no one to blame, no one to fear. You see only innocence. It is a palpable feeling because you see, you believe you're a body, and that's how you judge things. Therefore, as you learn to feel peace through your physical beingness, as you notice that the throat relaxes when you speak, there's no anxiety of hurrying up your words where someone could be ranting and raving and you just allow them to do so while you are undisturbed. Rest assured, part of your mind has relinquished you to the guidance of the Holy Spirit, holy because it is whole and not fragmented, spirit because it is the real world, not the unreal world that you have made. You will know, beloved brother, when you have surrendered wholly to the Holy Spirit, when the thought of wanting to surrender no longer arises, when the recognition dawns that there is no longer an energy of seeking within you, when no longer do you experience fear arising in your being, when you notice its absence and realize it's not been there for a very long time, you will know that you have become one through your surrender to the voice for God. Question: what role does Jeshua want me to play in the bringing of heaven to earth? Answer: I want you to sell the tickets. Might as well create some profit for yourself here, huh? Again, beloved brother, levity. For as you ask the question, it comes from a certain pattern of heaviness, that there is something you must look to outside of yourself, that you must subordinate yourself to something you should do. That is a pattern of the world's thinking. Well, I have to go off to work today. Well, I should get out of bed. After all, that's what's expected. The world mind is constantly looking outside of itself, for an employee, for a boss, for God, for a priest, for a lover, for a child, for whatever. Some in their drunken stupor would look for a light post to give them direction of what they should and shouldn't do. And yet I say unto you, beloved friend, listen well. You need do nothing save to choose to open and receive the love of God, to allow the mind to be corrected, so that wherever you are, you know you are home. You are at peace. You and your Father are one. Then as the Holy Spirit weaves the tapestry of the atonement, since you will probably find that your body is still existing, there may be some requests made. They will be simple and you're always free to accept them or reject them. What really matters is that you choose to become the peace of God and allow that peace to pervade your being. That is what influences the vibrational frequencies of other minds, even if you never lift a physical finger. Compare not your path or your life with others, merely teach only love, and seek first the kingdom before all things in the world by reminding yourself daily, I and my Father are one. I need do nothing, and I remain as I am created to be. This world is harmless, and already it is being translated into reality, and the Holy Spirit doesn't even need me to accomplish it. Therefore, be happy in each day. Trust what the heart says to you each day. Allow yourself to touch joy each day and be at peace. And for you especially, tell yourself a joke or two. Question: is Christ different from Joshua or Jeshua? Answer: this is a very worthwhile question. As you know, an entire religion has been built up on the exclusive identification of Christ with me. That is, me as the historical Jeshua ben Joseph, or Joshua if you prefer. Use any name you wish, it doesn't matter to me. Now, Christ is God's creation. Jeshua is a name given to a particular manifestation of humanity called a man in physical form, a name that separates him from utilitarian purposes from other men with different names and women too. Christ is pervasive and eternal. Christ is the depth of your own beingness. Imagine it to be like an infinite ocean from which have arisen all waves that you have called individual persons, whether male or female, Jeshua, Joshua, or Jesus. That name signifies one of those waves. Christ signifies that which pervades equally the depth and the reality of all minds and hearts. It is really more an energy, a quality of beingness. It is the literal reflection of extension of the presence of the unlimited love of God. Christ is God's Son, being neither male nor female. It means merely the offspring of, that which wells up out of. Jeshua or Joshua or Jesus became one with Christ, identified no longer as a man but as Christ. That passageway is the same one that everyone walks, since it is merely the return to right-mindedness. If you see yourself only as the wave upon the infinite ocean, that's the start. But eventually the goal is to shift your sense of identity so that my words become yours. I and my Father are one. Not of myself do I do these things, but my Father does them through me. In other words, there is nobody here but my Father. Christ and Jeshua are different at one level. They become one and the same as the mind, or the individual that I was, surrendered the illusory perception of myself as separate from God and became identified with only the mind of Christ. Then there is only Christ, and the man has disappeared, except as a temporary symbol, an anchor, a roadmap, a direction that you can follow until you pass me by and become the ocean yourself. And when you no longer need me in any way, shape, or form, then we will be together without interruption for all of eternity. That should give you something to chew on. Question: please say more about non-physical reality. Answer: more about non-physical reality. Have I accomplished the task? Beloved friend and sister, what on earth ever gave you the thought, literally, what on earth ever gave you the thought that physicality was real? If you ask me to speak of non-physical realities, you're already assuming that your physical experience is quite real. How do you know that? Because somebody's taught you it. Because you bang into a wall and therefore convince yourself that it must be real. Does this not also occur in dreams? When someone plunges a knife into your heart in your dreams, do you not feel the dread and terror of death, of being attacked, until suddenly you open your eyes and it may take you a while to shake it out of yourselves, but you realize that it was just a dream. Sure seemed real to me. In the same very way, physicality seems real, until you begin to allow correction to come to your mind, to think the insane thought that maybe you are Christ incarnate. As the real world comes to be reestablished through your awareness and consciousness, even while the body seems to abide and exist, you will sense it to be very limited, just as you may enjoy the experience of your dream state. But when you awaken, you often feel that you are limited. There is something arising from inside of you. As you awaken to the real world, you begin to perceive and feel the body and physicality as something that is smaller than you, that has arisen from within your vastness. In other words, that you are much more than the body can contain. It is therefore very appropriate not to think that you live within the body, but that the body lives within you. It arises from within you. You contain it as a temporary teaching and learning device. Love it, embrace it, have a great time with it, but don't identify yourself with it. Don't limit your understanding of yourself to what transpires between the crown of the head and the tips of your toes. And when you extend your arm out, don't you think for a moment that you stop at the end of your fingers. You are pure energy, pure light, and your radiance shines through many dimensions, and you are linked to all of them continually. Non-physical realities, there are many of them, if you wish to look at it that way, and in fact the greater aspect of your beingness is non-physical. Your physical experience is like a drop in the ocean. Let that sink in. It is like a dot on a page, and the whole while the vastness of your being is moving merrily along, experiencing dimension after dimension. And often this will creep into your awareness in your dreams or in your meditations. It will slip through the cracks, and you'll have what's called an ecstatic experience. You'll feel like you opened, when in fact you simply allowed the openness to seep into the smallest of your physical experience. How then to struggle to attain experience in non-physical realms? by not struggling, by beginning by acknowledging that you are pure spirit, that all worlds have arisen from within one holy mind, the only creation of God. You are that vast ocean, and you have merely focused all your attention on the physical experience you are creating. You can do that joyfully, or you can look at it some kind of a dread disease. It's your choice. Nevertheless, to experience non-physical realities, merely loosen your fixation of attention on the body-mind and its experience and problems of all the rest, and allow yourself to entertain thoughts of your grandeur and greatness. Rest into the feeling of infinity. The mind, or your place of awareness, will begin to open bit by bit and more and more until you can no longer squeeze your attention into the space and volume of a body. This doesn't mean you're going to step out of it like a bug and get rid of it. It means you'll just embrace it as another aspect of yourself, like the ocean embraces each and every wave, allows its experience but doesn't cling to it and doesn't try to make it last, doesn't try to make a wave become rigid as though it had failed to do so. Nobody will ever see the ocean. It allows the wave to rise and then it passes away. The ocean delights in it, but the ocean itself is never identified with any particular wave. That will do for now, because in what has been shared as it is contemplated, beloved friend, you will find that correction is coming to certain ideas you have taken upon yourself about what non-physical realities must be and be like, and what must occur for you to experience them. And again, 'tis a good question you have asked. No more questions? We will end then by saying, that's what you think. There will be indeed many questions. We will begin a process then in which some of this time is allotted to addressing the questions which come from this family. Therefore, in closing, know simply this: there can be no such thing as closure to the extension of love. Be you all, therefore, that which you are this one day. Don't worry about tomorrow. There is no such thing. This day walk upon your earth while making a choice to delight in perceiving yourself as awake, alive, and at peace, roaming through a countryside called the physical dimension for a very brief time. Enjoy it, look lovingly upon it, and bless it with the blessings that can come only from the mind of Christ within you. Peace, then, be unto you always. Amen. So ends Choose to See. Jeshua, the early years, the blessing of forgiveness. Now we begin, and indeed greeting unto you, beloved holy friends, indeed greeting to you, beloved and holy great rays of light, shining eternally in the mind of our Father, bringing forth that which is love, bringing forth that which is light, bringing forth that which is wisdom and peace and simplicity and forgiveness. For in truth the world waits upon your forgiveness. It waits to be anointed by the mind of Christ that would look upon all created things and grant it forgiveness. For your world lives steeped in fear. Your world is filled with many brothers and sisters that are plagued by a deep sense of unworthiness and guilt. Having fallen asleep, they continue to dream an illusory dream. But much like any dream, it holds the power to enchant the mind and blocks the very cells of the body from exuding only that which is real, light. And light is love. And therefore, to begin this evening and to share this message with our many friends, we would indeed speak of forgiveness. Beloved friends, forgiveness requires a graciousness, and graciousness is but the extension through form, through the body, through the emotions, through your touch, through your smile, through the glimmer in your eye, of that which is the grace already given unto you. It is always wise, then, to remember that if you would know grace, give grace. And each moment, then, as you walk through your world, as you would cry out unto me and to many of my friends, teach me what my purpose is, what is my function, what is my unique and special role. And your mind would teach you that it must be some form of service outside of your own being. I say unto you, your purpose and your function is the same as was and is mine. to be the one through whom the grace of the loving God is given unto those who yet dream the vicious and dark and awful dream of separation. For in that dream there cannot be anything but a deep inner anguish. And one who dreams thus acts in such a way that almost every thought and every action becomes a cry for help and healing, a cry that falls on the deaf ears of the world. For the world believes in judgment and not forgiveness, in condemnation and not healing. Therefore know well the power that dwells within you, for you have already awakened to your call. You have already begun to lift your eyes up from the dream of separation, and have begun to behold a great light shining forever that seems to shine forth from some place, from some source so far removed from all that you've known, and all that you think you are. And yet the light that you behold is your light, placed within you by God Himself from the moment you first began to dream your own unique version of the dream of separation. How then will you know the light? Not by seeking it, but by allowing it. Therefore, as you walk through this world, when you cry out wondering what your purpose is, bring your attention back to the simple fact that you are here to bless the world through the forgiveness of Christ. Look therefore gently upon all that you see. Learn to return the mind, the emotions, and as long as it lasts, even the body to peace, that the graciousness of Christ can flow forth through you unimpeded, unlimited, shining in its joy. And let that joy fall upon whomever you see, whatever you see, a blade of grass, a leaf falling from a tree, a wisp of cloud passing through the sky, a snowflake that falls. Bless these things, for they too have arisen from within your holy mind, and they are pervaded by the same selfsame light that gives you your existence. The world cries out for forgiveness, and the soul cries out for union with God, and seeks in 1,000 convoluted ways and technologies to find a way to merge created and creator, beloved and lover. For indeed you are the lovers of God, and in truth cannot help but be that. For God does not create that which opposes Himself. Because you are a great ray of light shining in that one mind, while you are the created, you are the lover of God. And your peace and fulfillment will come to you fully when you have retrained the mind to settle for no other thought than that which expresses the joyful, heart-centered devotion to your Creator, not as a stern master apart from you, but as the presence of love itself, that ignites the very creative process whereby you have come into being, not to suffer the things of the world, not to dream the dream of separation. It was never necessary. It was just a momentary choice, but rather to extend all that God is. Therefore, if you would know your freedom and peace, use each moment to bring the attention of the mind back to the graciousness and the blessing of forgiveness. For as you forgive, you will learn that you have already been forgiven. And as you bless the world, you will know how blessed you truly are. And the day will come when you no longer fear the unlimited blessing of your Father, for you will know that all things are created for you out of love, that you never need to limit yourself at any moment within your consciousness, whatever world you might be playing and dancing within. Take then upon your shoulders my cloak, take upon your head my crown of light, for it is given unto you to be the embodiment of all that Christ is. And in truth, because only Christ is the creation of God, it is the only thing that you can be in reality. Now that means that if there is even one moment in your day when your thought and your mind would pull you to the perception that you are other than what you are created to be, it means that you, in that moment, have chosen to become identified with pure and utter insanity. I have said often that there is a choice between two emotions, love and fear. And two other words that could be used would be sanity and insanity. There is no gray area. You're either in one or the other. You might fool yourself and say, well, I'm really moving toward love, but I have to get through these certain things first, and then I might get there. Well, you are either home or you're away from home. You are either one with God or you are dreaming the dream of separation. One brings the reality of peace. One brings what seems to be insanity to this upside-down world of yours. The recognition that you are as you are created to be. And in this moment, you hold all power under heaven and earth to choose for peace, to extend only love, to forgive instead of judge, to be open instead of contracted. The way, then, is easy and without effort. It requires only that you make a deliberate choice, to surrender the perception and ideas you have ever held about anyone or anything, including yourself, that is anything other than the preciousness of the reality of Christ, and to allow the Holy Spirit then to bring forth these circumstances that can show you where you had once failed and chosen insanity, so that you can simply correct it. And that is why, as you dance through your many incarnations, you keep bumping into the same folks. And the energies that each soul presents to you will continue to be presented ad nauseum until you have embraced that energy and owned it within your own being. And then through the reflection or the mirror of forgiving that energy, you begin the process of dismantling or dissolving that energy in your own being. For you are one and the same. You have never truly looked upon another at all. Your eyes would show you bodies that seem not to reside in the same place that your body does, but that's an illusion, because you don't have a body. There are bodies, but you do not have one. You do not dwell within it. It dwells within the holy expansiveness of the one mind that is incarnate upon the earth. Forgiveness is the bridge to healing. 2,000 years ago, as you understand time, I came with a very simple message, and the message was the message of forgiveness. I have come yet again in many ways giving the same simple technology, for it alone works. And yet the mind would have you believe that you must constantly make it more difficult. Well, surely there is something else to acquire, some great power, some great mystical experience. If only I could get all my outer affairs in order, then I'll remember to forgive the world because I'll be more comfortable. Rest assured that what you want to see reflected in the world around you is influenced by, is an extension of, the quality of awareness that you allow within your consciousness, moment to moment. And if you seem then to know struggle, there is some corner yet remaining that has not been touched by your own forgiveness. Now, are you going to be able to search that out corner? Many of you might try, but is it not easier to simply recognize that the Holy Spirit has already created the exact circumstance that you need to awaken? Therefore, if you would seek your path, open your eyes. Notice the place where you seem to be physically upon this earth. Notice who you seem to be with. Take a very deep breath and remember that all things are perfect, that this is your golden doorway, your eye of the needle. And if you would make the choice to simply be the presence of Christ and extend the gracious blessing of forgiveness, you will feel your restlessness begin to dissolve. And as it dissolves in the depth of your beingness, through your deliberate choice to use the power of your mind, which is all that you have, to extend forgiveness and thereby the dissolved pattern of perception within the depth of your mind, you will then come to see the world around you differently. And miracle-mindedness begins more and more to be what that carries you through your life. You meet just the right person, you get just that perfect job, and all of the rest. It rains when you want it to rain, and it's sunny when you want it to be sunny, and you will be mystified by it all. In the end, when the mind is completely purified, which simply means that it's been corrected from any conflict between love and fear, forgiveness and punishment, when the mind is completely purified, you will know that you are unlimited forever. You will know that if you are seemingly in the bodily experience, whether you're washing the dishes or taking out the garbage, whatever you're doing, you will know that you, as Christ incarnate, have deliberately chosen to allow your being this experience as yet another opportunity to bless the world with the forgiveness that it cries out for. And if the body seems to dissolve in light, and you are no longer seen by other bodies in space and time, you will know that that, too, is the perfect choice of freedom. Imagine, walking through this life you are living, in a world that seems to have forgotten the reality of God, and feeling from the crown of the head to the tips of your toes not one trace of contraction or fear. Imagine the cells of the body feeling as spacious as the heavens. Imagine the peace that passes all understanding to be the pervading every organ of the body. A gentle smile upon the lips, barely perceptible to others, a gentleness in the area of the heart, a sense of bodily relaxation from what you call the solar plexus to the base of the spine. The mind calm and clear, missing nothing, yet holding on to nothing. Imagine being compelled by nothing, and yet not having a trace of judgment about anything arise. Imagine walking through this life in which nothing is unacceptable to you, because you are so busy blessing the world with the forgiveness of Christ, recognizing that the dream is a dream is a dream is a dream, and dreams hold no effect upon the dreamer when the dreamer awakens. Imagine living this life in perfect peace. Is it a difficult road? No. It requires, first and foremost, the willingness to completely embrace yourself as you are. Even as you perceive yourself to be, though you may be perceiving insanely. You are indeed doing so if you think there's anything amiss, but that's okay. First embrace the dream and love yourself. Love yourself for being right where you are, as you are. For there is simple law of metaphysics as you know this, and it is this. It is literally and always impossible to transcend and heal what is not fully embraced. And to embrace something means to love it to death. Therefore, when you go through your day, ask yourself this at the end of each day for the next 7 days. How many times in this one 24-hour period did I stop what I was doing and love myself wholly? Well, I would have gotten around to it more than once, but I was awfully busy. No. You were deluded, and there is a big difference. You were in insanity whenever you contracted away from love of self. So that's the first exercise we would offer you this evening. For the next 7 days, before you fall asleep at night, count how many times in that day you truly and wholly loved yourself. Now as we pause here then, what we are viewing from our level, our perspective, that has nothing at all to do with bodies, so you see, you can't really hide. There's no such thing as privacy. What we are seeing is many minds contracting with guilt at the recognition that more often than not this day they've actually loathed themselves. They found something to judge themselves for. Oh, I'm too tall, I'm too short, I'm too fat, I'm too thin, I don't speak well enough, I don't have enough money, and on and on and on and on goes the list. Do you know that list? That list was made by a completely insane mind, and in reality, the list does not exist. So remember then to pay attention if you notice yourself being in judgment of yourself. That is the opposite of love. So look upon the contraction in the mind that goes, oh my God, I don't think about that once today, loving myself. Love yourself right there and then, now. And you've loved yourself, and then you can go to sleep peacefully. Does that make sense to you? I've said many times the way is easy and without effort, for what comes of effort is of your world and not of the kingdom. I've said to you the world is diametrically opposed to the truth of the kingdom. The world is just the exact opposite of all that the kingdom is. And if you're tightening the cells of the body and tightening the mind, fueled by fear and trying to make things happen, and they're not happening, that's a clear sign that somewhere you've forgotten the rest and the graciousness of self-love. Self-love opens a door to the spaciousness whereby you remember that you are one with all minds everywhere. There is no lack, and those beings who are perfect for you or at your stage of the journey will be sent to you, if you will but welcome them before they arrive. Interesting thought, isn't it? Your world will teach you. What's the point of welcoming someone until they've rung the doorbell? Why not welcome them before they ever see them with your physical eyes? Can you imagine what would happen if you awakened in the morning, took 5 minutes to forgive the world, and bless the world and love yourself, and then welcomed everyone who was going to come into your experience? That day is an angel bringing you the opportunity to bless the world with forgiveness. You see, your peace would walk ahead of you. It would enter a room before your body even gets there. And before anything is said and done, you will have already created a space large enough to hold whatever comes in your experience. You will have embraced what must be embraced, and thereby the pathway to transcendence is set before you. Now, is all of this getting too complicated? Remember this. When the mind seems stymied but what is said, there are actually two things going on. First of all, the attempt is to stop the mind. Only when the mind is stopped can space come to it. If you feel blocked in trying to grasp what is being shared at all, remember that that sense of being blocked is nothing more than an old insane pattern. It is the culprit. If you notice that you're blocked, not quite putting the pieces together, simply stop and stop striving to do so. For the soul hears the truth, and when we come in this manner, or in many different manners to speak with you, we come not to speak to your earthly mind. We come not to speak to the body in your emotional field. We come to speak directly to the essence of your soul, which already knows the truth, which is the truth, and is in fact the very source from which these words are coming. By way of levity, if that is permitted, I'm never quite sure when I look at your world whether it is or whether it isn't. How many times each day do you vacillate? You know the pattern of laughing at the foibles of others but taking your own very seriously? You see, all that I do in this work with this beloved brother is this. I abide in a place and in a dimension where nothing is hidden, where all minds reside right where I am. And when anyone asks a question or even thinks a thought and doesn't speak it through the body, I merely am like one in what you would call your racetracks. Imagine me with a little green visor on the head, and one comes and says, well, I wonder if I should bet on this one or that one. What is the truth or that truth? I go, well, just a minute. And I close down the window with the little bars on it, and I race out the back door. I run behind, and I sneak up behind you, and I examine your heart from behind. And I see what is written there, and I go, oh, yes, okay. And then I race back and come back, open a window, and I give you the answer. Now, many of you, it's rather an easy process because, you see, I keep records, and many of you ask the same things over and over. But rest assured and understand this well. When once said, of myself I do nothing, I meant it. My Father does these things through me. That requires the willingness to learn how to be empty of self with every breath. So those that would see me as someone filled with all this great cosmic wisdom, please see me differently. I am empty and spacious, resting in quiet adoration and devotion of all that my Father is, witnessing nothing but miracles, and that which extends and radiates the love of God through all creation. And if in your mind you see it not, it only means that you have not yet been willing to train the mind to teach only love, to give up all your own ideas, moment to moment, breath to breath. I am nothing special. I am merely your equal, your brother and your friend, created in the very same moment you were, with all the same attributes, all the same potential, all the same reality. And I marvel, just as you, when I truly ponder this, I marvel because throughout the expanse of my existence, which has been since before the beginning of time, just as yours, I have never been able to fathom the moment of my creation. Think about that one. Do you know the moment where you began? No, and you'll never find it. And that means there is indeed an unfathomable mystery that I have called Abba, that is present at the place within me, that is deeper than can ever be known, no matter how much the mind becomes enlightened. Knowing that, there can only be humility, devotion, appreciation, love. There can only be the fulfillment of the truly only meaningful relationship that you can ever have. Relationship with your Creator. For all of the rest of your relationships are merely reflections of you abiding with an aspect of yourself. And the only way that that relationship can reflect holiness is from the spillover from your devotion and the purity of your relationship with your Creator. Does that make sense to you? Creation is grand. How could you ever comprehend it all? You cannot. You can only allow it through your beingness without fear. For fear is a contraction, which is the opposite of love. And when you know fear, you are the world and not in the kingdom. And so, beloved friends, I've revealed to you something about the nature of my own being. I am not a great master, as many would have me be, wanting to project unto me all manner of skills and abilities and powers because they are afraid of embracing these things themselves. And projection, what you have tried to regurgitate out of your soul and get rid of, is what makes your perception. So if those that would come into the temple to worship me as the Savior of the world would only stop and understand the truth that projection makes perception, they would see that they are literally creating the Savior they believe must be there out of the denial of who they are. That is why I've often said to those of you who would choose to build an altar, to have a room of prayer, whatever you call it, why do you have all those pictures of saints and masters from all over the world? Where is your picture? Rest assured, try that for 1 hour. Get a picture of yourself and treat it like you would. Pay homage to it like you would a picture of your favorite master. Place it upon your altar, light your candles and your incense, sprinkle it with holy water, whatever you want to do, whatever your rituals are, and then do nothing but relax and contemplate your own image. And ask yourself this one question: from where has that being come? Can you see how that would be very opposite of what the world teaches you to do? I'm not speaking here of the danger, and there is a danger, of slipping into egoic identification of yourself as being so great and regal and special and everyone else a peon. That's not what we're talking about. But to move through the temptation to let the ego grasp the insight that you are as God created you to be. For while you abide in space and time, vigilance and discipline are absolutely required, and the more you awaken, the more you will need them. In my day and age, we spoke often of the temptation of Satan. The story that many of you know of my 40 days and nights in the desert, in which Satan himself came to tempt me, is a symbol, of course, that shows that the more power and light shines through you, the ego, the egoic energy that pervades your creation at this dimension, to a lesser degree other dimensions or planes, will always try to find a home in your mind. Always. Therefore, the more your light shines, the more what is called these little specks of darkness want to rush in and clog up your drain. Never become lazy. Never become satisfied. Keep wanting more and more of God. Selfishly demand it, and learn to be vigilant over what thoughts you are allowing into your mind. And be very careful. For as you awaken and suddenly you have a vicious and evil thought, the temptation is, "Oh my God, I've blown it." That is a judgment, and that is the opposite of love. And only love can heal. You simply notice a thought and go, "Ah, yes, I've had those before." Self-love. Love alone heals the mind. No other technology will work. Forgiveness, self-love, the recognition that no one comes into your sphere by accident, and that in reality each is an aspect of your own being, bringing treasures of gold, frankincense, and myrrh, coming to see if you will receive those treasures and thereby recognize that each day is the birth of Christ within you accomplished. Each time you accept those gifts, and the way you register your acceptance of the gifts that do indeed come in some rather interesting packages, the way you recognize it or pay recognition to it through your willingness to return to your reality, your purpose and function, and to bless that being, that gift bringer, with the forgiveness of Christ. And that forgiveness is not from a mind that thinks it is above the others, but recognizes not just the commonality, but the self-same identity. Do you see the difference? It is very important. Well, I forgive you, you poor, simple creature. No. I forgive you and bless you because you are who I am. And in reality, there is only one of us present, and together we have the power to bring heaven to earth through our holiness now. Somebody's got to extend it to the other aspect of themselves. Why not you? What are you waiting for? If only my mother would forgive me. If only my father would forgive me. And oh gosh, that first wife I had, and then the fourth husband. Oh my goodness. If I could just get things straight with them, then I would get on being Christ. So, the pause that was just created seemed to be in the midst of a thought or a direction. And your second exercise is this. Abide at peace and become your own conduit for completing the direction or momentum of the thought that was given just before the pause. Does that make sense to you at all? If you will give yourself to the exercise, not just once but often, and in a relaxed mode, you will find that the process takes you deeper and deeper levels. And those of you that sincerely engage in that process will embark on a series of what you call insights or revelation. And it will assist you in refining the deep energies of your own mind. So would you be willing to do that? We shall see. Remember, there is no privacy. And so it will be appropriate to spend a short time, and there will be questions asked by those who are seemingly seated here with bodies. Therefore, in conclusion of that which has been shared with you this hour, remember, forgiveness, self-love, accepting the perfection of each moment in which you discover yourself, for because you have already asked for healing and awakening, the Holy Spirit always goes before you, setting straight your path. Remember, if you knew how to set your path straight, you would have been done a long time ago. So accept the fact that what is occurring is part of a pathway being set before you by an intelligence or wisdom that knows far better than your thinking mind how to find the way home. And the more you surrender to each moment's perfection, the more you discover that the eye of the needle is always before you, and it's actually the royal highway that carries you to peace. And so with that, if you would prepare the technology with the buttons and all that, we can continue. Jeshua, as we enter this very profound time of year, is there anything that you would recommend that we hold in our hearts? A request for winning lottery numbers would be nice. Beloved friends, you asked a question that must be filled with levity, so therefore I answered the question with levity. For listen well to the words as we enter this profound time of year. What makes it any more profound than any other time of the year? There's nothing special about your month of December. There are symbols written in the stars that indicate a process of consciousness that's going on in you all the time. Therefore, rather than ask what we should hold onto our hearts now as we enter this profound time of year, ask what you can hold in your mind to create the profundity in every moment of your experience, until there's no difference between any day of the year, so that every day is the Mass of Christ. Gotcha. Always, but it makes a lot of room for other people to ask their questions. A profound sacrifice you have made. Thank you. I love being your bullseye. So does that answer help with your question? Yes, it does, of course. Thank you. You see, the tendency of the mind that has become enamored with the thinking of the world will carry the egoic pattern of wanting to shift its frequency by making something more special than something else, even a time frame. And that attempt to create specialness is an attempt to create inequality. And inequality, as you obviously know, is the opposite of equality. If you seek unity, give up the need for specialness. Therefore, this Christmas season, ask not what you can do to bring a profound experience this time, but reflect on what you must be doing in your consciousness the rest of the year to not experience the profound mystery of life. That's a very good question. I wonder where it came from. The one of us? Yes, indeed. So the one of us on this side of the horse race window asked the question, and the one of us on the other side with the green visor. I never did like the crown of thorns. I changed it for a green visor. Simply raced about and plucked the answer out of the heart that we all share and has given it to ourselves. There are two forms of busyness. One is based in fear, the other is based in love. Which energy is fueling your busyness? For the one generates the extension of the kingdom, and the other denies it. I believe we have done well with that one. So any more questions? In regard to the land we call Shanti Cristo, there are many friends coming to this area to participate, and many of us have in our hearts the desire to live more closely to each other, in sharing our growth processes, our loving each other, our understanding of your teaching, and so on. There seem to be many unanswered questions and desires of people who want to come together more closely quickly, and I wondered if you would address this. Beloved friend, unanswered questions are always a form of doubt. Unanswered questions reflect the quality of mind birthed not in God but in the world. The attempt to hope that someone else will create the energies necessary in the third dimension to allow you, not necessarily you, but the general you, to get what it thinks it needs. Closer proximity to other bodies in space, yet being in denial of stepping into the role of what you might call leadership to bring that about. Therefore understand well, there are many that are being called, and some seem to have answered that call a little sooner than others. The call to Shanti Christo is the call to awaken first from every obstacle to the presence of power and love and light within their being, to no longer tolerate anything in your consciousness that creates the barrier to the manifestation of the vision that seems to be calling you, and the willingness to take complete responsibility for being the one that manifests it. For you see, that vibration is a very refined vibration. There is no room for gamemanship. There is no room for riding on the energies of others. There is no room for denying the power of Christ within yourself. This level of purity is absolutely necessary to bring forth in the field of time, patiently, with quality, the vibrational field into which even more can be called, who will experience what you call spontaneous healing of mind, emotion, and body. For if you would view that which is a communion of a coming together of souls in the third dimension, and some are relying on others to carry the frequency, you have inequality, you have conflict, you have dissonance. Dissonance weakens the field of energy, and the note that would come through the instrument does not carry the power you'd wish to behold. That, then, creates resentment in the minds of those who are wanting others to really take responsibility, and resentment simply creates infighting and death. Therefore, mark these words well. Shanti Christo is the responsibility of everyone who generally feels called to its manifestation, pure and simple. For it is a grand experiment to bring forth the unified field, which is the Christ mind. Does that make sense to you? Yes, it does. Therefore, where there is impatience or unanswered questions, help those with that type of energy to remember that they are already looking outside of themselves. They need to come back to right where they are in the moment and allow the process of purification of their own consciousness through forgiveness, through accepting that great power you hold to take care of anything you think looks like a problem around you, or a limitation or a lack, and to handle that first. That is, to seek the kingdom first, from which all things can be added. That was a rather good question, and again we must ponder its source. Jeshua, I'm reminded of our conversation about co-creating Christ a few months ago, and I wonder if you would extend that conversation somewhat tonight. Yes. Get on with it. Think I could make it any clearer? No. All you need is given right here, right now. All power under heaven and earth resides within the depth of your consciousness, which is that which literally is creating what you see around you and what you feel within yourself. Therefore, claim that power, own it, take it into your being, and never, never again allow yourself to deny that you are the one creation of God. And unto you nothing is impossible. Does that help clarify? Yes, you're wonderful. I am only yourself. So, James, you have a question? Yes, I have a question. I'm not sure. Okay, I'll ask. This one used to always want to take me aside and ask privately. Okay, I'm wanting to ask about this 12-12 stuff. So I've already listened to all these other questions, you see, and then I decide what's the point of asking any questions. The answer is already given. So what's the answer? So I'm still curious that there's nothing special. I understand yet, and yet the mind in me goes, there is this dimension that we operate on, and many other dimensions, and energy coming forth in waves. From where? From within us. And so then, what is this 12-12? Speak from the truth that is within the depth of your being. The desire for freedom to be made manifest upon this planet, that's coming forth, pouring forth from a lot of our hearts. From the one heart indeed, beloved brother, beloved friend, will have you spoken, for in truth, that which is being called 12-12 symbolizes an expression of the desire of the one mind to awaken from its dream. And have we not said that there are 4 keys to the kingdom? And is not the first desire. Therefore, you see, you did get it, right from the very core of the deepest truth. It is an expression of the desire of the mind of Christ to give up the dream of the dreamer. So you see, you knew after all. Beloved friend, there is only a small trace left of the deep pattern or tendency you've been dissolving through many lifetimes, the pattern and tendency not to trust yourself. And that, then, causes the mind to project unto others a better connection with God than your own. Always have I loved you, and always shall I. And the day comes quickly when you will look through the eyes of your heart upon me, and no longer see me as above you. You will see in me the shining radiance of your perfect equality with me, and then indeed the dance can begin. Yea, yet another timely question, so how are you all doing? These what you call gatherings of the family will now commence and will grow, and remember, with patience, without doubt, trusting and allowing the perfect unfoldment. And if you think it's not unfolding perfectly, don't look outside yourself. Go back to the question. Did I love myself today? How many times did I express forgiveness to the world? Am I, pardon the vernacular, cleaning up my own act? Because remember, this world is nothing more than a grand act. So with that, we can bring this time to a close. For what was needed to be shared has been shared, and the questions asked are the questions also. Not necessarily the same words, but the same essence. They are carried in many of your brothers and sisters, and therefore accept my blessing as my equal. Please take the cloak from my shoulder and the crown from my head, and adorn yourself, and then go and do likewise for your brother and your sister. Be you therefore at peace in this moment and always. Be you therefore the light that lights this world in simplicity and grace and a gentle smile. Be you therefore awakened in this moment to the truth of your own reality. Be you therefore of good courage, for I have overcome the world, and in that moment so did you. If it is completed in me, it must be completed in you, because there is only one of us here. Can you then accept that you already faced crucifixion? You don't have to repeat the process. Can you accept that the ascension is already done? Will you be, the embodiment of the truth that sets all things free? Can there be any other use of time? Blessings then be upon the one who shines brightly forever in the mind of God, who has created us we know not when or how, and that truth is inescapable. My love to each and every one of you, for in you I see the reflection of myself, and know the grandeur and radiance and beauty and love that my Father is, and I praise my Father without ceasing. Amen. So ends the blessing of forgiveness. Jeshua, the early years, mastering communication. Now we begin. You have asked in this hour for me to abide with you, to join with you yet again as your brother and as your friend, and perhaps as one still seen as one who has gone ahead a little bit. Yet I say unto you, always our minds are joined, always our hearts beat as one, always our very life is the life of the love extended from the mind of God, that is the extension of creation itself. And forever and always the Son is one. And yet within creation it can appear that I have gone ahead a little way, while you believe you yet linger, getting a final taste of shadows long since outgrown. And yet we are a conspiracy, that is, we breathe together to bring light to every shadow and every illusion. We breathe together to bring forth the perfect remembrance of God. And God is but love. And if we are to breathe together, if we are to embrace creation and allow through us a transformation of creation to occur so that all things are returned to the light of God's love, it becomes necessary to look at what creation is doing. Where am I in this moment? Do you abide in a world in which it is not necessary to speak words? Do you abide in a dimension in which it is not necessary to strive to communicate from one mind to another? Do you live in a world in which it is clear that there is no divisiveness between minds? Of course not. Therefore, if you would breathe with me, if you would desire truly to bring forth the love of God and to transform the shadows, the illusions, the obstacles to the presence of love, understand then that you are asked to assume responsibility for what you would choose to communicate and for how you would choose to do so. Communication is a simple term. It simply means to create that experience in which two minds come into union so that one idea, One vibration informs both minds and is valued equally by them. All you have had the experience of genuine communication, for when communication succeeds, the mind is transcended, the heart opens, and there is a joining at the level of the soul within the depth of the mind that far transcends anything which can be uttered by words or even symbolized by words. So the goal of communication is always the same: to link two minds together at such a depth of union that separation is transcended and the love of God remembered as the only reality. Communication, to establish communion. I have shared with you before that there are 4 keys to the kingdom: desire, intention, allowance, surrender. Therefore, what you desire in any moment is of utmost importance, for from your desire you will begin to move creation, move the energy of mind in a certain direction that will have a certain flavor, a certain vibration. If you desire to breathe with me, let your desire be singular of purpose. Father, how might I extend my treasure this day? And my treasure is the gift of union with you that you have given to me before the foundation of all worlds. And I long that my brothers and sisters awaken to the remembrance of that union that lives within their own hearts and their own minds. Let my life in this world, while it lasts, be given only to the extension of the good, the holy, and the beautiful. And if that is your desire, set it in stone, if you will, with your intention. An intention is simply a clear decision in the mind that the wholeness of your being will be committed to and dedicated to the fulfillment of your desire. In the realm of intention comes one simple question: how can I communicate in this moment the depth of my intended desire to bless the world with the love of God? You will always communicate what you most desire and intend to communicate. You are infallible at this in each moment, and you never blunder. Therefore, where communication seems to be unclear, you may rest assured that there has been an unclear intention and desire, perhaps even a denial of the desire to join in loving union with another, that is, to be the presence of Christ who blesses the world. This is why, if you would truly master communication, you must seek first the kingdom, that all these things might be added unto you. What does that mean? The path of awakening requires discipline. And well do I know that many of you think that discipline is a heavy burden. It is not. Separation is a heavy burden. To be disciplined simply means to be a disciple of. And of what? Of love. To recognize the love is the greatest good, that wisdom your greatest power, that union is your greatest truth, that you are as God created you to be. And why would you ever again want to waste a moment trying to be something you're not? So discipline means to turn away from the illusion, the temptation of giving up your Christedness and assuming the mantle of responsibility. I will be a disciple of truth, and I will rest on its altar even prior to every breath. I will cultivate within myself the skill necessary to turn every decision over to the Comforter, the Holy Spirit. I will discipline my mind. I will learn to be a master of the kingdom given unto me, which is simply your own mind, your own field of awareness. And I will dedicate the fields in my kingdom to that which can bring forth great fruit, and offer it to my Creator. What would your life be like if prior to every thought you remembered your primary desire, and thereby remembered your purpose for incarnation? What would your life be like if you were so fully disciplined within your own mind that only loving thoughts were spoken with your words? If you remembered your Creator so thoroughly that before any situation, before anything is uttered or done, you ask within quietly, Father, what would you have me do that love might be extended and offered? Communication then requires discipline, and discipline grows from committed intention and a clarification of your deepest desire. You will always experience exactly what you are desiring. Muddled communication? Look within. Is there a fear of genuine intimacy? Is there a reluctance towards forgiveness? Is there a blockage in the emotional body? Here is a simple prayer that you can utilize each of your days until it becomes second nature for you. When you rise in the morning, before you speak a single word or take a single action, go within the heart. Lay upon the altar of the heart all that you think you've learned up to this point. And remember, you need do nothing. Remember that you know nothing, and then ask, Father, this day I find myself in this world. What would you have me communicate this day with my actions, with my words, and with my very thoughts? Then rest in silence and see what presents itself to the screen of your awareness. Trust that prayer. Learn to use it often until it's second nature, so that any moment, at any time, that is the soil from which each moment is springing. Father, what would you have me communicate in this day or in this moment? You see, the essence of genuine communication is the remembrance that you belong to no one but God. The essence of communication will flow more effortlessly when you behold the other as belonging only to God, not to the ego, not to illusion, not to you, not to another. They too are God's, and therefore your Creator wishes only to communicate through you to His own. And nothing can have greater value than the communication of that which heals, that which enfolds and embraces, that which forgives, that which loves. For what you communicate one unto another, rest assured you immediately receive for yourself. And here's the nub of the issue. If you want God, if you want to breathe one breath with your Creator, become so selfish in the domain of your own mind that all you communicate are your loving thoughts, that all you do is bless the world. For in this way you are blessed. And as you give Christ, you remember Christ, until Christ never fades from your awareness, and then indeed you are free. Communication requires then in any given moment of relationship that someone assume responsibility for remembering that neither party knows anything. Now often we would see that in your relationship one would like to enter that state, but is quite sure that the other one doesn't want to, and so then needs to defend themselves and steps into ego consciousness, and off you go, spinning like your planet, getting nowhere. The purpose of communication is to teach only love. Therefore, wait on no one. Don't wait to see if your mate or friend wants to enter that place. Assume responsibility for doing it for yourself, so that you can offer it freely to another. Rest assured that if you resent the fact that they haven't entered into it with you, you didn't offer it freely. Become selfish enough that you will not settle for communicating anything less than that which your Creator would extend through you, so that by doing so, you receive it yourself. Communication is life. Communication is relationship. It has nothing to do with the juxtaposition of bodies in space and time, since that is not what you are. Communication is relationship. Relationship is the means of your salvation. Therefore, if I might paraphrase a phrase from your Bible, count it all joy when these around you persecute you or attack you. For remember that in the moment you are given the power to teach only love, to remember your desire to stay firm in your intention, and thereby receive the gifts of being the one who blesses this world. That rather makes sense, doesn't it? Oh, that's right. What is it that I want to communicate? What is it that I'm most desirous of learning more thoroughly? That only love is real. I want it from myself so deeply, so thoroughly, that nothing can enter into the field of awareness. I call myself, save the presence of God. Can you care enough about this that you couldn't care less what anyone else on the planet wants? You become so selfish that you see that each moment of time is an incredible opportunity to remember the truth by extending it. To remember that there's no such thing as time off. Since each thought creates an experience, a domain, a world that fills your awareness, what would you drink into your field of awareness? Pain and suffering, or joy and freedom? Peace in the presence of Christ? When I walked your planet as a man, I had need of learning exactly what I am seeking to communicate with you. And if there has been any power that has touched you in the few words that I've used so far, it is only because I have cultivated the clarity of my desire and made concrete my intention. And through the use of time as man and through the use of communication since I left your planet, with every mind that would open its heart to me, I have perfected the purity of one desire, to teach only love. The power of your communication, then, flows from the depth of your commitment and your discipline and the willingness to learn how to use the tools available to you, whether it be a pen and a piece of paper, whether it be a drawing or a painting, whether it be a hug or a handshake, whether it be a smile or a kiss upon the cheek. Can you use every gesture, every tool available in your world to teach only love, to discover what it means to lay your hand on the shoulder of a friend out of union with God, having asked first, Father, what would you have me communicate? How can this hand be a vessel or vehicle that extends the blessing of the Comforter? To learn how to speak in complete sentences, to learn how to take a thought and struggle with whatever you need to struggle with until you have crystallized it in the best words that you can find. Can you care enough about yourself to perfect and master the forms through which you can communicate while in this world? And can you ever come to an end to that? Of course not, since perfection is unlimited. Creation merely extends itself more and more and more and more, revealing the good, the holy, and the beautiful. And all of you know what it's like to sit down and listen to someone who's just learned to play a violin. And you know what it's like to listen to a master. Something in what the master has accomplished can touch your heart more deeply, more purely, like a sword that cuts to the core reveals its gift. Would you be willing to become committed to one whose communication is so pure, so crystal clear, that when you communicate love to another, they get it? They get it so profoundly the lifetime of suffering is resolved in an instant, that merely by looking in your eyes they remember God. For that is the commitment of anyone who birthed Christ in their own awareness. Oh yes, communication is very important, for what you communicate and how you choose to do so speaks to the world of what you most desire and what your deepest intention is for yourself. Therefore, in each word, in each gesture, in each activity you choose to participate in, you are speaking your message to the world. You are telling the world what your judgment of God is, pure and simple. Become, therefore, very, very selfish. Find your glory within yourself. Desire to communicate to this world the presence of God. Embrace the moments of time that you might use them constructively, that you might taste the perfect freedom of walking this plane as Christ incarnate, and never, never settle for less. Now, in the process of mastering communication, there is an extremely important and very serious element: innocent play. Innocent play. Well, I've decided to communicate Christ to the world. I have a feeling I have spent many lifetimes trying to do the opposite, but the past has passed away. Thank God for that. And today I choose anew. How do I communicate Christ in this moment? I'll ask the Comforter. I'll give up my own thinking and simply ask what would be the best way to communicate Christ in this moment. If you really want to have fun, tell the one in front of you, you know, I've decided to communicate Christ in this moment. Now just take a deep breath and give some time, because I'm learning by doing. Rest assured that if you would begin each communication in that way, you will immediately disarm the one in front of you, and you will ask them to offer you the space of innocence. It makes it easier for them and easier for you. Then communicate whatever you will, and then ask them, well, how did I do? Did you feel it? I really love you. That's my intention here. How did it come across? In other words, bring innocent playfulness to your communication. See yourself as a child who's on their way to a remembrance of mastery. Have fun on your planet. Drop the seriousness. Drop the veils, the personas, and the egos in which the world has taught you that you need to look you're already an expert. What do you have the commercial, never let them see you sweat? Why not let them see you sweat? Look, I'm just here trying to embody Christ. That's all I'm committed to. I love you. You're innocent. Now just take a breath. Give me a moment, and we'll see how I do. Then touch them and kiss them. Then if the words that need to come, speak the words. If it is a feeling that needs to be shared, share the feeling from the place of your perfect innocence and the fact that you are a student in the University of God consciousness. So much seriousness comes into the communications one with another, and seriousness is the opposite of the kingdom. Last of all, in this short communication, always begin by acknowledging your oneness, your union with the one to whom you would communicate. Whether person, whether plant, whether mineral. When you go to water a flower, begin by acknowledging your oneness. Therefore, see the sacredness of the moment and give it over to the Comforter, who alone can guide it into bearing much good fruit. And yes, I know very much in your world there are still a few minds on your planet that prefer conflict over peace, dissonance rather than resonance. Does it matter? If you wait for another mind to want what you want, you will never achieve what you want. Be, therefore, what you most desire. And you are Christ. You are the light that lights the world. You are the field of love that attracts others to release their illusions, to release their suffering, to let go of their seriousness, to let go of all attempts to defend their righteousness. You become the field that attracts the seeker of reality to itself, because you have accepted it first for yourself. Many of you that will hear these words know that I have said that a teacher of God has one responsibility: to accept the atonement for him or herself. If you are reluctant to master the forms of your communication, have you truthfully accepted that atonement? For the acceptance of the atonement pops the mind open, and you realize that your brother or sister is yourself, and you can only have what you give away. That is why communication is sacred. That is why it has always been taught: observe the thoughts in your mind and think before you speak. For each spoken word is as a pebble dropped in a pond. It creates a ripple and a vibration that returns to you immediately. Think only loving thoughts. Speak only with the wisdom of Christ. Celebrate and honor the one before you, asking only, "Father, what would you have me communicate?" And in this way, the pebbles that you drop in the pond of human consciousness become as diamonds shimmering in the light of God's love, radiating light in all direction, bringing joy and abundance and wealth to those that behold your presence. Become the love that you seek. Master communication, for the day will come when you no longer need the body or space or time as a teaching or learning device for you, and yet communication will continue unbroken according to the degree of your mastery. That mastery will carry you to where I am, to a place in which separation is impossible, to a place in which by simply turning your attention you are one with the soul of anyone who's present for you. In the twinkling of an eye you will travel through a multitude of dimensions, and everywhere you go you will be the presence of light, and you will touch the farthest reaches of creation, which, by the way, goes on and keeps expanding. And you will bless it with the love of God, and you will know such bliss and such unlimitedness that you will wonder why you ever resisted taking responsibility for communication. And you will thank God that you became so selfish as to want to truly teach only love. For now, we will let that be enough on communication. Rest assured that if you will meditate on each word chosen, slowly, deliberately, carefully, and innocently, the very vibration communicated in this short sharing will already do much to bring about a correction of vibration in the depth of your own mind. That your own communication almost magically, effortlessly, will begin to improve, will flow from a deeper depth, and therefore be far more satisfying in your own heart. A teacher of God is a master of communication. Communication is the bridge that brings you home to your brother or your sister. And in the perfection of communication, the kingdom is remembered and restored. So with that, blessings unto you, all those of you that will hear these words. Master your communication. Well do I know that whatever it is that I have accomplished, and even am still accomplishing, greater things than these can you bring forth. I am just a beginner in the mind of my Father. So, do you think that will be sufficient? Beloved sister, I think it's wonderful, thank you. What would you wish to communicate in this moment? I love you. Now take a moment and go into the mind and simply ask, Father, what would you have me communicate in this moment? And when you are ready, say it again. I love. Now the rest of you here, did you feel the difference? Yes. A greater depth, a greater expanse, a greater power, a greater joining. Did you feel it? Yes. Indeed, so just maybe that little prayer works. And did you notice how you changed it from you to I love? Yes, indeed. That is the truth of who you are. Thank you for providing an excellent example for those who will read these things. Jeshua, I'd like for you to address two sentences that I keep hearing in my mind as we go through this, directly out of your Course in Miracles. The first sentence is, never tell your brother that he is what you would not want to be. And the second one is, words are but symbols of symbols, and therefore twice removed from reality. Would you elaborate on those two? Certainly. Words are indeed symbols of symbols, since they represent an idea, And when a word is spoken, it again gives the message that this is the idea that you are valuing. Now that is why I asked you when we began, do you live in a world where words are not necessary? Since you abide here, it must be the Father's will that you be the one who finds ways to communicate love here. And the wise teacher speaks the language of the student. Therefore, words are necessary in this dimension as a way of pointing beyond themselves to the symbols they represent, and even beyond the ideas to the direct experience of the revelation of love's presence. Now, when you communicate to a brother or a sister in a way that indicates to them that you believe they are less than Christ, because of the power of thoughts and words, you have immediately placed yourself in a position less than Christ. So that sentence refers to the divine selfishness that we have spoken of in this hour. Do you want to be less than Christ? If not, then communicate in such a way that honors the truth of your brother or sister regardless of the degree of insanity they may temporarily be choosing. Honor that place first. We do not mean by that you overlook the behavior of insanity, but that you see through it and offer first the truth. Does that make sense for you? Yes. Does it help in regard to those two sentences that somebody must have stuck in there by accident? It's nice to know you have a sense of humor. Beloved friends, the further you go into God, the more you have to just laugh. So ends Mastering Communication. Jeshua, the early years. Decide to be Christ. Now we begin. And indeed, greeting unto you, beloved and holy children of God. Indeed, greetings unto you, beloved brothers and sisters. Indeed, greetings unto you, the embodiment of all that love is, the embodiment of all that wisdom is, the embodiment of all that simplicity is. Indeed, greeting unto you, holy child of God. For I come forth not from a dimension apart from you, but I come forth from that place with which we have shared together as one, since before the beginning of time. I come forth, then, to abide with you, because I love you. For I look upon you, and I look beyond your illusion of suffering and strife. I look beyond the temporary illusions that seem at times to cloud your perception still, and I see only the radiance of that which my Father has birthed and has sustained forever. For in you do I see the reflection of the truth that I am, and in seeing Christ in you, I know Christ in myself. And the only difference between you and me may yet be that there are a few moments when you make the decision to see yourself other than Christ, and therefore fail to see Christ in your brother and sister. And likewise, there may be a moment when you choose not to see Christ, who dwells within your brother or sister, thereby convincing yourself that Christ cannot dwell within you. For remember always that it takes one to know one. And if you see Christ in me, it can only be because you have acknowledged from a place within yourself that you are the one that you've been seeking. Only Christ can welcome Christ, as only love can welcome love, because you are that love. All power under heaven and earth is given unto you without measure consistently. There is not a moment that is taken from you, and from that power you choose to create what you have chosen to perceive. Therefore, the only journey is a journey without distance to a goal that is never changed. It is a journey from the decision to see yourself as separate from God to the decision to see yourself as one with God, and to become entirely vigilant for the kingdom. And the kingdom is simply the eternal union of God and his holy child, of Creator and created. Like a sunbeam to the sun are you, and nothing you have ever dreamed about yourself has changed for one moment the truth that is true always. Therefore, indeed, beloved friends, I never come to instruct you. For what could I possibly teach you that you do not already know? And in any moment, if in your dreams, in your prayers, your meditations, if temporarily through the domain of the mind of this my beloved brother, there are words uttered, caused, if you will, by an impulse of my love for you, that sound true to you, that touch your heart, that heal the mind, that awaken you, that restore your peace, rest assured, I have done nothing. For of myself I can do nothing, but the Father through me can do all things. For it is the Father in you that has activated your awareness, that truth has been heard. Therefore, when healing comes to your mind, it is because you have healed it. And you have chosen the context, perhaps, just as some of you in this very hour will choose this context in which to heal an ancient wound, in which to awaken ever more deeply into the truth that is true always. Some of you will insist that I have done something to you, but rest assured, I have no power over the holy child of God, you. I can love you, and I indeed do. I can join with you in the space between your thoughts, and I do, not because there is something amiss with you, but because I see in you everything that is good, everything that is holy, everything that is beautiful, everything worthy of Christ's love. That is what is true about you. Therefore I enter into your dreams and into your meditation and into your prayer. I enter into wherever you would create a space for me, because I love the child of God who radiates the truth of my Father's presence and reminds me of who I am. You, each of you, I see as my Savior, just as when I walked your planet as a man. I learned to look upon everyone as my Savior, to see them in the light of Christ beyond all illusion, and it was in seeing that light that I finally learned that it must be in me. This is why relationship is the means of your salvation. No one can awaken alone, for there is no truth behind the illusion of separation. There is only one mind dancing in a myriad of forms, dimensions, layers of consciousness, layers of potentiality. But behind it, all you are the shining one sent forth from the holy mind of God, at one with that mind always. And in truth, only that mind is real, for Christ is God's only creation. Therefore, beloved friends, in this hour I am going to ask you to do something that is actually quite important for all of us. If you would indeed honor the Son, the Christ that dwells in me, then choose from this moment to use the power of choice given unto you to decide to be Christ. If you would honor me, then in this hour truly decide to honor yourself, to look beyond the illusion that seems perhaps still to govern the mind, to become so arrogant that you take God at His word and simply begin to entertain the thought, I am that one. I have always been that one. I could never succeed in being other than that one. It is I who have come to bless this world with the love of Christ. It is I that find myself temporarily embodied upon a certain planet, in a certain solar system, in a certain dimension among infinite dimensions. Here I bless this world. Now in this moment love restores all things. For I am the Redeemer of the world. And as I bless the world, I bless myself. And as I love the world, I love myself. And as I see Christ in my brother or sister, I merely reinforce the reality that the one is who I am. This is how close the kingdom is at all time. This how close the kingdom is now. What is the width or the distance of a thought? And yet I say unto you, all that you behold from your perception, even the very body, the trees that bless this planet, the birds that sing at dawn, the wind that whispers gently across the flower bed, the fragrance of that flower, all things that can be perceived, exist nowhere save in the distance between the beginning and the ending of a thought. That is how powerful you are. Therefore, dare to think the thought of truth. I and my Father are one. Here and now I cannot change it. I can delay my recognition of it, for I am given infinite freedom to do so. And perhaps I have been doing a very good job, but nothing I have ever dared to believe about myself has ever been true, except the truth that is true always. I am that one. I am the one shining beyond all stars. I am the one through whom creation has flowed. I am the one who blesses creation with the love of Christ. There may yet be some of you who think that this is arrogant, but I say unto you, the only thing that is arrogant is that you insist that you are less than you are created to be, and then try to enlist others to believe it with you. You know that one. How much time and energy have you spent? And rest assured, time can waste as well as be wasted. How much time and energy have you spent trying to convince others of your unlovability? How much time and energy have you spent enlisting others to believe with you that you are unworthy, that you are weak, that you cannot find peace? How much time and energy have you spent manifesting worlds in which separation seemed to be a success? How much evidence have you amassed to prove it? And yet I say unto you, all of it is your creation. It exists nowhere except between the beginning and the ending of a choice, a thought. And yet the Father waits silently for his holy child to awaken from an ancient dream and choose again. The very same power that you have been using and investing in proving to yourself that you are yet separate from God is the very power that must come to be used to acknowledge the truth that is true always. And this is being vigilant for the kingdom. It is not necessary, then, to seek for love is the truth of your being. It is, however, quite necessary to seek out the ways in which you have invested time and energy into the birthing of perception and beliefs that seem to be other than the truth, and then to choose anew. All purification, then, is of the mind. And I speak here not of what some would call the lower mind that is engaged in the activities of the body. I speak of the depth of the mind, of what I often refer to as the heart, the sanctuary in Christ yet resides within you, unchanged, unchanging, unchangeable forever. Please waste not another moment, for you are worthy of peace. Please waste not another moment, but arise now in the holiness of your being by simply entertaining this one thought right now in your being. I and my Father are one. I am as I am created to be. I choose to accept the truth and to live it, not by my power, for I have none, but by the power that has birthed me in this moment. I am the Savior of the world. So how does that feel? Is that okay? For you see, here's the question you must come to answer for yourself. You must be able to answer this question. Is it okay for me to be God's holy child? The only reason you've birthed ideas of separation is that you've answered that question in the past by saying, well, not yet. It's okay for Jeshua ben Joseph and perhaps a few others. I'll select them out and give them permission to be awake. But if you would honor the Son that dwells in me, please honor the Son, the Christ light that dwells within you. Does it feel, what you say, that pretty darn good? Trust me, beloved friends, as you live in that decision, you will experience an unending expansion of the depth of that goodness, and you will discover that your Father's kingdom has no end, and is extended without end in you and through you. And just as you come to be the master of the domain of your body, mind, and your world, there will then come a day and a moment when you will play as the master of the universe, just as you are now beginning to play with the mastery over your mind that seems to be limited to one body. In my Father's house are many mansions, many dimensions, worlds without end, and you, because you are God's holy child, are free to open and receive all that has been prepared for you. And if you would well receive it, the whole of creation, its infinite glory, and its unending extension is given to you. That is God's delight, just as a child turns to a father and mother, and the father and mother feel such love for the child that they would give all things unto that one. Likewise does your Father prepare all things for you, and therefore love merely waits on your welcome. Father, I would receive the kingdom you have prepared for me, but since before the beginning of time, I have dreamt long and hard, and I have discovered that in separation and limitation there is something lacking. You and me and our perfect and holy union. Therefore now do I choose to open and receive all that you would give me gladly. Press it down upon me without measure. Let it rain like the showers from infinite, infinite heavenly skies, and I will never cease in my receiving. For I know that I am the one birthed from your holy mind, and I am the one whom you love above all. That is the truth, and frankly, though I have tried in a million ways, there's no better way to say it than that. That truth is true about me because, please listen carefully, because and only because it is true for you. If it were true for me and not true for you, then God could not be God, because something would have been created in inequality, and something given would also be withheld, and God withholds nothing. Therefore, that which God is pressed down upon you like a gently spring shower without ceasing, and with perfect equality, unto you and unto me, unto every saint and every sinner. And the shower that falls is the power to choose. That's all. That is what the kingdom is. The power to choose what you will be aware of. How you will use the power of mind to create the thoughts that you think and thereby create universe of experience. Now, here's a simple question that you can ask if you want to find out if this is true. Do you find yourself existing right now? Do you find yourself existing right now? What's the answer? Yes, yes. Well, you're using it. You're using the power of God's law that is showering down upon you to be aware of your literal existence as a sentient being. And you are just as free to decide what qualities you will experience right here and right now. So take a moment and make what you call eye contact. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Make eye contact with someone in a room, some perfect stranger existing in an infinitely far space away from you, locked into another body, painfully imprisoned just like you, and simply decide that you are Christ, and that you do nothing else in this moment but bless them. Transmit the love of God now. No need to tighten the jaw and furrow the brow. The kingdom is effortless. There, I believe some of you are feeling that shift in the room. What's doing it but you? Now, within your own mind, gently say as you continue that eye contact, I behold my beloved self, in whom I am well pleased. As I bless, I am blessed. As I love, I receive love. Therefore in my giving do I find that which I would receive. Therefore my giving will be without ceasing, that I might give all to receive all. Good. Was that pretty darn good? How did that feel? Was it difficult? Did you go through any gyrations in order to do it? The kingdom is the simplest of the simple. It requires literally no effort, for effort is of the world, not of the kingdom. Love is eternally present, waiting only on your decision to have vigilance over your kingdom, which is your power to choose. Nothing outside of you has caused anything at any time, for all that you experience flows from within you. And no one has the power to dictate your choice, for no one can usurp the free will of the Holy Son of God. There is a necessary step in anyone's spiritual journey, and that step has just been described for you. The journey to the kingdom truly begins when you completely decide to assume complete responsibility for exactly what you're experiencing in any moment, without fail, without justification, without explanation. For until you choose to claim such power, you cannot truly make the decision, except for momentary glimpses. You can't make the constant decision to be the embodiment of Christ. Why? Because you're constantly giving your power to an illusion outside of yourself. Does that make sense for you? So the whole of spirituality, after all is said and done, rests only in this. The kingdom is at hand. It is spread across the face of the earth, and mankind sees it not because he fails to look into his own consciousness, his own mind, and claim the power that is going on all the time, the power by which the mind creates and experiences its creation. So we have that settled. Good. Now remember that at any time that you notice yourself entertaining an insane idea, and what is an insane idea? Except the idea that something out there really is causing my experience. I'm not really the awakened Son of God. Those are insane ideas. When you have them, realize that you've just freely used the power of your sanity to simply entertain an insane idea, for no other reason to have the experience. That's all that's going on, that's it. And you are just as free to choose again. Guilt is a very clever illusion. With it you have decided that since you once held an insane idea, you've taken away from yourself your worthiness to think sanely. And now I must strive and work. I must prove myself worthy and hope that God in His grace will finally have mercy upon me, a poor wretched sinner, and take my burdens from me, and allow me to be healed. Oh, Father, don't you hear my prayers? Frankly, your Father is not even aware of your illusion. He's too busy loving you as you are and giving you the very power to choose illusion. So understand the great temptation of guilt and how worn it like a cloak in order to avoid being what you can't help but be. You're then trying to shake your hand off your wrist, and then you can use the same power to use that hand to bless creation. On or off, love or fear, there is no gray area. There is only the power of mind given unto you freely. There is only the opportunity to choose again and again and again and again and again, until the bliss of choosing for the kingdom finally outvalues every other possibility, and the mind becomes consistently anchored in the sunbeam that has come forth from the Son of God and streams forth only love. Rest assured that as you cultivate that in each present moment, the power of your own beingness will carry you far, far, far beyond the need for a body, the need for time, definitely far beyond the need for, shall we say, dramatic learning experiences. Is it then possible to truly awaken while yet in the world of illusion? Of course. Awakening can only occur now. And because love is real, because you are always, nothing in any moment has the power to obstruct you from being awake, except the power of your decision. That's all. That is the one thing that in this hour I wish to express to you. If you can get this, you've gotten it. Nothing holds power over you, and nothing creates your experience except the decision, the choice, that you have used within the power of the mind. That's all that's happening in all dimensions. It's what's happening in the dimension where I hang out, which, by the way, is not quite accurate, since I hang out in all dimensions, and so do you. The only difference is I'm perfectly aware of it, while some of you are trying to be perfectly unaware of it. Where I abide with a multitude of friends, it is quite true that there is no valuation of the body, therefore no need to manifest one. There is communion and communication. It is immediate. It is more like a frequency that passes unobstructed through a solid wall, and we are engaged in ongoing creativity without ceasing. For what can creation be? What can the very purpose of existence be, if it is not to extend or create the good, the holy, and the beautiful, as a way of celebrating divine union with all that God is? That is why I once implored you, remember only your loving thoughts, for only they are true. And each time you entertain what was once an insane choice, you're actually saying, I, by the power given unto me of my Father, choose to imprison myself in an illusion and to suffer the guilt that comes with it. Now let me do it really well. When you remember only your loving thoughts, you are thinking with God. That is the mind of God, because only love is real. The kingdom is immediate and at hand. Nothing can obstruct it. Nothing can limit it. Perception can be corrected so you see the real world right here, right where you are, where there are seemingly chairs and bodies and rooms and light bulbs and all the rest, and funny little wires that go to funny little keys so that the master can make beautiful music come out of them. Right here, the real world abides, and it is what is perceived when you choose to see only through the eyes of love. I chose a very dramatic way to learn my final lesson. I invite you to learn your final lesson with ease and gentleness. When I said, take up your cross and follow me, I did not invite you into a realm of suffering and strife and sacrifice. Rather, the cross that you crucified yourself upon so many times is merely the illusion of guilt, the insistence that you have actually succeeded in separating yourself from God. To take up your cross is like packing up your tent when it's time to go home. You don't trudge with it on your back, you throw it in the trunk. You get in your automobile and you step on the gas and you have a nice cup of water as you speed down the highway saying, it was a nice camping trip, but it's done. Therefore, take up your cross and follow me, please, 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 for the world is crying out to see again the embodiment of Christ. And just as once as a man I chose to take my Father at his word, to choose to embody Christ, that I might learn what Christ is, so too you are given the opportunity, in each moment, in each situation, to be the hands of Christ, to be the feet of Christ, to be the voice of Christ, to be the gentleness in the eyes, the laughter, the embrace, the tear. You are the one that your brother and sister can see, because they yet believe that only the body is real. and I can be walking, or shall we say gliding down the street next to them, shouting in their ear, "Beloved friend, I'm right here, I'm right here, I'm right here," and they can have 1,000 images in their mind. I just had a thought of Christ. I just had a thought of Christ, but that can't be real, because only bodies are real. I've been shouting till I'm blue in my non-physical phase, but you cannot be denied. You who have yet a little while in the experience of embodiment, you are the one who can stand before a brother or sister as the embodiment of the truth and teach only love. Nothing can be received until it is offered, and that is your only purpose. You are not responsible for the reception of love, but for its extension, and by extending it, you keep it for yourself. And it grows, and it grows, and it grows, and it grows, and it carries the very spark of divinity that you are. Beyond all worlds, beyond all dimensions, which are, by the way, infinite, so I hope you hear what I am saying to you. Your own love will carry you beyond what is infinite and is infinitely created. That makes you pretty darn good, huh? And I come not alone, for there is one that you have known who also comes with me, whenever I join to do this work through this my beloved brother, who comes with me wherever I go, in whatever creative work I seek to ease illusion from the minds of my brothers and sisters. That one that you have known as Saint Germain. I do not give him such honor, he is just my friend Germain. Rest assured we are what you call bosom buddies, though we have no bosom. Therefore nothing gets in the way, and he is here now. Well, after all, levity is good in the kingdom. It's made of lights, so how could it be serious? Indeed, this is just to let you know that the one is indeed my brother and friend. I met him once a long time ago while he was in the body and I was in the body, and I have spoken of that in another time and place, but rest assured, let us say for now that he was present at what you call my crucifixion, though you should be able to tell by now that the world failed to get rid of me. He was present, and he was not on what you would call the good side, until in a moment we made eye contact, and he used what context to awaken. And from that moment he went on to create several incarnations to learn mastery of many things, and is indeed my equal in all things. And from that moment, in an ancient land far, far away, and long in the past, we have been joined as loving brothers, and that bond will never be broken. The point of sharing that story with you is this: where love has been allowed to join two minds or souls, separation is no longer possible. For love has healed the illusion. Bodies come and go, but love joins you with the beloved. Because this is true, waste not a moment, those of you that long to join with your brothers and sisters. Love in each moment, and you have healed the gap and restored the perfect remembrance of what is true always. And you will transcend the great horror and suffering that the illusion of separation is. And you will know that when you have loved, wherever that being goes through infinite dimensions, you are with them, and they with you, and no gap exists. And after all, isn't it what you try to do with your bodies? Get so close there's no more gap, and you call it making love. Would you choose to close the gap between yourself and the whole of creation, so that in your consciousness constantly there's only the revelation of oneness? Take my word for it, it is worth it, for nothing can elevate the heart and the soul into such celebration as the experience of living oneness. And oneness comes when you close the gap by blessing the one in front of you with the love of Christ. They are stuck with you forever. Therefore, when I said, I am with you always, you get the picture. Some of you have occasionally wished that I wasn't. And some of you have argued with me and said, where did you go? Where did you go? Beloved friends, I have gone nowhere. It is you that went, into fear, into contraction, into drama. Perfectly okay, if that's what, shall we say, what do you call it? Lights your fire. But rest assured, I retract from no one who has ever once prepared a place for me, which simply means I love them and they receive me. Separation gone, unity restored, never to be broken again. If you could say that there may yet be something in me that I long for, it's not quite accurate. However, we'll use it. What I long for is for you to give yourself permission to experience yourself as I experience you, that's all. For then, O beloved friends, that what we can create together knows no boundary or limitation. What we can experience together in the fields of creativity, in the dimensions of creation, is pure, unbounded, unlimited, ongoing, deepening bliss. We can create together the good, the holy, and the beautiful forever and ever and ever and ever. That's the meaning of singing God's praise in heaven. If you will join with me by recognizing that you are Christ, or if you'll join with me by blessing me, by loving me, by being the one who looks upon Jeshua ben Joseph and said, beyond your dumb ideas of crucifixion, why you ever did that I don't know, but I know that you're Christ, and I love you anyway. When you make the decision to turn the tables and be the Savior who comes to heal your brother Jeshua ben Joseph, when you come to look upon me and realize you're Christ looking at a brother who longs to know Christ, oh, my friends, then we can join. When I am your beloved as you are mine, the sacred dance of unity will carry us far beyond all imagined worlds, and together we will create that which extends the good, the holy, and the beautiful, so brightly, so creatively, so magnificently, so simply that the hour and a day must certainly come when every mind and every dimension is perfectly awakened. You, then, are in charge of the atonement. And frankly, I think God has given the assignment to someone perfectly capable of it. You, all of you. How could it be? How could it be that you are here now if you do not already know the truth that sets all things free? What could have the power to make you to be in this room, hanging out with an old brother who has no body unless you already knew? How could you recognize that I am who I say I am unless you already awakened to the truth that is true always? I am that shining one. If you weren't awakened to it, rest assured you'd be somewhere else on this planet simply because nothing happens by accident. It could very well be on the same level of the soul. You've already been in communication with me and said, you know, I would like to hang out with you, and I'm going to use this context to choose to be awake. Why not? Try everything else. So, by the way, just as an aside, there is no one in this room that did not also know me in the incarnation that has become so famous. I'm not saying that you were an embodiment at that time. You have to figure that one out for yourself. But there is no one in this room who did not know me in that time frame in which I was embodied, went through some learning lesson, and got famous. Are you saying you're... Indeed, I'm also saying within the great stream, the dream of creation, everyone in this room, shall we say, at least had their attention turned to the events that were unfolding. Were quite aware what was going on, whether you were in body or not. A few of you were looking through the window, but all of you have known me before. Not just as the soul or the spark of divinity, but you've known me as I took on the embodiment and become the man known as Jeshua ben Joseph. So here we are again, family gathering. And all of you abide within what I'll describe here as a stream of energy that I like to call the lineage. A specific kind of strand, if you will, that carries a certain vibration, certain characteristic, certain beings that are within it, that have actually created it. That lineage goes back a long ways. It involves myself, it involves you, it involves, no, I won't do it, Germaine. It involves the one that was known as Mary. Many countless others all have awakened to the vibration of Christed consciousness within themselves and realize that there's nothing else to do but extend love to any mind that will receive it, thereby giving them the invitation to step into the remembrance that they are Christ. There's nothing beyond Christed consciousness. It already enfolds all things, and you are that. There, good. Beloved friends, turn gently then from the roar and din of the world that you believe you have made an error, and know that you have never been capable of error, but you, out of your divine greatness, have chosen to take on the sins of the world. That is, you've chosen to experience what it's like to perceive oneself in separation in order to understand dimensions of illusion, dimension of suffering, to unfold within your being all possibilities. Why? Because your compassion is infinite and unbounded. And you have not suffered because you failed. You've suffered because you've looked upon a teeny little planet floating in a certain dimension, in which separation was being played out, and your compassion brought you here. To learn of this world, to master this world, to take it in and know what it's like, so that when you look into the eyes of a brother or sister and say, I love you, they know that you know what you're talking about. No one can fool you, can they? When another says, I'm suffering, you can say, I know, I took it on once myself. I know that dimension, and I am arisen. And because the ascension has been completed in me, the same power is in you. It is only by taking on the sins of the world, perception or separation, that you become the vessel, the vehicle, that is large enough to embrace any suffering that comes along the pike. And at a soul level, when you look into the eyes of another and say, "Yes, I know that you're suffering, and I love you. I know that Christ lives in you." At the soul level, they know that you're not what you call talking out of your hat. They know that you know because you've been there, and that is why I did what I did. Anybody can hang out in 17 dimensions beyond this planet and talk about love, and those that have fallen into illusion say, "Well, yes, well, come down here and try it out." I came down here for the same reason you did, out of the infinite compassion of Christ, so that I could embrace all of my brothers and sisters and help them to uplift themselves back to the place from which they have never fallen. You're doing it right now, you, in the very life you're living. You, out of your Christedness, out of your compassion, have opened yourself and called forth all manners of experience so that you could wrap yourself around this dimension and enfold it into your love. That's all you're doing here, so give yourself some credit. Never again entertain the thought that you have failed. You are the one that looked with tears upon this dimension and said, "I'll go." I mean, after all, I'm not even willing to do that again. You are. You are that one. You are the embodiment of the Savior. You are the one sent forth from the mind of God. You are the one that has been willing to feel it all, to experience every dimension of suffering just so you could heal it, and thereby demonstrate that the truth is true always, and only love is real. So there, now you know what you've been doing. Give yourself some credit. For though through the eyes of the body it looks as though things may be hopeless, rest assured the heat has been turned up by all of you, and there is a point where the water has no longer a choice but to boil and turn to steam. The train is pulling into the station because you have been willing to wrap yourself around this world in your own beingness and heal it with love. You, just as you are, right where you are. Everyone in this room is actively fulfilling their function. So before you go to bed tonight, go to a friend and simply say, "What a good boy am I, or girl. I'm doing such a marvelous job, and now I'm going to go to sleep and just go off into my dreams and see who needs a touch of grace. I'm not going to go to sleep to try to dream and solve my problems. I don't have any. I'm going to go to sleep and deliberately choose by intention to let this body sleep and allow my spirit to find a heart that needs to be blessed." Do that, and you might find yourself having some interesting conversations over breakfast. So therefore, indeed, we have babbled at you long enough. The messages have been given. Has it been received? So we're going to do something we've never done before. Since you now know that you are Christ, and I'm just your brother, put it into practice and take a moment and think on the one you dare to call your friend, Jeshua ben Joseph, and in your mind and in your own being, simply say to me, "Jeshua, I bless you with the love of Christ that I am." Rather fun, isn't it? Don't you immediately feel lighter, more expanded? Isn't there a part of you that knows that's the truth? Therefore, when next you set up at the altar, whether individually the next time some of you will choose to gather as a group, make it a point to also bring a picture of yourself. And if you really want to have some fun, cover up my picture with yours, and start your morning meditation by honoring those pictures indeed. And if you can convince those that run the big stone buildings and big buildings around the planet that have this funny emaciated image of me hanging on a cross, would you please tell them to take that down? I find them to be rather embarrassing. So it was a learning experience that may not have been necessary. It was my choice. Don't need to make such a big deal of it. I suppose every Christ must have a flaw. So I long for the day when beings gather in those brick and stone buildings and sit there and say, "Why are we here? Well, since we can't remember, we might as well have a good dance." Then I'll know I have succeeded indeed. So how are you all doing? Has it been worth your time? It hasn't been worth mine. I don't have any. But rest assured, the opportunity to think up a creative way to join with you, to be received by you, to have an opportunity to love you by activating thought that vibrates vocal cords, that transmits something to you that allows our hearts to join, as they have countless times in countless other ways. Indeed, beloved friends, oh yes, it has been worth my while, for you are my treasure. You are my joy. You are my blessing and my beloved. You are the one who shows me my Father, and how I can do less than love you forever for what you give to me, and indeed, I am with you always. So there are a few of you that feel a question burning deep in your soul. This is what we're going to do. I'm not going to engage them right now. I want you, whether you believe it or not, to accept that you are Christ. Therefore, just before you lay your head on your pillow, begin by acknowledging, I and my Father are one. There are no barriers to the depth of wisdom within me. Therefore now, in this moment, I ask this question, and I receive the answer. So be it. See what comes. Then tomorrow we will set aside just a short time, and I would be most pleased to, shall we say, pop back into your presence, and we'll see if there's any real questions left that still require that the answer be given through something and someone that seems to be outside of yourself. Fair enough? Good. Therefore, love you one another, as the Father has first loved all of us. Look with graciousness and gentleness. Look with appreciation upon the mystery of the moment in which you find yourselves with one another. For it is the power of your love that brings you unto one another. Love you one another, and you are the light that lights this world and redeems it from all illusion. Be you therefore at peace this day. Be you therefore at peace eternally, precious, holy, and ancient friends. Amen. So ends Decide to be Christ. Jeshua, the early years. Death and earth changes. Now we begin. And indeed, greeting unto you, beloved and holy friends. I come forth to abide with you from a place that is not apart from where you are. I come forth to abide with you because I love you. I come forth to abide with you because you are already all that I am and all that I could possibly represent to the mind of mankind. I come forth as a promise kept that I am indeed with you always. I come forward because the time comes quickly. And I come forth to gather my friends to myself who have already chosen to join with me in this age, to bring forth that of the Christed consciousness from the depth of their own being, to walk this earth as the arisen Christ, to be that one through whom the love of God is extended unto the plants and to the animals, and every brother and sister that walks with you and yet carries the veil of fear, that walks the light, the temple of their heart. I come forth because I am asked to come forth of my Father. I am in charge of the atonement. That is, I am in charge of the process whereby this planet, this human consciousness, this third-dimensional realm, will begin to move toward a transition of vibrational frequency. Therefore I come forth to any mind that prepares a place for me by choosing to relinquish the burden of trying to be confronted to a thought system, to a way of life that does not work, a way of life and thought system that must be reversed completely, so that the heart leads and the mind follows. So vision is the guide, and the body is used only to bring forth into manifest form that seed of holy vision which the Father would place within you. I come forth because we are one. I come forth because we are friends. I come forth for the simple joy of abiding with you, the holy children of God. For from the beginning, which is before space and time, already where we were together as one mind, and in an ancient moment a useless dream was dreamt, a dream of forgetting, a dream of separation. But even in that moment already did your Creator, the one that I have called Abba, Father, set the bridge in place that would one day become activated in the depth of your soul, by which you would come from the world of your making into the truth of the kingdom, that the very words I once explained to the world would become your words, that would become your truth, your reality, your remembrance, that after all dreams have been dreamt and the soul chooses to cross the bridge, it rests and reclines in the simple truth that I and my Father are one, and we create together only the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Therefore, indeed, beloved friends, it is an honor and a joy to abide with you, to co-create with you, to walk with you on the way that you've chosen. For it is only through the innocence of a perfectly free will that the soul can return to the kingdom. Love does not need to strive. Love does not need to reach out and hold on to. Love does not need to persuade. It merely abides in its own nature, waiting for the seeker of reality to turn from the roar and din of the world in which peace cannot be found, in which fulfillment is forever lacking, and begins to hear the crystal clear but very quiet song of the Creator whispering eternally, "Beloved child, I love you. Come, remember me, and let us be as one." So with all of that by way of greeting, I give thanks unto you, each of you, for your willingness to hear the call and to answer it, to step upon the bridge and allow its light, its intelligence. For the bridge is but the Holy Spirit, the link back to the mind of God, to guide you in all things. And as you learn not to hear the thoughts born of the world, but to hear the whispers of spirit that arise from a quiet mind and a peaceful heart, and a decision to trust the voice for spirit, you cannot fail but to complete the journey. The end, therefore, is certain, and each of you, in your own way, and indeed all of you collectively, are witnessing and experiencing within yourself and in your relationship the manner in which the Father God is calling creation back to herself. Therefore, rejoice with one another, be glad with one another, celebrate one another, love you one another. For the end was written in the stars before the stars were birthed, and the time comes quickly. For long have I waited this age to be upon this plane, when enough momentum has been created in the consciousness of mankind, so that a wave of awakening can no longer be shut out, that a wave of awakening can no longer be resisted, that a wave of awakening will melt away all fear, and once again the kingdom of heaven will be spread across the face of this earth. But unlike the time when man recognized it not, mankind will know that the truth is true, always, and that what is real cannot be threatened, and only what is real exists. There indeed will come a moment when all dreams of fear are forgotten, when all strife and enmity between brothers and sisters is dissolved as but an echo of a thought so long ago that it's hardly even imaginable. The earth will radiate the light of truth yet again, as she too prepares to make her transition, her ascension, her vibrational change, and the waters of this planet will run clearly, and the skies will radiate with colors that have not yet been seen by human eyes. There will be a harmony between all species and mankind, and the way of the world will be forgotten, and the way of peace restored, and the earth will provide all that mankind could possibly need simply by the asking. And in that day and hour when all things have been set in place in the atonement, the correction has occurred. For a brief moment that state will be experienced, and then this whole plane of destiny will simply dissolve from view, not gone, but translated into an entirely new domain. There are many, indeed, we would say unto you that everyone living on your planet at this time is being pressed to make the decision. Are you going to stay and go for the ride, or are you going to have to move to a different neighborhood? Everyone is being confronted by that decision, from the oldest to the youngest, even the brand new newborn child. By the way, many of those that are being newborn have already made the decision, and that's why they're being birthed, to assist in setting the frequency. Many of the children being birthed in the world now are already light years ahead of where humanity has been stuck for a while, and they bring a new frequency of consciousness. They bring a new sense of unlimitedness, and they will not settle for the limited fear-based ideas that have created the world into which you were birthed. Each and every one has a role to play, a part that has been assigned. It has been with you since the moment your soul was birthed, and the hour and day comes when each must turn within and finally allow that part to flower and be played through them. And in whatever way that you come to it, you will understand the words that I have spoke, seemingly so long ago, when I was confronted with the finality of my drama, the finality of my teaching, what some would be the crucifixion. I've never desired to emphasize that part of it. That was just a stepping stone to the resurrection. And those words are simply this: nevertheless, not my will, not the will of the separate, fearful ego, but thine be done, the will of the one mind that is but love. And when love guides the way, miracles sprout before you, and not one obstacle is left in front of you. It dissolves before you reach it. So here you are, in a little building in what you call Santa Fe, gathering with brothers and sisters that have been known across space and time, because you've all answered that same call and are beginning to be called into the resonance that accelerates the growth of all of you. Just as many are being called together through different lineages, through different teachers, orchestrated, if you will, to gather together in their own ways, to learn the lessons they yet need to learn, to discover their way of service to the planet, to humanity, to the cosmos, to the heart of Christ and to the Creator. An ancient dream begins now to end. The circle is nearly completed, and the pendulum returns all things to the pristine and innocent truth that all things are but the extension of the radiance of God's presence. And fear can have no place in a mind that is awakened to the reality of God. And what you are doing here, even in this evening, is a part of that very process. I've said many times that I come to call my friends to myself. Imagine that all of you have been given a script very, very long ago, and part of that script said that the day would rise when you would reconnect with an old friend, the one the world has called Jesus, and that through the connection a vibration would be created that would accelerate the fulfillment of your own part, your own unique role to play, the stepping into the fullness of your Christed nature. Just as once, as a man, I decided to take my Father's word at face value and stepped into my own Christed nature. And while many beings sit before their televisions in this town of yours tonight, and many more sit in what you call the rooms for unconsciousness, putting the liquid in the body, the bars, while many seek a lover to keep them warm through the night never lasts forever. You have chosen to come here, because you have heard an invitation for this one evening, and you have accepted. Therefore celebrate and rejoice, for the day is at hand, and there is no greater joy than the recommunion of ancient friends who, deep within themselves, know that the time is now. The dance has begun, the music has started, and the whole of creation will come to this party. So we want, then, in this evening to speak specifically to certain questions that have been generated, for they hold a purpose in helping to extend and to clarify a simple message about this time frame, about certain changes, about certain things that are now occurring within your governments, upon your planet, as this Armageddon boils to its crescendo in which all souls are being asked. Well, are you going to join the dance, or are you going to have to leave the neighborhood? This is not a judgment. It is an offering being made to the soul of everyone. Use time constructively. You can heal your heart. You can practice forgiveness. You can awaken as Christ. You're going to have to, because the planet is doing the same thing. And if you don't come with her, you won't be able to handle her light and her frequency. And you'll need to move to a different neighborhood. That's all. No judgment, no fear. No being struck dead by God, only a simple offering. You can awaken now, or you can awaken somewhere else later. There have been far too many laters. So we believe, then, that you have questions. Well, Jeshua, it's not terribly fair for you to answer the questions before I pose them. It's just a simple mistake that we occasionally make. There seems to be a polarization going on now between people who are answering the call and people who would remain in fear, and those things look like wars and fights and racial tensions. Is this part of the process? No, it's because of what has been placed in the water. I'm glad you haven't lost your sense of humor. Indeed, too much of what you call your fast food. Beloved friends, you must have heard it said that when you hear of wars and rumors of wars, no, the time is not quite yet, but boy, is it getting close. Indeed, as we spoke a moment ago, and please understand this, there is no such thing as punishment. There is no condemnation or judgment in the mind of God, who is above and seeks to give his holy child all good things, and would lead the child from dreams of strife and suffering and fear to dreams of freedom, peace, empowerment, and Christedness. There is a vibration beginning to build in the depth of this dimension. This density you call your third dimension, third-dimensional reality, although we would say there's no reality here yet, but it's coming. This vibration is like a pebble dropped in a pond that is beginning to send ripples. It's been going on for some time. It's beginning to pick up pace, beginning to vibrate a little more, like water beginning to boil. You sense that it's happening, although you don't even see the bubbles rising yet. You know something's changing in the energy of the water, and as it occurs, it is literally rippling through every soul. Why? Because separation does not exist, and if God holds the thought, okay, time to nudge a child. I've let them dream long enough. Let's see if they can hear my voice over their dreams. That ripple must go through every created soul, and as it does so, it is stirring up all the old fears, all the old patterns, all the old habits, and the soul is being asked, are you ready to purify? Which simply means to make different choices. It doesn't require lying on a bed of nails. Simply the recognition that something's coming up that no longer feels as comfortable as it once did. Are you willing to let go and allow a small period of disorientation until reality settles in, and what you thought could have never been becomes your norm, and you walk the world awake? There are many who are having their fears escalate, and why? Because they are committed to fear. They believe in fear. It is what makes them safe. I know that sounds odd, but it is very true. As long as I can look out upon my neighbor and see you as that bad person, then I know who needs to be attacked. And all we have left to do is to figure out how to attack you before you attack me. Very simple. And if I win, I get all the marbles. But in attack, no one wins. For when the attacker attacks, the attacker is attacked by the weight of the negativity of their own fear. So yes, what you are seeing on the planet is a polarization that is occurring because every soul is being confronted by the decision to heal and to forgive, or to hold on to the idols of their woundedness and to judge. Once I said, with what judgment that you put out, rest assured you will be judged in the same way. Why? Because you create your experience. So again, there will be many who will not be able to live on this planet. That is why there is also a creation of many odd and new diseases upon your plane. It is why there are some very bizarre things being done by certain governments on your planet as the fear builds, in an attempt to remain in control of something that they don't even understand. And yet none of it can affect the pure in heart. The meek who will inherit the earth, those who choose to heal the gap in their own being between themselves and the mind of God, for they will be led in each moment, and nothing will befall them. A few lessons on the way, yes, but only by way of purification, only by way of a deeper wisdom, a deeper understanding. Where you extend to your Father a smidgen of willingness, the end is certain, and you are safe to trust what you feel in the depth of your heart, which is the temple of the soul where Father and child rest together, God and Christ. Does that help you in regard to that question? Yes, thank you. But everything you said tonight can be taken either physically or metaphorically. Is this a physical change that will occur on the planet? Or is this a metaphorical change and the planet itself remains unscathed? Beloved friend, I am very glad that you have posed your question in just that way. Now we both know that to put anything into language in the form of a question, you are forced to deal with the language structure you have. Your language structure lives in duality. Things are either on or off, white or black, they're metaphor or they're physical. But I say unto you, the whole of this physical dimension is a metaphor. It is a symbol of a vibration of thought. Does that make it less real? Not at all. For how can the holy child of God create unreality? Therefore this dream will be played out and involve the whole of the created domain. And yet it's still just a metaphor, part of a dream. For this house you sit in, the town in which it resides, the planet upon which this town resides, all exist in a space no wider than the tip of a pin. And yet, where you abide, all of creation is contained with you, and you are vast beyond the reach of all solar systems. And when you get a feel for that, you will indeed marvel. Yes, it will occur, and it is appropriate and inaccurate for anyone to assume that this change is merely pictures or symbols, that it really only occurs in something called the mind that's somewhere tucked inside a body and has nothing at all to do with the planet, with the stars, with the comets, with the photon belt. 'Tis all one thing, mind creating. Therefore, for mind to awaken, all of mind awakens and changes. Yes, it will involve the planet itself. I believe that should help make it clear. Then the role of Shanti Krishna must also be clear in this process. Is it a beacon? Actually, beloved friend, we have merely beguiled you, and that which is called Shanti Christo is a distractive mechanism being created by the devil. Beloved friend, yes, Shanti Christo is an expression of a vibration of thought, like a pebble dropped in a pond that is created to manifest specific vibrational patterns or ripples. It will be utilized by us to attract many minds and many beings who can step through the portal into awakened consciousness. There are many portals being created. And why do there need to be many portals? Because there are many levels of consciousness and there are many forms of experience that you've all created everywhere on the planet. I am not everyone's teacher, even though I am in charge of the atonement. So imagine that I'm merely sitting behind a small little desk out in the meadow. I pick up what you call your cordless telephone. In this case, it's even a non-physical phone. And I will call another teacher, another being, and say, you know, this one over here had a very good connection with you back in Egypt 4,000 years ago. Why don't you pop down here and have a little chat with him? So there is an orchestration going on. There may seem to be many forms of the universal curriculum, many teachers, many methodologies, and yet all of them are but portals through which the soul chooses to walk, to step from fear to love, from insanity to sanity, from dreams to reality. Shanti Christo, then, is one such portal through which I specifically can activate the call and create a gathering place, if you will, a gathering frequency through which I can call those to myself who, because of past resonance, past experiences, have come to love me and have come to trust me as one who can carry them over the bridge. Yes, Shanti Christo has a role to play, and rest assured there is a safety mechanism built into this vibration. This vibration cannot be manipulated or used for personal gain. It cannot be misdirected, for the mind that may be attracted to it and then sort of bounces off and goes to the left or right is one that merely realizes that this vibration requires, what is your phrase, the getting real. This is the vibration in a portal that helps souls step into the next vibration. You can't sneak anything past the ego detector. Does that help in regard to that question? Yes. Are there any other questions in the group about earth changes? Yes, are we going to experience a period of 3 days of darkness during this change upon the earth? We would suggest here that it is very probable that this will occur, and yet it will be a little longer than 3 days. This will eventuate, if it is necessary for the change of vibration, to require what would be called the changing of the axis of the planet. This will create a bit of a shake-up, as one would imagine, and there will be created a blacking out, and the sun's rays will not touch the earth. The sun itself is going nowhere. Yes, but listen well to what I say, for there are many prophecies coming out, and there will be many more times when we move closer and closer. Many are getting the pictures that are the effect of the generation in their own minds of how they need to understand the ripples that are coming to them. We speak of probabilities because it is never certain what must eventuate for a change of vibration to occur, and you can liken this to your own lives. Sometimes you need to be hit with a broom handle to get your attention, and other times a quiet whisper seems to be enough. We would suggest that because there is no separation, the more that the souls choose to awaken and to heal, the less the need for shocking circumstance to get their attention. The more mankind awakens, the easier the transition of the earth. Does that make sense for you? Yes. Is there truly any difference between entities that describe themselves as Germain, Jeshua, Michael, and who would bring their message through an individual? Is there really any difference among the messengers? The answer is a resounding yes. And why? When you speak of difference, what you are alluding to is that there is an entity that is its own unique sphere of consciousness arising out of the one mind. God is aware of God because of God's creation. You are God's creation. Therefore, the Father knows himself because you exist to be aware of him. Individuation, like the ripple arising out of the ocean, does not change the substance. It's still all made of one thing, and yet there is individuation, uniqueness, just as there are several souls associated with the bodies that have gathered in this room, and you all have your own unique cosmic social security number. Will it be bankrupt when we get there? No, it is always, shall we say, overflowing, and you don't even have to pay into it. So understand, then, that when we speak of one mind, we are not saying that individuality does not exist. We're merely saying that each being, each created being, has within them the power to operate from the one mind that I have called Christed consciousness. It can go by many names, and yet individuation is eternal. There will never be a time, a moment, or a non-moment when all of you simply dissolve into some amorphous blob of awareness. In other words, the more you settle into God, the more the desire there is to individuate, so that you can have relationships in which to celebrate the good, the holy, and the beautiful, to dance eternally at play in the Father's kingdom. Does that help in that regard? Most definitely. Now, by the way, I would highly suggest that I would never listen to the Germain fellow, and Michael, sometimes a little, well, just kidding, of course, and Mary shops at Kmart. I've never been able to keep that one under control. Rest assured, we delight with one another, we play with one another, we see the Creator, we see the presence of God as each of us, and we respect our individuation just as you respect yours. To see the oneness in diversity, to experience communion between two wholes, that is the great promise of the kingdom. To be in a holy relationship in which two Christ as individuated beings, yet emerging from and operating from the same mind, the same values, the same love, the same compassion, the same wisdom, the same unlimited power to create the good, the holy, and the beautiful. Now that is a dance worth attending. Therefore, seek not the death of the self, but seek the arisen self. That should help. Would you care to summarize this evening? It has been worthwhile, beloved friend, as you well know, since the thought was dropped in the mind that this short gathering of this evening was designed to bring forth some specific corrections that will be flowing out to many minds, many more minds than you've ever been aware of. For those first ones who receive it will be struck. A little chord is struck. Oh yes, that's right. Thank you for the nudge. I have to get on with it. I was beginning to fall into the hope that I could just dissolve away and not have to birth Christ. And then they will give that to many others. There is much being taught in your world that is not correct. Anything based on fear is incorrect. Anything based on the end of creation, even in positive terms, is incorrect. For the Father extends himself eternally. How then can there be an end to creation? There is only ever-expanding fullness, fullness expanding into fullness, and into fullness, and into fullness, and into fullness. Higher and higher, and wider, brighter and brighter, and even more blissful, and ever more wise and loving. And you all know exactly what that means, for every consciousness reciprocates or plays out the very journey of creation. You all know that you've made creations that were a little difficult. They were a little crude, and so you sought new ways, didn't you? And you kept birthing better and better creations. Guess what? That's it. That's the power of God, which is the soul seeking to create the good, the holy, and the beautiful. And there reaches a point, of course, where you realize that you have to give up being identified with the egoic consciousness so that the Spirit can truly use us all to create in a Christed realm. Like leaving the things of childhood behind and taking up your rightful place of powerful, mature adult. To be an adult in the kingdom is to be Christ. Therefore, indeed, beloved friends, allow the good, the holy, and the beautiful to pour forth through your soul. For you are the ones sent in this age, with all power under heaven and earth, to reveal to your brother and sister the truth of a happy dream, the truth of perfect freedom, the end of fear, and the remembrance of love. Be you therefore with one another often, and remember always that you are the light of this world. Why not get on with it, and with that, peace unto you always, from the heart of one who loves you, and has reached across space and time to touch you and to whisper to you. Beloved friend, come, take my hand. We are the bridge already. Just step lightly. Come with me. I know the way. From that one who is me, and speaking on behalf of the many who gather with me each and every time this specific work is done, I love you and we love you. It is not possible for you to journey alone. And what you are asked to do in the depth of your vision and in your heart, rest assured, it would not be asked of you if you're not also given the power and the support to bring it about. Never think you need to be the maker or the doer. You need only be each of us a servant of the mind of the Creator, who is but love and whom we serve with perfect freedom, joy, and fulfillment. Peace then be unto you always. Amen. Jeshua, don't run off. Where could I go? Thank you. Take two. I'd like to discuss with you, pursuant to the book that we're working on, The Way Through Death. You brought to our attention this past December that there were many individuals who died in the explosion in Oklahoma City who were at that time unaware of their death situation. They were somehow hung up in the moment of time of the explosion, unable to extricate themselves from the collapsed building. We've all heard stories of ghosts still inhabiting the locations of their death. Why is this so? If what Emmanuel says that death is like taking off a tight shoe, is this true? Death is like taking off a tight shoe, but it does not necessarily bring enlightenment and freedom. The tight shoe is the density of the physical form. Yet where a mind is not yet prepared, and where the mind carries attachment to what the mind had learned to value, other bodies in space and time, the energy of that soul cannot ascend to the Father, to use an old biblical term. There can be no ascension to the Father unless the soul has gotten over a very important hump, the hump of at least having faith that there is something beyond this world. Does that make sense for you? So in a very real way, a weight has been lifted. There is no cold, there is no heat, there is no need for fuel for the body. Experience continue. The interesting thing is that without the physical density of the body, there is no experience of time as you know it. Therefore, a soul can remain stuck in a building that is collapsing for what you would perceive as thousands of years, if that mind remains attached to the belief that it is only the third-dimensional physicality, and that the only thing of value are other things of third-dimensional physicality. Just as many times you'd walk down a street and not even notice that a friend has passed you by because you're so fixed on what you're doing, the soul of death can be so fixated on its perceptual values that it doesn't even notice angelic choirs singing in the air. Come, beloved friend, ascend. Doesn't even notice it until there's communication, till somehow there is discovered a way to create or bring its attention to value something else, to realize that something has profoundly changed, and that its belief system had been limited. Does that help you in regard to that question? So, from what you are saying, there is no set sequence that occurs at the moment called death. So a lot of people report on going through the tunnel and you're there, and, well, that is the tunnel experience being spoken of in your culture as a near-death experience is a very, very basic first stage of the dying process. Primarily, it entails the withdrawal of energy from the brain core to the stem of the body or toward the spine of the body. It creates the perception of the tunnel, in which there is a withdrawal from the sense of the body into this, what appears to be a tunnel. And it is a portal and a doorway. And yes, I appear to many, and others appear as well, but the belief system is still functioning. That is only one of the first stages of the actual death process. As it continues, and as the brain core literally dies, which simply means that life force is withdrawn and not returned to it, so it is dropped like old baggage, then the soul, the consciousness, experiences a vibrational leap, what you might call a quantum leap in vibrational states, into more and more subtle states of its own being. But there is a period in which there is a playing out of the residual effects of all its perceptions and belief. It is called in one stage, the life story is played back, the fast. Thoughts of fears or Satan or beliefs in the Savior become the energy which attracts that experience to the individual. So in a general sense, there is something that occurs energetically, but what occurs within that energy is entirely unique to each individual. And what will matter is this: if time has been used constructively, that is, if you utilize time to let go of limiting beliefs and begin to foster first faith, and then direct experience in tapping into other dimensions, into remembering the mind of God, if you practice forgiveness and healing, then at death fear has no place to grip the mind. Yes, the tunnel begins to happen because the energy has been withdrawn from the cellular structure of the body, from the brain itself towards the brain stem, what I call the stem or the interior of the spine. And since the mind has been cultivating devotion to God, the willingness to heal, the ability to let go without fear, then as these things come up and move toward very, very quickly, they have no effect whatsoever, and the mind proceeds toward light, greater and greater dimensions of light. And it is possible for the soul, then, to remain in these dimensions without any need of incarnating again. It is always something left unhealed, a fear, a self-judgment, a resentment, an old anger, that creates a heaviness that draws the soul, using its infinite power to recreate third-dimensional physicality yet again. To try to get it right, it is always much wiser to use the incarnation you have to get it right. Don't think about the old ones. Don't think about the ones that might come. Realize that right where you are, everything is perfect for your awakening. You can awaken now by choosing to teach only love, and that must include yourself. To love the self is ultimately the final portal, for only when you truly love yourself can you serve another. Only when you love yourself so much you're no longer willing to tolerate anything but the presence of Christ in you. When you believe that you are so valuable that you should be treated like a priceless jewel, then indeed Christ will arise. For the Holy Son of God, who is but Christ, will not come up and take his abode in a home unworthy of him. And what is that home? It's not the body, it's the mind. Therefore, love yourself. When once I said, love your neighbors yourself, I thought it was obvious that it meant that you had to love yourself before you could ever experience loving your neighbor. Therefore, to learn the way of love, practice with diligence forgiveness, release expectations from anyone or anything, create your vertical alignment in the mind of God, and seek not from the world what it does not possess, the eternal and perfect peace that birthed you and you are seeking to recover. Be you therefore whole and perfect means just that. Wake up. Get it right where you are on the planet. Let the mind heal. Choose to be the presence of love. Trust God above all things, and walk this world as the meek who will inherit it. Be you therefore the presence of love. And when the time comes, as it must, for the temporary density structure called the body to dissolve and to be given back to the earth from which it came, fear will have no place in you. And as the tunnel begins to appear, and you know, this happens to every mind, by the way, there is a moment when you know something is occurring, that's going to occur, and you're not going to be able to interpret it anymore. You're not going to be able to avoid the portal. When you literally feel the energy withdraw from the cells of the body and move toward the stem, or what you call the spinal column, you will welcome it like a joyous ride, and you will turn your attention immediately upward. That is a metaphorical term, but upward to the higher teachings of the mind of God, rather than the teaching of a fearful world. And you will let these things go like toys that have been outgrown, and then the soul can ascend into its full remembrance. And in my Father's house are many mansions, which means that there are an infinite number of dimensions in which you can come to make a new home, based on the quality of vibration that you have brought yourself to in your understanding and in your consciousness, which is nothing more than your love. But the only thing you can ever truly regret is that perhaps you resisted giving that love away, even up to the moment of death. And therefore love freely, love abundantly, and love without ceasing. And above all, love the self that has been birthed in the mind of God, for no other reason than to live in the conscience of God. So I'll be the gnat shouting at the universe. Is God self-aware, or is it simply a benign metaphysical force? Benign metaphysical force. Don't pick at it, just answer it. There is nothing more benign than love. There is nothing more metaphysical, which means beyond and permeating the physical, than God. There is nothing more forceful, if you mean by that the infinite power that cannot be denied, than God. So if that is what you mean, I would say yes to the use of those terms. Is God self-aware? Are you aware? Got it. It won't be the last time. That for me begs the next question. Is there a force outside of God? Just you. I well do understand the direction of your question. There can be nothing outside of God, and what is unreal does not and cannot exist. Yet you have the power within the infinite freedom of God to believe a perception that there is a force outside of or other than God, just as you have believed that you are separate from God. 'Tis an optical delusion of consciousness. It is a dream of a child sleeping in a meadow, in whom no change has truly occurred. That which is called Satan cannot exist or have any power, save in that mind that allows it. And who gives that power to it? For did I not ask you to speak unto me? Could the devil withstand your love? And did it not bring that one to silence? In other words, love heals, because love is real. And when you step from fear into love, where did the boogeyman go? Well, I'm through with my questions if you have a summary. Could I ask a question? Yes. Getting back to Shanti Cristo, could you give us an idea when this will materialize? Beloved friend, it already has, and in your third-dimensional plane of time, you are witnessing the process whereby the materialization occurs. In reality, it is already finished, because God does not think thoughts that arise incomplete. You are merely tuning into what has already occurred. I know that's a bit of a leap, but it's okay. Let yourself take it. You're merely choosing to allow yourself to participate in what you've already done. For hear this, in reality, the dream and the process of awakening never occurred. For what has no effect has never happened. The dream, the awakening of the dream, is already done. You might say you are watching the film at 11. Can you imagine a newscaster saying, all of creation has awakened today and returned to the holy mind of God, film at 11. And what you are experiencing is the watching of the film, like being within a hologram, yes, and when are the specific parts going to manifest it and love you? When would you like them to manifest? Tomorrow. Very well, simply awaken tomorrow and know it is finished. Let no doubt arise in your mind, and simply allow the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, to reveal to you what has been finished. Imagine what you call a supervisor at a construction site, building a beautiful building, and you come by and you go, "How did this happen?" And he puts his arm around you and says, "Come, first I'll show you the foundation. I'll show you the blueprint plans." And yet the whole time you're in the building and your mind begins to tap into that day, they first brought the concrete to make the foundation, then the steel girders, and the process whereby the very building in which you live was created. The buildings on that land are already there. You just don't see them yet, but they're settling in, and you will see them. And when you see them, you will know, just like hundreds of other beings will know. I've seen those before. Not in another place in time, because they've already experienced the completion. Does that make sense? Yes. Indeed, and what can stand against the will of God? That is why those things that are called to add to and create this vibration must always rest in certainty, in knowingness. It is finished. What a delightful way to spend the last afternoon of the dream of separation. Something to think about it. Thanks, my friend. Indeed. So may I be allowed to leave this time. Where could you go? Exactly. I merely recede and just call this communication process, and by agreement always, I merely nod to my brother who no more exists within the body that you exist within yours. You're just animating a temporary communication tool. I merely nod to him and I say, "We're done now." And usually he goes, "Oh, so soon. Thank you." And he returns his attention to the body as I release my attention from it. That's all. Kind of like two friends. The one night one of them sleeps in a certain bed in his house, and the next night it's the other person's turn. We just slide in and out of the bag of dust. Sometimes you never quite know who's there. It's a chance to sleep around, right? Indeed. 'Tis good to choose loving cosmic bedfellows. Indeed, therefore, and again, as always, I leave, yet I leave not you, for I am closer to you than your own breath, and never farther from you than the width of a thought. Think well, then, and remember the truth that is true always. Amen. So ends Death and Earth Changes. Jeshua, the early years. The divine feminine. Now we may begin. And indeed it is with great joy and also with honor that I come forth in this hour to share with you, to abide with you, to remind you of all that is true within you. I come forth to abide with you on this very special occasion, to speak of the heart of that which is called the Goddess, to speak of the heart of that which is called Christ, to speak of the heart of that which is called Divine Mother, to speak of the heart of that which is called Abba, Father. I come forth, then, in this auspicious hour, as you abide together in a place that speaks of the heart through the gentleness of the waves, through the vibration that is felt on the breath of the wind, through the sweetness that pervades the air and many beautiful flowers. I come forth to abide with you, as you have chosen to come together as seemingly a small group of women upon a tiny speck of dust hurtling itself through space, seemingly so separated from all life. And yet I say unto you, you have not come together by accident. You have come together because you have well recognized that there is a place within each and every one of you, a certain quality of vibration, a certain aspect of the soul itself that you share in common. Well does it transcend the physicality of the body that you would know as woman, and yet it is a vibration that is shared through all those who are currently choosing to incarnate, which simply means to bring into expression form. To incarnate in the very particular and specific vibration of the feminine body. And to embody the feminine body is indeed to participate in a certain strand or vibration of consciousness that has its own unique feature. Again, we speak here not of the body itself, for the body is merely the effect of the choice that the soul has made to embody a certain frequency of the soul. That frequency can be awakened, what you might call tapped into. It can be tapped into by those choosing the frequency or the strand of consciousness that brings forth the male body. But it is much more easily accessed, it is much more constant for those who have chosen in this incarnation to manifest as women. Why then is this important? For there is a dawning of a new age in which a certain frequency begins to be again primary, as it once was upon the earth plane itself. We're not speaking here of right or wrong, good or bad. We're not here to evoke your beliefs that you have been the victim of some trauma that is causing imbalance on the planet at all. For the world you see is the world of dream. You then have chosen to participate within that dream, and you have chosen to come forth within your own particular culture, your own particular time frame, in the form of woman, to present yourself with the unique challenge of overcoming an ancient perception which currently pervades human consciousness. And that perception is merely that it is the masculine strand that holds the highest value, that must be placed in a role of primacy for decision-making, for running governments and business, even for running what is called the household. And have you not come forth to discover that the power of the Divine Mother, the power of Abba, the power of the Christ, the power of the Goddess, these are just various names for the same thing, is indeed present in its fullness within the strand held deeply within the soul that expresses itself right down to the cells of the body in the image of woman. Beloved friends, I have spoken before and I will speak again, that for Christ to truly be birthed into the world woman, the collectivity of woman, will need to step forth and declare their commitment to again birthing forth the Divine Mother, the Christ, to embody that frequency, and not standing back in the shadows, but stepping forward with boldness and with power to reclaim what appears to be lost, to manifest and demonstrate that which is indeed present in all beings, whether they be of male or female form. The time is at hand. The thought that I have just shared with you has already been sent out upon the cosmic airwaves, so to speak, to all who are currently embodied in feminine form. It is indeed time to begin to create a more noticeable expression of the joining together of womanhood that expresses, and that is devoted to and holds sacred the frequency of the Divine Mother, the frequency of compassion, the frequencies of service that truly impacts the planet through the extension of love, through the capacity to feel deeply, through the willingness to trust the wisdom of the heart, to trust the wisdom of feeling over the supremacy of mere logic or rationality. Therefore, beloved friends, look around at the seemingly small group gathered in a location that represents a reflection of a time when mankind, when humankind, lived in harmony with all the earth, the water and the clouds and the creatures thereof, and did not sense any separation between self and other, between dolphin and woman, between cloud and man, when there is recognition that play and that laughter and that the growing of flowers, the giving of gifts, the singing of songs and the making of music, held supremacy over the organization of armies, the creation of corporations through which the consciousness that has forgotten the feminine seeks to find dominion over the world and of the earth. Look then around your seemingly small circle, for each of you has chosen as an infinite soul to choose this time frame, to choose this incarnation, to make a decision, to take on the embodiment of the feminine form, and yet not to succumb to the vibrational pattern of what you call the patriarchy. Nothing negative here about it, and you'll need to let that go through forgiveness, but simply to recognize that a neutral pair of energies has been in balance for a while, and that a certain segment of the dream has played itself out, and that is all, no reason to make a judgment. Is it not time, then, for each and every one of you to truly take ownership of your womanhood by taking ownership of your divinity? Is it not time to bring forth your power by creating a matrix through which woman can be attracted to join with you in increasing numbers? All of them dedicated to, shall we say, no longer succumbing, no longer walking next to the patriarchal consciousness, whether it shows up in a male body or female body, but rather to begin to find ways to creatively express what you know to be true. Life is sacred. War has never brought peace. There is no need for dominion over the earth, but there is every need to live in harmony with the earth, as though the human body and the blade of grass are one thing, and each needs to be wholly respected. Is it not time to recognize that every child upon your planet cries out to be embraced by the Divine Mother, not the patriarchal mindset that would teach fear and the need for dominion? Is it not time, beloved friends, to arise and truly incarnate creativity, beautifully, playfully, powerful, that which Divine Mother is? Now in truth, the Divine Mother and the Christed consciousness are one and the same, for only where wholeness has been decided for within the depth of your own heart and mind can you truly realize who Christ is and what the Divine Mother represents. It is time, beloved friends, for women to begin to express awakened consciousness by assuming the position of authority upon the planet. Could that be done? Oh yes, rest assured that if 50 million of your women went to your capital and simply sat down and said, "I'm sorry, we will no longer allow any legislation that supports the instruments of war," you would quickly be joined by another 50 million. Many of them would be male in form who would say, "Yes, it's about time." The point we are seeking to make here in this transition that must come upon the plane of the earth, it is through the form of womanhood that such a change will need to be made. And why? Simply because the patriarchy, which has been in the ascendancy for so long, is identified as being one and the same as the male form. Therefore, even the male who has awakened the female and made the two within himself as one is still viewed by the world as an expression of the patriarchy, and the feminine consciousness of the Christed mind is not necessarily noticed or listened to. Rest assured, then, if one of you would arise and truly begin to serve as a channel for me, it would get much more press, much more attention than the many channels who are in male form who perform this service for me. Therefore, look not outside yourself for the power or the means to heal the things of time and space, to heal the things of your world. Look well into the mirror and ask yourself only this: am I willing, as a divine spirit, to accept what I have set in motion, and to no longer succumb to the perception that there is an energy outside of femininity that must still be placed on the seat of primacy? Is it not time for womanhood to claim what they know to be true? There's never been anything real but love. Nothing holds a higher value than compassion and nurturance for all life. And to begin to speak loudly, to live powerfully, and to make an impact, to begin to ask other women to join with you. Is it not time to stop jabbering over the back fence and rather to take time in your hands and to impact the world by being in perfect attunement to the Divine Mother which you have chosen to incarnate, and to be a physical representative thereof? Indeed, beloved friends, while yes, you have chosen to come and gather in this most beautiful location of yours to play together, to dance together, to cry together, to laugh together, to swim together with the creatures who know you and love you, rest assured you're also called by a thought that has been sent out as a thread of light to all of womanhood. that it is time to arise, to no longer believe that you can only arise if a patriarchy allows you to arise, that it is no longer necessary to wait to see if someone gives you permission to gather and become powerful. It is indeed time for womanhood to step to the forefront of the rebirthing of the new age. Rest assured, by doing so, there will be many in the male form who will very quickly also begin to complete the process of reintegrating the feminine into their own consciousness. There are many what you would call men on your planet who are still waiting for mom to take charge. And what does that mean? Not their earthly mother, their divine mother, whom they know their physical mother to be a symbol of. Therefore, I come forth in this short message to ask you to take time together, to look at the obstacles, the fear, the pervasive places in your consciousness where yet you believe that a patriarchal consciousness is still your authority and is still the authority of the world. Look not to see who sits on the seats of your government. Remember, the power is not out there unless you give it away. What then can you do in your communities to be the ones who arise and cause womanhood to yourself? How can you begin to form those groups that can begin to make impacts in your own communities in ways that have never been before? With language filled with power that will no longer tolerate a starving child upon the streets, that will no longer tolerate what you call the weapons of destruction in the hands of a teenager, that will no longer tolerate excuses for the waste of money on the things of war that could be used to nurture and awaken a child. Is it not time to assume responsibility for your own decision to incarnate as woman, the embodiment of the Divine Mother? Will you then stretch your hearts open wide and find ways that you can nurture and embrace creation, even as the Divine Mother embraces you? Beloved friends, though once I came in the form of a man, understand well that I did so simply because in that time frame, without the proper, what you call, plumbing of the body, I would never have been listened to. In my simple gospel that there is only love and only love is real, that you are one with God, would never have been heard or remembered. And the time Jeshua in some feminine form would not have survived the 33 years of my life. And in fact, though I would have performed many miracles even in feminine form, I would hardly have come to have been known outside my little village. That's just the truth of the time frame. And yet the message I brought is the message of the Divine Mother. It is the message, only love holds any value. Only life is sacred, not power, not control, and certainly not fear. Therefore, I come to ask you if you are now willing to begin to look more deeply, to playfully see what you can create together, what you can create in your communities to bring forth the gentleness of the Christed consciousness through feminine form, so the world, who still believes that bodies are real, can look upon you and remember, that's the way it is supposed to be upon this gentle and beautiful earth. Are you willing to give up the value you have placed upon patriarchal consciousness? Are you willing to be brazen enough to invite your sisters to join you in the highest vision possible throughout the domains of creation? Are you willing to do in your time frame what I was willing to do in mine? To look into your consciousness and not allow any part of it to be shaped by ideas that pervade the air of the patriarchal culture in which you live. Indeed, the time is at hand, and the cry has gone out. Think not, then, it is by accident that you gather in a little house on one little corner of a small island, for that island represents the very fire and power of a strong feminine consciousness. Tap into that power. Drink it into yourself. Create a ritual in which you open the frequencies of the soul to the goddess of the island that has birthed the very island upon which you sit. Awaken that passion and that fire within your own beingness, and fear it not. And then decide. Look well within your heart and see if what I have told you is true. There is a part of you that remembers as the soul why you have taken birth in feminine form. There is a part of you that knows that the time is at hand. Look well, then, and see for yourself if this truth is not etched in the depth of your heart and of your mind and your soul, and verily of the body itself. The body is but a communication device. Will you then declare the truth that is true always, and be there for the embodiment of the Divine Mother for whom all things have come forth? And above all, rejoice with one another. play with one another, love you one another, even as the mother has first loved you, as she has loved all of us. And with that, beloved friends, though the message be short, rest assured, you could say there is much within the parameters of the beginning and the end. Know then that I dance with you. Know well that I swim with you. Know that I will be with you in your celebration of this short time together. For wherever hearts have chosen to come together to remember the truth, to celebrate the truth, the embodiment of the truth, and to release all things unlike the truth, where any such gather in my name, I am with you. And my name is not Jeshua, as yours is not your surname. My name is Love, and so is yours. Be you therefore at peace, beloved and holy sisters of the heart of Christ, the beloved of the Divine Mother. Be you therefore at peace, and play well. Do what you call the pulling out of all the stops, and know that you are never alone, and all powers under heaven and earth is with you now. Go then in peace, and thank you for allowing one who once came in male form to participate in your circle. It is indeed an honor. Amen. So ends the Divine Feminine. Jeshua, the early years. Grace as reality. Now we begin. And greeting unto you, beloved and holy children of light divine. In truth, it is with great joy that I come forth to abide with you in this hour, even as you have chosen to come forth and abide with me. Know then that always I come forth with great joy, and I come forth from that place that is of light and of truth and of joy, a place of unconditional love beyond all boundary, beyond all limitations. I come forth from the place that is already prepared for all of us, given lovingly by the one who has sent us forth, and that one I have called Abba, or Father, and that one alone knows you and holds you, embraces you, and feels thankfulness for you, because indeed you are the creation of God. You are the offspring of light divine, and if you are that offspring, and I assure you that you are, the reality of the essence of who you are is but love. For if you are made in the image of our Father, who is but love, then surely you too are that light, and are the truth, and are the presence. And you are therefore the Word made flesh that has come upon to dwell upon mankind, not to judge mankind, but to look lovingly upon all illusion, and by taking the hand of your brother and sister, to gently lead them from darkness to light. Not because you know where light is, but because you have become willing to allow life to be lived through you, with every word and every breath, with every action, so that life becomes translated from a struggle to survive, from an attempt to work out your salvation, of what some would call your karma, I believe the word is, and to begin to embrace that life is given unto you freely and completely and wholly. And if it were not given in this way, in this moment, you would cease to exist. Therefore, if you find yourself listening and hearing words spoken now, rest assured, it is because life is given to you, not earned, but given. Given with perfect freedom from a love beyond comprehension, a love that knows no boundaries, a love that was there before time began, and will be there with you long after time has ceased to be. Here and now, as we gather in this moment, the same opportunity is given unto us that is given unto the creation of God, His children, His Son, in each and every moment. In each and every moment of experience, the same opportunity is given to you as was given to me then, when I once walked upon this earth, and is continually given unto me. What is this opportunity? Is it not to set aside the perceptions born of the illusions of this world, born of fear and doubt and guilt and judgment, and to embrace with great simplicity the only truth and only reality that has ever been? And what is real cannot be threatened, and what is unreal does not exist. And that which alone is real is a love that God is. And the love that brings you forth is a great ray of light that would shine in what's called the darkness, which is only a temporary forgetting of truth. Therefore understand well that while we gather in this one little building, this one little town, on this one little speck of earth, which is but a small spinning sphere in a grand universe, and this grand universe is but one of many upon many upon many in a multitude of dimensions. Here we have an opportunity to choose to set aside all judgment and to hear only the voice of love that unites us as one, as brother and brother, as brother and sister, as sister and sister, and as the only begotten child of God. This is the opportunity that I came then to extend unto mankind. It is the opportunity that I ceaselessly extend to every mind that would but turn from the roar and din of the world for just one holy instant, to seek the place of quiet and calm inside in which there is laid upon that altar of the heart your judgments, your fears, your ideas of what the world is and what it is for, to surrender all things and to throw open the shutters of the heart to once again become vulnerable and open and to merely ask of me, I have prepared a place, come and enter therein. And indeed I will do so, not as a Savior above you, but always and only as your brother and as your friend. I am your friend, because a friend in ancient times was not a word, you see, taken lightly. A friend was one who was committed to seeing past any illusions, any doubts, any fears, not to not see them, but to see through them and beyond them to the great ray of light that shines forth from the mind of Christ, that dwells within you as your only reality, and to abide with you and to hold you in that light until you have the strength to hold yourself in it as well. Therefore, when I say I come as your brother and your friend, rest assured, I come to celebrate the reality of your beauty, your joy, your truth, your radiance, your wisdom. I come forth to join with you, never to be apart from you, and never certainly be above you. And those of you who have felt some kinship with me, some devotion to me, rest assured that I am worthy of it only to the degree that I am devoted to you. I am devoted to you always and eternally. I love you because I know who you are. I know that within you the great ray of light shines eternally and has never been dimmed by the experience of the world. I love you because in you do I know that what I am, and when I look upon you and see naught but the face of Christ, I realize that Christ is the essence of my own being. I came into this world as a light unto the world. Does this make me different than you? Some of you in your religions have been taught that I came forth from the mind of God to save you, and that I was the only begotten Son of God, and I guess that makes you his adoptees if you choose him. Nothing could be further from the truth. I came forth from the mind of God exactly as you came forth, and the life that I lived then in all essential details is the same as yours, for in the field of space and time, given a body that knew hunger, that had to deal with cold and all the rest of it, I experienced everything that you have ever experienced, just as each of you have experienced everything that the one sitting next to you has experienced. You all know the same fears, you all know the same doubts, you all know the same vision, the same dreams. All of you know that somewhere within you there is a grand being who rests in perfect innocence. I come forth to celebrate the truth and to demonstrate it to the world that had seemed to have forgotten it, to demonstrate that life is eternal and that death is unreal, to demonstrate that in all situations, all power is given unto the Holy Son of God to choose the voice for love over judgment of fear, that there is a place within all of us, a place of purity and innocence, a place that remains perfectly guiltless. For God creates only in his image, and what he creates reflects the purity of his eternal love forever. I came forth to extend my hand and to say, Come to where I am. Join with me in becoming the demonstration that there is another way of looking at everything. Join with me in the demonstration that love heals all things. Join with me in being willing to be in the field of space and time, and yet to hold vigilance over the mind that you not allow it to become absorbed by the energies, the frequencies, the thought patterns, the perceptions that make up this world. To instead, through vigilance, to learn the power of choice can never be taken from you, and that no matter the circumstance, you hold the light in you that you choose the voice for love, to choose peace instead of turmoil, safety instead of fear and insecurity and doubt, that within you lies a wisdom so deep that it already outshines all the worlds and looks far beyond this mere body. and that there is indeed within you the light that knows that you are not come to suffer the world. You've come to be joyous, to express the joyousness that love is, to look into the eyes of your brother and sister and to see that they are your Savior. They are the ones who have brought you the opportunity to look past the thoughts of the world and to see the face of Christ. And the great thing is, of course, that it takes one to know one. And many of you in your journeys through space and time. And tonight we won't resort to talk of what you would know by the term of reincarnation. It's really not essential to the process of waking up, but all of you, even in this life, know the feeling of feeling separate from God. All of you know the feeling of searching. Perhaps if I go just to the other workshop over there, and then when a group of friends come and say it was the most incredible experience, you feel lost, you go, my God, I should have gone. When's the next time? Is that really much unlike friends who come and say to you, have you been to the new pizza diner down the road yet? It was so incredible. Oh my God, I have to go and have that pizza. All of you know the energy of seeking and doubting that you have the power to find. But always and forever, the truth remains this. The kingdom of heaven is within you. Will you then dissect the body to find it? Of course not. For if you would well receive it, the body you seem to carry does not house you. You house the body. It arises from within you and within the choices you have made in your access to the infinite mind that Christ is. You have chosen, therefore, the body, this time frame. You have chosen it. It has not been forced upon you by any means. The kingdom of heaven is indeed within you. It lies as a jewel placed gently on the altar of the heart, with a capital, the heart whose first beat came from the breath that God breathed into you, long before there ever was such a thing as a body. The kingdom lies within the you that you have constructed out of your experiences and out of all the beliefs and ideas that you have garnered in your journey through time and space. Within all perception, within all constructs that the mind holds, the kingdom is found. Silence is the threshold to this divine truth. How then to come to silence? Some of you know well what it means to master the flow of the breath, to chant little words in your mind. Some of you know what it means to take substance called drugs to try to make yourself silent, or perhaps enough food and television might do that. The soul yearns for silence, because the soul knows that silence is a doorway, the threshold, that merges you with the kingdom of heaven. Silence is the threshold in which the voice, the guidance of the Holy Spirit comes, perhaps as a voice, loud and clear, perhaps as an intuitive nudge, perhaps as a quiet knowingness, and you all know that place. But how to come to silence? In the end, there is no technique that accomplishes it, that would make silence conditional. Does that make sense to you? If it takes a technique to become silent, it means that without the technique, silence is impossible, and therefore silence is conditional, and what is conditional has no part in the kingdom. Silence waits, just as love does, on your welcome. It is a silence that is not artificial. It does not simply mean that the heart slows down and the breath slows down, and you don't move a muscle. It doesn't mean just turning off the television or putting the book away. Silence, the silence that speaks of the divine and whispers it gently to the part of you that has always remained divine. That silence requires only your willingness to lay upon the altar of your heart every perception you have ever held about anyone, about the world, every perception and belief that you cling so rigidly unto, thinking that it's going to keep you safe, that it's going to show you how to get through this life. Silence comes when the mind is truly willing to relinquish its attachment to the world that it has made, the world of its experience, the world of its thoughts. Silence comes, then, always as the result of a simple choice, and the more often that choice is made, the simpler it becomes. And in the end, silence becomes what you could call pervasive in the mind, so that although you walk and talk seemingly in this world, there is a core within of perfect silence, of perfect light. And though you speak and hear others speak to you, though you get up in the morning and make the breakfast so you can feed the body, though you do all things, there is a place of perfect peace, and it comes as a result of being willing, over and over again, to relinquish your beliefs and your perceptions about the world, to look upon the body and say, I don't know what this is. I don't know what it is for. I certainly know how to misuse it, but I don't know what it is. I look about and I see this world with buildings and what you call your automobiles. I must admit, they're a little better than walking on foot and riding on donkeys. But do you really know what these things are, and where they come from, and what purpose they can serve? You know well what the world would ask them to serve, but what purpose can all these things have been manifested? What can they serve? I say unto you that these very questions are not unlike the questions that I too as a man had need of coming unto, to look upon my brothers and sisters, to look upon the great teachers and the friends that I was blessed with, upon even the parents that I was blessed with, to look upon the tumult of the time frame in which I walked upon this earth, to journey into the desert, to get away from all the noise, even the noise of my own thoughts, and to ask my Father, what's it for? How would you have me use it? What purpose would you extend unto me? And I was taught that the body itself has been created in error. It is, in a sense, it has been created to house the ego, to create and to give forth the symbol, and therefore the belief that separation exists. Because everyone knows it. If you look upon another one as a body, you know there's a distance between you. Well, that is evident through the body's eyes. But there is another eye, another way of seeing that looks well beyond the body and sees that all minds are eternally joined, and that you've never looked upon a thing called a stranger. Know you that world? Eliminate it from your vocabulary, because it is a lie. You have never looked upon a stranger, for you see reflected only yourself. As you see your brother or sister, you will see yourself, and as you know them, you will know yourself. To look upon another with judgment means that you have judged yourself and created separation from God. To look upon another with forgiveness, with softness, with gentleness, and with love means that you are willing to look upon the truth in yourself. The body, then, becomes translated into this and this alone. The body becomes translated to the choice of relinquishing your own perception of the world into only this, a means for communicating love, and that is all. Now, that's a little different than what the world would teach you. Your world would teach you that the body is something that you can gather to yourself, joy, pleasure, fulfillment, you name it. I want to share with you that night that if you take but one thought with you and make it your own, carry this thought. The body can bring you nothing. The body cannot bring you what you seek because it is not found there. It cannot bring you intimacy. It cannot bring you union. It cannot bring you joy with a capital J. It will bring what the body calls pleasure, perhaps. The pleasure arises in time, and what starts in time ends in time. And you all know what that feels like. The ice cream is delicious until you realize the container is empty. The body can bring nothing to you, but thank God, through grace, the body can become the means through which you can learn to extend what you possess eternally, love. So that each gesture, each touch, each smile is a very conscious and deliberate choice to be the one who allows light to shine forth and to enlighten the world, to allow your brother and sister to become your Savior and your salvation, to begin the practice of realizing that every opportunity you see is given to you so that the Holy Spirit can ask you, well, what choice are you going to make this time? Love or fear, peace or judgment, extension or contraction, giving or the insane attempt to take. The body is either the symbol of separation and pain, or it becomes a temple of the living Spirit, and that is all that little phrase once meant. It's where the body becomes solely the means for communicating love and nothing else. It becomes a servant of the awakened heart and the enlightened mind. Now I know it's probably true that no one in this room has ever misused the body. Would you be willing to lay even the body down upon the altar of the heart, to surrender it back to the source of your creation, and to hold the thought, you know, I really never have known what this thing is or what it's for. I pamper it, I feed it, I do what I think is going to get me some pleasure through it. I clothe it in the winter, and I unclothe it in the hot heat of the summer. But I never know how to truly use it, how to bring peace to the cells of the body, how to allow an integration of the body, the emotions, the mind. Perhaps there's another way of looking at the body itself. And there is. The body will reflect for you always a choice you are making between love and fear, between joining and separating, between forgiveness and judgment. Know you that experience where you walk into a room of perfect strangers and something somewhere in the room just doesn't feel very good? It's like you're picking up a little vibration, you turn around and there's someone standing on the other side of the room. You've never laid your physical eyes on them, but somehow you know that you just as soon avoid them. Have you had that kind of experience, feeling the energy of someone and feeling repelled by it somewhat? They haven't said a word, they haven't even looked at you, but there is a knowingness. Remember, you've never looked upon a stranger. And have you not also had the experience of being around someone who seems to radiate light so much, no matter what's going on, just to think about them seems to enlighten your spirit, to bring you a sense of joy, and when you lay your physical eyes on them, somehow the weight of your daily life is suspended and you feel joy. Have you had that experience? To the degree that one's mind has become corrected so that the body is not used to household judgments and fears and angers, and it is not used to look upon other bodies as having something that this body can gain, but as correction comes to the mind and the mind becomes enlightened, so too must the body follow. The cells of the body begin to vibrate in a different way. Emotional and even physical toxicity is released. The body becomes clear and clear and clear. It becomes a vehicle that radiates light to various degrees, and that is what you're feeling. What you're feeling through the body of that one is really the reflection of what has occurred in the mind. And the body of one who, shall we say, is what you might call a master, is simply the body that has become so perfected that it becomes as light, because there is no trace in the mind left of judgment or fear or doubt. There is only the unconditional love that God is. And what I want to share with you is, as you look down at your thighs and your feet and your hands, that bag of dust that you have identified with as being you is not you. It comes to you from the dust of the ground. It is given to you by your Holy Mother, this precious earth. And its one purpose and function, its only purpose and function, has been to be the vehicle through which Christ extends light and love. That's all. It has never been designed to bring pleasure or joy to the mind who thinks it is separate from God. So you see, that is why I said, if you just take one thought home with you tonight and make it your very own, you'll find that it will present a pathway for you of much learning and much revelation. If you hold the thought as you wake up in the morning and you raise your hands and look at them, go, these are only for giving love and extending light. And as you walk with your feet upon the earth, each step you take, you simply hold the thought, I step so that I can carry this body in its journey in which light and love are extended. That is all. What you will find is that a myriad of things will begin to crop up in your awareness, and you'll see how the mind has been utilizing the body, at least at times, in error. And as those conflicts come up, your awareness brings light to the conflict and correction comes. To give you an example, you might be feeling just a bit depressed or down or lonely or whatever, and so you call your best friend and say, let's go to Pizza Diner down the road. And of course, what you really wanted to do is to escape the feeling of conflict that's going on in you. And so you call your friend and they say, well, really, I was kind of busy, right? Oh, no, please come, please come. What you're really saying is, look, I need you to come and fill my hole, okay? So you call your friend and they go, out of guilt, they say, well, okay, I'll come. I'm not really hungry. I just got done eating. But what the heck? What's another pizza? Because you see, you've also learned in this world that you always have to accommodate. It's not okay just to say no and stand in your own truth. So you get together and you go to the pizza diner and you're feeling better because now you've been able to kind of cover up that inner feeling. And after 3 or 4 slices of pizza, you're becoming numb to that whole thing anyway. And you raise a bunch of conversation with a friend. And then you remember, wait a minute. When I got up this morning, I held the thought that this body is only for the extension of light and love. And if you're quite clear and honest and innocent with yourself, without judgment, you look and you see the whole pattern of thought that brought you to the diner. Sitting across from your friend, ostensibly wanting to be with you when you know darn well that there was a conflict, something going on in you, an energy that you didn't want to feel, didn't want to deal with, and you needed it to be masked. And you looked upon your friend and you realize, I've just abused them. And you look in their eye and you say, you know, I need your forgiveness. I didn't come here to be with you. I asked you to come here to save me from something that's going on in me. I was just feeling really restless and out of touch and alone. Help me. Now 2 things have just happened. You've allowed correction to come back to your mind. You've brought honesty with what's really going on, and that's good, because you can't transcend what you fail to embrace. It goes on and on and on forever. And the other thing that happens is this. You've relinquished the pattern of the energy in the mind. You've laid it out on the table. You're not hiding anything. You've made yourself vulnerable to your friend. And now something very special can happen, because you have provided your brother or sister with exactly what they're looking for, whether they know it or not, the opportunity to join with you in holy relationship. For you have extended unto them the opportunity to give forgiveness, to relinquish any feeling or judgment or resentment, because remember, they were already full anyway, to set it all aside, to smile, to join with you sitting across a table in the pizza diner of all places. It becomes a sacred temple in which the holy children of God join together and look innocently upon one another and laugh at the ego. And perhaps you extend your hands to one another, and you clasp your hands and you look into their eyes, and suddenly the very energy that was going on in you, that seemed to compel you into the whole series of events that got you and your friend at the diner, that conflict dissolves. What's occurred? A miracle's occurred. The miracle of the holy instant that corrects all things. And you realize that your brother and your sister is indeed the means to your salvation. And in each moment that you are willing to set aside the mask, the ideas of yourself, the fears of judgment, all the momentum of the mind trying to find its own way in this world, and just lay it at this altar, and join with them and see only love. To become wholly vulnerable, you begin to see that. My God, this isn't just my friend who I happened to meet 3 weeks ago. Christ is in front of me for Christ's sake. And you see in that moment the miracle of the atonement has occurred. You have been lifted out of the perception of the world, and a very ordinary occurrence has become extraordinary and blessed forever. And you have joined with your friend in a way that no physical intimacy has ever gotten anyone. And all it took was the willingness to look with the eyes of Christ, the willingness to be vulnerable, to set aside all perception and judgment, to just be straight and honest. It's very much like saying, you know, I have been having to face the fact that I don't know who I am or what the world is for. And your friend says, oh, thank God I can relax now, because you see, I don't know either. And then you can join together, and then you can ask in your momentary prayer. And if you don't quite have the courage to be outrageous, you won't stand at the table at the diner yet. You'll just sit there quietly looking at each other, and you'll simply ask the Holy Spirit to bring that correction to the mind so it becomes more firmly established. And in this way, almost unbeknownst to you, miracles come to replace the struggle and the strife of life. You become very, very humble because you realize none of your perceptions have ever been true or accurate, except the ones inspired by the gentleness of love that is totally inclusive of all of life and embraces unconditionally everyone and everything. In that moment, and you'll all experience at least a few of these moments, peace comes. Peace, a peace that passes all understanding and could never hope to be explained in the language of the world. And that peace bespeaks a way of living that is available to everyone at all time, a way of living that requires no planning in the way the world would think of this, no striving, no doubt, no anxiety, a way of living that flows gently, in which you smile a little bit more often, in which you talk a little bit less, a way of living that is marked by grace, and grace that is lived will reveal to you your true reality. Grace, when fully lived, reveals to you that you are the only begotten of God, Christ eternal, unbounded forever, and that you participate in that mind, in that energy, in that love, call it what you will, with me, and with every mind, every brother and sister who's ever chosen to set aside the world and to allow the kingdom to be lived from within. Grace, the word itself is so powerful. It speaks of something that comes, it is wholly given, and can never hopefully be earned. No dance you could ever dance could ever earn you a smidgen more of grace, and grace descends gently upon you even now, fully in every moment. Grace is available to every mind and every heart that would but choose to receive it, to remember the truth of the kingdom, to set aside the belief of the world. Love is the nature of my being. Father, I receive it. Do with me what you will. I've never known what to do with me anyway. Grace brings a gentleness to all of your activities. Grace brings a peace. Grace brings that light that can flow through you in this moment, if you would but allow it. Grace given fully by God unto his creation, you. You are the one in whom the Father remains well pleased. You are the one who has come forth into this time frame, just as I came forth into a different one, for only one purpose: to demonstrate the truth that the world is not real and holds no power over God's creation, that the world that would try to get you to judge, try to get you to hold on to ideas and beliefs about what is and what should be and what shouldn't be and what ought never have been, all that stuff. The world would try to get you to believe that judgment is justified, that forgiveness must be given cautiously. It is not forgiveness when it is given cautiously. Grace is a truth that will completely reverse the ideas that you have held in the mind and bring correction completely unto you. It cannot be earned. You cannot strive for it. You can only be willing to allow it. To allow it. I've said before that there's really only one curriculum that anyone ever needs to learn, and quite frankly, you don't have the freedom to decide not to learn it. You do have the freedom, and this is the freedom given unto you since before time is. You have the perfect freedom to decide when to learn it. Does that make sense to you? Well, not today, Father. You see, I have this gripe to pick with my brother. I'll get back to the curriculum tomorrow. And the Holy Spirit stands just on the other side and goes, I thought you wanted to learn the curriculum. So I helped set up this whole affair so that you could extend love to your brother with whom you think you have a gripe. Oh, well, I'll just bring another one. Do you know that experience? Something's repeating in my life. What is going on here? What have you not brought forgiveness to? What fear do you still hold on to? What judgment or perception are you unwilling to let go of, so that correction can come and you can be taught anew? The curriculum. I and my Father are one. The kingdom of heaven is within. That which is real cannot be threatened, and that which is unreal does not exist. The ego, which is my drama that I have been playing out and out and out, is nothing more than an illusory thought. It is like a gnat floating in the vastness of space. It holds no power, no function, no reality, but each time I listen to its voice, I have left the kingdom. That fast, and so the only curriculum you see is to choose to hear the voice for love, to be the vehicle of forgiveness. The curriculum ends where the dream of separation began, as a thought. Now think about this. As a thought, held in the mind of the Son of God, one thought. What would it be like to experience myself as separate from my Father? Viola, the world. And you thought you had no power to create. I'll share another little thought, just to plant a seed, something to think about. God creates only what is changeless, and right now, look around and see if you can see one thing with the physical eye that is changeless. Come up with anything? What have you ever experienced through the body's senses, through the thoughts of the world, through all of your worldly experiences? What have you experienced that is changeless? Isn't that part of the frustration of the world? Just when you think you've got it, it slips through your grasp. You meet the grand lover at the dance, and 3 weeks later, they don't know your name. You sit down to the most scrumptious dinner you can imagine, only to wake up the next day with a stomach ache, constipation, what have you, a headache. Or you embark on a career that you know. This one's really going to give it to me. I know exactly what I want, and this is going to do it. And every time, or every so often down your journey, you realize somehow it's not quite taking you where you thought it was, and other things are popping up instead. And sooner or later the career ends, the mate leaves, the cat or the dog dies. You all know these experiences. You've known them countless times. How often when you've been met with that frustration that somehow you've tried to make something work and it hasn't worked? How often have you just run out and tried all over again? That must have been the wrong choice. It must be this tree over here. I'll eat the fruit of this tree. Know you that experience? Some of you have done that very well with what you call your significant other relationships. You would change them as often as you would change your socks. All of it. And to continue to laugh because all of it is an illusion. All of it emanates, if you would well receive it, from one thought held in the mind of the Holy Son of God. What would it be like to experience separation from God? With that thought, a dream began. And why is it a dream and not real? Because God only creates what is changeless, and it is not possible that the Holy Son of God ever be separate from God, except in your perceptions and in your feelings and beliefs. It's the only place. Likewise, in the thought held lovingly in the mind can your union be restored. And with that one thought, of course, this is a bit of a metaphor, but it's rather effective. Imagine a light shining forth from all eternity. It has no beginning and it has no end, and you cannot see its boundaries or its end. And into this radiant light one mad idea crept, separation from God. And the Holy Son of God forgot to laugh and took on seriousness, and seriousness empowers thought. Know you when you have to think a negative thought. When you take it seriously, you are empowering that thought to manifest its reality. It is called fear. The Holy Son of God chose not to laugh, and in that moment, what your scientists would call the Big Bang occurred, and in which the light exploded into seemingly an infinite number of points of light, all quite identical under the cosmic microscope, but seemingly separate one from another. And each of these points of light, out of fear and out of holding that one thought within himself, began to proliferate the field of experience. It created unlike God, creating things that are forever changing, that forever slips through the grasp, and most prime example is the body. It begins to sag no matter what you do. No matter how often you fast, you still need to eat. You can't seem to overcome the body's desire, the need for food. Hunger always seems to come to it. It shudders when the temperature becomes too cold. It sweats when it gets too hot. It gets dirty and smelly. Know you these feelings, these experiences? The body is a prime example of a creation that is unlike God's. And so it has continued, dimension upon dimension. Time began, and out of the field of time continued density, and density is separation, the appearance of it, and eventually this physical world was made manifest. And upon it you enacted countless journeys. My goodness gracious, the dramas that have been acted out. You've all been crucified 1,000 times. You've all been the crucifier 1,000 times. And why? Because you never look upon anybody but yourself. And if you look into the past of your history and you see a grand tyrant, rest assured that you are looking upon an aspect of that mind that was fragmented at the beginning of time. You are therefore looking upon an aspect of your own dream. Not a pleasant thought, is it? But it is very true. And that is why only love heals. It is only love that restores the son to his rightful place. It is only love that corrects the misperception of separation. It is only love that corrects the use of the body. When you look upon the world and you see mirrored to you what can be called ego, but it's just called the ego as the perception of separation from God, when you look upon it in any of its aspect, when you look at it, what was the one? Saddam, yeah. Now there's an aspect of ego, no sense denying it. When you look upon it with judgment, you have only ensured that it will continue. And you are all quite free and quite capable of thinking up a million other examples of expressions of the ego mind living in separation. If you're really honest, I'm sure you can look inside yourself and come up with a few examples. Love only heals, and the way the ego, the way the dream begins to dissolve is through the relinquishing of the power that you've given unto it. And when you look upon Saddam and feel angry with him, when you feel fear at what tyrants seem to be causing in the world, you have just decided to take it seriously, and you believe that something in the field of ego, in my day it was called the evil one. You believe that there are demons out there that can get you, and you are empowering them to continue, because all minds are joined. You have told them that their experience is real. Love heals, and love is extended through forgiveness, in the choice the mind makes to look past appearance, and to see only the light that shines there, waiting to be remembered and restored in the one before you. Now that sounds like a nice lofty thought, but is it true? I once chose as a man not to because I was ordered by God. God doesn't order anyone to do anything. I chose to bring upon myself a demonstration that death was unreal, as a way of teaching my brothers and sisters that if you think of the most extreme circumstance you can, the opportunity to choose love is always available. Rest assured, and I know perfectly well, that even if a tyrant ordered someone to strap you to a heavy wooden beam and to pound nails into your hands and feet, the power within you to choose love has not been taken away from you in any stretch of the imagination. And paradoxically, in the midst of even the most painful circumstance, when you make the choice to allow love to descend first into your own being, so that it can radiate out to everyone else concerned, you will feel the nails as though they were being withdrawn from your hands and feet. All of you know what it is like to be crucified in one way or another. All of you have felt that. All of you have had glimpses of the power of forgiveness and love. When you just relinquish your belief, your anger, everything about a situation, what comes? Peace comes back. There have been times in some of your lives when some rather dramatic things have happened, and it's got your kettle boiling, and all of a sudden you said, "Oh, the heck with it." And you changed your attitude and you actually laughed. What happened? You used the power of choice given on you to remember the truth. Grace. Grace descends gently, like a soft spring rain, so gently that you don't even feel or hear the drops. There's no breeze, it just falls gently, so gently that you don't see it, and yet you are bathed in it constantly. Grace waits, as love does, to be received by a heart that is finally willing to say, "You know, no matter how hard I've tried, I still find myself judging my brother, judging my sister. I still think I know what the world is for and how it ought to be, and I admit that. You know something? I'm really not happy yet." Do you know that feeling? Something underneath that tells you, happiness is really not established in me yet. What still needs to change? A different relationship, a different career, a different pizza. Yeah, the world, all things that begin in time and end in time and are therefore changing. The world has never, ever offered you anything that can restore you to the happiness that is rightfully yours. What would it mean if you were to go and to sit on the corner of your street and just look at this town as a symbol of the world? Look at the building, look at the automobiles, and just say, "This world means nothing. It gives me nothing. It takes nothing from me." It would begin to bring about discernment, the discernment between truth and falsehood. And as you relinquish the value you've placed upon the things you've hoped would bring you happiness and safety, you will discover that the place of safety is still within you, and has been there since the moment when the Holy Son of God first held the thought, "What would it be like to be separate from my Father?" Correction comes with relinquishing the world. Relinquishing the world does not have anything to do with living in caves and eating a grain of rice a day. It has everything to do with relinquishing your perception of what the world is for and allowing it to just be as it is, while you focus on choosing peace, so that you become the center of light that seems to walk around in a body. Do you know what begins to happen when you do that? You will quite literally open up what can be called an inner eye, and perception will be healed, and it feels like the very literal physical shift. You are taken away, if you will, from identifying as the body, and you literally see the body for what it is, a nothing, a momentary device through which the light of Christ can extend love. It's not even yours anymore. Yes, you'll continue to feed it, do the little things you need to do so that it can function as long as it lasts, but something quite literally shifts. It's not you any longer, and you will look upon your relationships and upon your career, and they'll all be different. The world will have been swept clean from your mind. That will be replaced by the perception that you're the Holy Son of God, and you're here for a very short time, and each opportunity, each moment, is given unto you because the world is crying out for your blessing. Not the ego's blessing, "Yes, I bless you, my child." The world cries out for the blessing that you can extend to it by choosing peace, by smiling at the ego and the ways of the world, by being a demonstration that there is another choice, another way, another path. Ah, grace. Does grace set the mind and the heart free? Oh, yes. It has already done so. Salvation has already been completed, and the sun is already restored, and time becomes translated. It becomes translated from your insane attempt to seek the happiness, the union with God. It becomes translated into the gentle explanation, if you will. The gentle demonstration that peace has been restored to you. And how do you know? Each time you extend peace to another, you must then understand that peace must have already been restored to you, for you cannot give what you do not possess, and so by giving we receive. I've learned, just as each and every one of you are learning, to give all that you have received by grace. And when you know that you are giving all, you will know that you have received all, and you will know that your Redeemer has awakened and arisen within you. And right where you are, heaven is. For heaven is not a place and is not a condition. Heaven is the real world in which the Son abides eternally with all that God is. And God is but love. Grace. Grace. There is a choice that each mind, each soul in its journey comes to, and I have called this coming to the threshold of the kingdom. How do you cross into it? Not by accepting me as your Savior, though I would be honored if you accepted me as your friend and your brother, who would walk with you to God, frankly, because I see no point in walking any other place. Each of you has come to the threshold of the kingdom of heaven a million times. If you've chosen to set aside learning the curriculum, you've taken a detour. You've said, oh yes, there's a pizza diner I want to go to, and you make a right turn. The way that the threshold is crossed is by laying aside your perception of yourself as a separate one who is seeking God, along with every other perception of yourself you've ever held, in which you become fully willing to acknowledge you have found. Think about it. To acknowledge in your own mind. No more games. I know the truth. I am the Son of God. I am therefore here only for the extension of love, and the world's game means nothing. Think what it would mean to acknowledge that within yourself. My God, I have set up a drama so that I can pretend to be a seeker again and again and again, so that I can avoid finding. And some of you like the game. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with liking it, and I hope you enjoy it. But in the end, seeking becomes like a weight upon the heart, and in the soul its weariness drops into its metaphorical knees, because obviously it doesn't have any, and it just says, I'm tired. And it sets aside the weight of the world, and a light begins to be remembered. The echo of an ancient melody, at once so familiar, but it seemed to be forgotten, begins to arise in the soul that has relinquished the world and returned to silence, and the thought comes to replace the one thought of separation, for upon it all worlds have been built, and all subsequent thoughts and dramas are nothing more than expressions of that one thought of separation, and an inner voice speaks these words, You are my beloved Son, in whom I remain well pleased. Arise, for you are Christ. And then perception is healed, and for the first time a major shift has occurred in your mind, and you know that it's time. And before the altar of God that rests in the silent sanctuary of your heart, you have the audacity in the eyes of the world to finally exclaim the truth. I and my Father are one, and of myself I have never done anything, but now through me my Father will do all things. I am home, and I am at peace. Truth is restored, and I will go out no more from this holy place, for the light of day has come and all darkness is vanquished. I and my Father are one, and it's never been any other way. Does that bring responsibility as long as you seem to live in time? Well, of course it does. It is a responsibility that the world has taught you not to take on. The world has actually taught you that I'm the only one who had the strength to assume that responsibility. Now, isn't that a clever device of separation? All power is given unto you as the Holy Son of God. All power under heaven and earth to hear only the voice for love. It's a delightful voice. It speaks gently, and it shows you the humor of your illusion. And if you would hear only that voice and acknowledge it, you are one with God, that you are not sent to suffer the world, to live in lack, to live in poverty, to judge the world. You are sent to be a light to the world, to show the world that its perception and beliefs don't cut it, to allow miracle-mindedness to descend upon you so that the miracles can be lived and extended through you, given unto your brothers and sisters who have been given unto you, that they might look upon the face of Christ and remember that they see only themselves. Who then has ever honored me? Only those who have honored the Son that dwells in their own heart. Who honors me is the one who chooses to be joyous at all times. Who honors me? The one who laughs and sings and dances and plays and brings a new vision to this plane, a vision of one family under God, healed and restored, in which no one is left outside. Who honors me? You do, each time you choose to acknowledge. Yes, I know the truth. I hear you, Jeshua. I know, yeah, okay, all right already, I get it. And then you see I do, because your brother and your friend, because all minds are joined. And that means I'm not unavailable to anyone in any situation. I'm not limited in who I come and talk with. I'm one who likes to have a lot of friends, and I will come into any mind and unto any heart that prepares a place for me. Does it take 10,000 lifetimes of flogging the body and fasting it, beating yourself up with guilt? No, it takes a very simple choice. Look, Jeshua, I too am the Son of God. Let's be friends. That's how the place in the heart is prepared, by acknowledging the truth. And when the door has been opened, just a crack, I will no longer need to knock upon the door, but I will enter therein and take up my place with you. Not as your Savior, but as your friend and your brother, who would only play with you joyously and join with you in your willingness to teach only love, because that is where you are. Each time the mind brings up thoughts of judgment, you have separated yourself from God, pure and simple. There's no gray area there at all. Each time you look upon a judgmental thought and say, "Ha, voice of the ego, let it go. Look at your brother and extend only love." You have chosen to demonstrate that you are in union with God. So the choice seems simple, and it is. Do you know that energy that comes now and then in which you feel like it's a real struggle to remember love? Hold this thought. The difficulty is never anything but your unwillingness to choose the voice for love. Resistance and difficulty is nothing more than a symptom that you've chosen quite willingly to hear a different voice. I know that's befuddling, because the mind wants to say, but I'm doing so well. But then this situation arose, and if this person hadn't done this, then I would still have chosen love. If they would just get it straight, I could be straight. That's what's keeping the world spinning. You thought it was love. It's denial. Somebody has to do it differently, and you are that one. You are that one. It has not been given of me of my Father to be in this time frame as you are. I do not have what appears to be a body, and yet I have gone nowhere. I said once that I am with you always, and I meant it literally. I am not absent to you at any time, and I can be no further away than the width or distance of a thought, a simple choice. But it is given unto you to abide in the world that yet believes in separation, and therefore sees the body as reality and time as the great authority. You are the ones that with every breath you breathe, you are the ones unto whom the power has been given to demonstrate the real world. You. No special preparation. You don't have to stand on your head for half an hour every morning. You need only be willing to choose not to tolerate error in your own mind. Never. No such thing as an idle thought. Each thought generates a world. Choose only the thought of love, and you become all that I ever was. You become the Word made flesh. You become the bearer of light. Beloved friends, grace is our only shared reality. Grace, and that alone. You are not separate from one another, and you are not separate from me. Would you choose then? Choose to allow this hour and this evening to be the point at which you decide to learn the curriculum. Right here and right now in your own beingness to say, okay, what the heck? I know I've got a few perceptions that seem to be blocking me from peace. I've held on to them for a long time. They haven't gotten me there yet. What have I got to lose? maybe I should just set them aside. And allow correction to come to the mind, to trust the safety of the heart's vulnerability, to become filled with humility. Of myself I do nothing. I don't know what a single thing is, but thank God my Father does. I don't even know what the situation is for, so I'm just going to be here as the presence of love, trust and allow it to unfold, knowing that there is one teacher that has been given unto the world, the one that I have called the Comforter, who knows how to take everything that unfolds and weave it into the tapestry that awakens a Holy Son of God. Look lovingly upon every experience you have, for there is a purpose to it for you as well as for others, and every experience is the opportunity, the blessing to remember to choose love, just like you did when you were sitting across from your friend in the pizza diner. Oh, wait a minute. I brought you here under false pretenses. I thought I needed something from you so I could hide from this conflict, but now that you're here, I just want to love you. And in that choice, the conflict dissolves. In that moment is the atonement. It is the moment that corrects the conflict that was set up in the beginning of time, in which you seem to have been cast from the garden. Can you begin to feel that I am seeking to share with you then, that you do not experience ordinary moments? There are no such things as ordinary moments unless you forget they're extraordinary. That's what makes them ordinary, forgetting. Every moment, my God, is such a blessing. The one before you brings you your salvation if you would love them instead of judge them. If that doesn't bring light to the world, what can? To see what it doesn't mean when the world thinks it means. It's a dance, an illusion. It's a tapestry woven by one who would but bring the peace of God back to your heart. You don't go to school to get a career so you can have a job. The soul is choosing to attract situations so that it can learn where it has failed to extend love and to live from unlimitedness. That's all. Just as you created your thought of separation, you as a soul are creating your pathway home. Nothing can arise by accident. And if you seem stuck right now for a while, it just means you're taking a break, a summer vacation. It's not what you have to take a break. It's that you're choosing to take a break. Within you lies so much power. In the twinkling of an eye, the Holy Son of God could radically transform this world into the kingdom of heaven on earth. But that can't occur until you allow the transition to occur within you. Because you see, the world, it's like what you call those races where everyone thinks that if they can run 35 miles, that it's a great feat of strength or something. Those thousands of them gather in their senior cities, straining to get to their, marathon. Well, the world does seem like a marathon. All the crushing masses of humanity straining at the starting line, waiting for someone to pull the trigger to release all this divine creative energy. How long have you been waiting for someone to pull the trigger and tell you it's okay to get on with living an unlimited and joyous life? Well, I will as soon as everyone else does. What will they think of me if I give up pain and suffering and judgment and choose laughter, dance, play, and joy? Will they think I'm crazy if I tell them, look, hunger is old now. Nobody on this planet needs to be hungry anymore. And they'll look at you and say, well, it's always been that way. What are you talking? Nonsense. No, you're talking with great sense. Don't wait any longer. Look lovingly upon your own life. Look at your circumstances, something you've attracted to yourself, and therefore it presents a blessing. Embrace it, honor it, and then ask within then, really honestly, is this truly the life that the Son of God would choose to live if the Son of God was thoroughly awake? Interesting question. For you see, it might be, and it might not be. It requires your willingness to surrender your perception of yourself and the world, and if in your circumstance you can go inside and say, I'm at peace. I am where my Father is asking me to be. I don't complain about it. I don't make judgment. I am just at peace. And there is a lightness to my step, and there's a joy in my eyes no matter what the bank account says. I know I live in unlimitedness, and if only I have $1 today, that's perfectly okay. Because if I need 10,000 tomorrow, they'll be there. And if you get in touch and inwardly you finally admit, who am I trying to fool? Who am I trying to be? Am I trying to pretend like I'm more spiritual than someone else because I'm broke? Am I trying to believe or to express to someone that my suffering somehow is building me up? Do I look into the face of my brother and say, yeah, I'm really content, and then go home at night and inwardly feel something gnawing at me? Can you become so honest and just admit that you're living a lie? Can you say to yourself, no, I'm not happy. There's something in me that wants to be lived and I'm pushing it down. Fear it no longer, for what you are pushing down is the radiance of Christ that comes to enlighten and heal the world and to establish the kingdom upon it. Is any of this making sense to you? Well, of course it is. I cannot say that I come as a grand teacher. I cannot come and say that I have much to give you that is going to make your life work marvelously because, you see, I know that I cannot give you anything that you do not already possess. I admit it wholly up front. I come only as your brother and your friend to reflect to you the truth that you know in the depth of your being. In the depth of your being where the real world resides and where the world can never possibly touch. And there is only safety to be found in being willing to let the power of the mind of Christ to be lived through you. To no longer tolerate the error of the thinking of the world and to demonstrate to your brothers and sisters through love that there's always another way, always another choice, and that nothing limits you, save the thoughts that you would choose to hold on to. I said earlier that I do not have a body, but you do, and I know how to join with you. You don't have to know how, you only need to be willing. And because I love you, because I know that we walk to God together, I will come to you, and I will walk with you. And I say this unto you not from a place above you, but from a deep compassion and a love for you, whom my Father has created out of love. There is not a moment when in your experience, as you unlearn the perception of the world and reclaim the perception of truth, there is not a moment in which you might feel that your strength is lacking. There is not a moment that I will refrain from giving you mine. All you have to do is ask. And I will give you my strength, and yours is as certain as mine. And my strength is perfectly certain because, like you, I lived once in this world, and I chose to teach only love. I chose the outrageous idea that death is not real, and to believe that no circumstance could separate me from my decision to choose love. And I found that what my Father had taught me was true. Death is not real. This world is illusion. And the world dropped away from me as gently as does a dream dissolve from your mind when your eyes open in the morning and you remember where you really are. The world tried to get rid of me, and in its sane attempt it simply allowed me the freedom to join with anyone I want. And you? I'm asking you in your own hearts to be willing to become the hands, the feet, the eyes, the expression in the heart of Christ. Because you see, the world believes in the body. And if I come and whisper in one's ear as they walk down the street, they say it just their imagination. Oh, I just had this sudden thought of Jeshua. Pah, he wouldn't talk to me, and on they go. And I'm still standing going, it is me. What do I have to do? No, it can't be. It's my imagination. First of all, I'm a sinful creature. Therefore, he would never come to me anyway. Secondly, voices heard that aren't associated with the body, they must be somebody's insanity. I need you as much as the world has ever tried to tell you that you need me. Many of you have rebelled against that. Oh God, they're telling me I have to worship this Jeshua fellow. Yuck. It has never felt quite right to many of you, thank God. But I need you, because my one purpose and my task is to embrace the whole of the sonship with the love that my Father has given unto me. Because my Father embraced me and brought me into the remembrance. My only purpose and function is to give the remembrance to anyone who would receive it. And I can't do that without you. Without you. And in the most ordinary of moments, you can choose to remember the extraordinariness of the blessing of the eternal moment. You have the power, even if the one in front of you doesn't know what's going on, to take a deep breath and go, only Christ is here. And to radiate light and love, to choose forgiveness. So they begin to look at you and they go, I don't quite understand. You don't seem to be concerned about the things we're concerned with. Oh no, and yet somehow you're always there. You're always the same, and sometimes, though, you have all this wisdom pouring forth. And then you go, whoa, what did I say? And they say, God, you know what you said last night. It was the most incredible thing. Thank you, thank you. And you scratch your head and go, what, did we talk last night? Yes, on the phone for just a moment, and you were getting ready to go somewhere, and suddenly you said something that seemed off the wall, and then you said, well, I have to go, bye. You go? I said that? You've just been willing to let the Holy Spirit reach your brother through you, and that occurs because you have opened the place for miracles to be extended through you by acknowledging, I and my Father are one. And I relinquish my perception of what the world is, and I will go gently through my day remembering the grace that has set me free, and I will look upon my brother, not believing I know what they need. There is one who knows. That's how the mind begins to be opened, so that what you channel is no longer the thoughts of the world. And by the way, everything in this world is channeled, everything inspired either by the voice of fear or the voice of love. Every moment of every day you are choosing what frequency to channel, what quality of thought to channel, what dimension of feelings to channel. Every second it never changes. In relinquishing your own ideas and acknowledging that you cannot save yourself, the light of truth begins to descend and to be reawakened in you, and you will quite literally find that miracles become the stepping stones upon which your life is lived, upon which you step, and you will come and go as the wind, not knowing where it comes from or where it is going, but somehow you're in the right place at the right time and everything's okay. Miracles occur naturally to minds that teach only love. So you see, it gets to the point where if miracles aren't happening, you won't even dare to get out of bed, because you know something is amiss in your mind. Where am I doubting? Where am I fearful? Where am I failing to extend love? My God, I didn't laugh yesterday. It's been 2 weeks since I've danced. Now I know where to begin. To bring lightness and laughter and a sense of play and safety back into the mind, and then the flow can continue. I know you're holding the thought. Is he looking at me? Yes, but not with his body, for you see, I do not come into this body. I do not take my beloved brother and kick him out. All that happens is that an ancient resonance is allowed to be made manifest, and there is a blending at the level of mind, and mind far transcends the body. Remember, I said the body arises within the field of mind. It's really an illusion, just an apparition. And at the level of mind, I merely blend my energy with this particular mindset, filled with concepts, filled with ideas, made up out of experiences much like your own. And I simply activate it in a different way. I bring a different level of integration and understanding, that's all. And if I can blend with this mind, rest assured I can blend with any mind. And I can blend with yours. And no, I'm not going to acknowledge that you're the one I'm speaking to. Not in this way. I'm going to ask that you acknowledge it in the depth of your own being. For when I turned this body in this way, a thought came, a thought of knowingness. He's aware of me. Gulp. The time for gulping is past. I am aware of you because I know how beautiful you are. I see your light and your radiance, your purity, and there is no guilt upon you. You have not failed me, and you have failed no one, and the radiance and the power and the light of the truth with which you were created and are sustained is in you now in its purity. Be you therefore wholly joyous, for in this hour a miracle does occur, and you will see the fruits of it unfolding in your life. Precious friend, you come doubting your own worthiness as an ancient friend. I say unto you, your worthiness is established by God, and the world has never taken it from you. I love you. There. So how are you all doing? Excellent. My beloved brother has asked me many times, Jeshua, what are you going to talk about? And I always given him one answer. My friend, your task is only to be available, because you see, I never know what's going to be said. I come and abide with you just as you abide with each other as friends. You get together and you sit around your living room, nothing to do and nowhere to go, you just hang out. I come and abide with you, and I read what is in your heart, and what is spoken is not deliberately chosen by me, but it flows forth through my mind, then through the mind field of this my beloved brother. You seem to hear it as words spoken and picked up by your physical ear, but what is spoken is being generated from the source of oneness in which we abide. One mind together, that is what creates all experience, all of it. Does that make sense to you? The gathering together of minds that choose to resonate at a certain frequency. That's what generates experience. If there were a tall skyscraper, an apartment building, and all of you got together on a Saturday and said, let's hang out on the bottom floor, isn't it true that you would look out the window and you would see certain things? And next Saturday you'd say, let's go up to the 15th floor and hang out. And you open the curtains, and wouldn't the view be different? That's all that happens in your experience. You choose to come together with minds, and the interplay of the energy generates what you call your experience of that moment. And wherever two or more are gathered in my name, there I am in the midst of them. When any two come together and choose to go to the penthouse, the view is unlimited. The table is spread, the finest linens, the finest china. You sit down to a feast prepared by the Father for the Son, whom he loves above all, and who welcomes home the prodigal son no longer, but the one who has chosen to return. There has been, by and large, an agreement by all of you, a desire just to hang out together in a frequency of peace, of love, to have echoed back to the mind the truth the mind already knows. So by and large, we've gotten together in the penthouse, and in your daily experience, you have the power to bring the energy of the penthouse into your situation. Now, of course, that means that tomorrow morning when you get up and go to your job or wherever you go, you're having a very high elevated feeling, and you go to work and everybody's doing what they call the bitching or whatever it is they do, and the complaining and all the rest. A disappointment comes to the mind. Oh, I thought I could change all this. Don't give in to it. That's a trick, you see. Just because someone else is being miserable doesn't mean you have to accommodate them by joining them. It doesn't mean you look at them and say, well, you've created it, get out of it. It means that you look upon them and go, I'm seeing dimensions of ego. I'm seeing choices for a separation, but I know that's not the truth. You look upon them lovingly, and if they need your arm put around them, you do so, or you feed them with the love that they're capable of receiving, but the whole time you remember what the truth is. You hold the frequency of the penthouse, and the more often you do that, the easier it gets. And one day you walk into the circle of friends or co-workers who are trying to drag you down into their state of being, and you realize something has changed. It's not affecting me. I feel totally calm and at peace. And no matter what they say, you just smile and go, oh, come on, you know there's another way. Would you choose it with me? No, I refuse. Okay, there will be another opportunity. As for me, I choose to wait only on the Lord, which simply means to wait, to abide in Christ consciousness. I choose only peace. Now let's get on with our day. And you will wait for them to choose with you if it takes 10,000 lifetimes, a millennium. It doesn't matter. You're hanging out in eternity. It's very, very important. When the whole world is seeking to drag itself down, the world needs just one to make a different choice. And you can be that one in every moment. Isn't that true? Indeed. So there you have it. Grace as reality comes when you consciously choose to accept what is the case. This illusion isn't true. These feelings of lack are not true. This need to make judgment isn't true. That's all the voice of the ego. It's an illusion. My Father's grace pervades my being. I choose to be wholly joyous and at peace, and each time I seem to forget, I'll just choose to remember, and thereby the world is restored and healed. Grace as reality is the only grace. And please listen to this, and we'll be done here in a moment. Grace as reality is the only reality that is available to anyone at any time. What is real cannot be threatened and exists eternally. What is unreal exists not. And if the mind holds a thought that it does, it is only because you allowed the mind to choose illusions over truth, that's all. Grace is your reality, and it means that you can go gently in this world. There is indeed a way of living in which there are no laments of the past, no anxiety of the future. A sense of the eternal comes to fill your days, so that even as you wash your dish, there's something that is eternal that is felt and known, and a peace descends gently upon you. There is a way of being in the world without strife and without suffering, and a way that is to embrace honestly every illusion that you insist on carrying and see that it is untrue. Every judgment, every thought that would seem to limit the Holy Son of God is unreal, and just beyond the drama of the world is the peace of the kingdom of heaven, waiting only for you to grant it welcome by making the choice to be a finder and not a seeker. I and my Father are one. I might as well admit it and love it. Grace, I offer this unto you. In any situation from this hour in which you are tempted to think with the thoughts of the world, and you notice it doesn't feel very good, remember that simple word, grace. Gently let it come to your mind, and it will be your willingness to send me a telegram. It will be your willingness to open up the place of the heart, and I will not fail to come to you. And as you gently abide with it, certain things that have been said in this evening are going to come to you as if you are hearing them for the first time, and you will swear that they didn't get said then. And a feeling will come, a certain little resonance, much like that which has touched many of you in this hour. For remember, I'm not in this body. For all you know, I'm right behind you. And with that thought, a different vibration, a different frequency will again begin to come to you. Some of you will have times when, as you begin that, all of a sudden it will be like the pot's really been stirred and the mind will be going. I know it didn't work. I know it doesn't work. These bad feelings really are here. I know it. I know it. I know it. That's just the same thought of denial. But oh, grace, 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 until the voice of the ego begins to realize. Wait a minute. You've always listened to me before. I guess it's not going to work this time. And the voice of the ego withdraws from your holy mind and peace is restored. So please be willing not to look beyond the simplicity of what was just offered. It will work and work beautifully. It will lead you upon revelation, revelation, revelation. And revelation is really nothing more than the unwinding, the unlearning of concepts and perceptions that have imprisoned the mind and kept you away from the peace that you seek. For a moment now, just turn and look at someone next to you. Just turn enough so that the eyes can meet. Now, it doesn't matter if you believe this is true or not. Just do it anyway. Each of you, one unto the other, take just a moment, and you can decide who gets to go first. Look at your brother or your sister, your eternal friend who has journeyed with you throughout all of time and space and has shared every world with you in one form or another. And say to them, I promise to live my life for you as one who has found and acknowledges the truth. So no matter if we ever see each other again, whatever I am, I promise to keep my promise. So in your own words, go ahead right now. So how does it feel? What seems sane to the world is wholly insane to the mind of Christ, and all beliefs of the world are diametrically opposed to the truth of the kingdom. So how then do you use a bit of measurement for knowing which voice you are listening to? If you're not standing out as just a little bit crazy, you've conformed yourself to the world. I taught certain friends many things in secret, something that wasn't meant to be broadcast to minds that really weren't interested in learning anyway. But the essence of what I taught my closest friends was the simplicity of the greatest power of choosing laughter, dancing, play, and singing in each and every day until the frequency permeates every decision you make and every experience you're having. For you see, it is lightness that enlightens the mind, and lightness carries the mind out of density, out of seriousness. So if you're feeling a bit heavy and a bit down, ask yourself, did I laugh? Did I sing? Did I dance? Did I play this day? If not, and it's 11 o'clock and you're laying in bed and you're dog-tired and you're feeling depressed, get up. And if you're with your spouse and you suddenly jump out of bed and you begin to dance around the bedroom, she'll say, what are you doing, dear? I'm remembering. Indeed, is it not time to release seriousness from what you call spirituality? Is it not time to transcend religiousness and to know that Spirit dwells within you as the voice and the whisper of God's love that brings you into being? Do I exist? I sure do. It must mean that God still loves me and that God's love is in me. So I extend unto you my thanks for your willingness, because you see, think that just on this little evening you've opted to come to this place. Perhaps out of curiosity, perhaps because they haven't changed the movie downtown yet. Whatever the reason, that's just doesn't matter. You're always compelled by what the soul is choosing to attract to itself as experience. I thank you because, please don't minimize this. In this evening, you chose as a soul, no matter what the mind was saying. You chose as a soul to come together and set aside all of the millions of other things you could have been doing in this world. and you came to simply abide as much with one another as with me. And when you leave here, no matter what the mind is doing, you are always going to know that one who walked this plane as a man is like unto yourself. The one the world has tried to get rid of, first through crucifixion, and then by making him into a grand Savior so far removed and above every other human being that is untouchable and unreachable anyway, so why try? All attempts to continue the illusion. You are going to know that what I said then is true. I am with you always, even unto the end of this age. And when you fully understand who I am and have become, that is, in shifting identification from a man in space and time to identification with the mind of Christ, when you come to that place in yourself, you are going to laugh like you've never laughed before, for you will understand then that for God's sake, I couldn't be anywhere else but where you are, because we are one always. I am you, and that lifetime is wholly yours. Separation does not exist. It does not exist. Am I the Christ? Oh yes, along with you and never apart from you. And I love you, not as the world gives, give I unto you. And not as the world gives, can you give unto one another. And that is the glory of grace. Peace therefore be unto you. Those of you that would like to leave, you're feeling quite nice now, whatever it is, or you just want to get home to a late movie. Whatever it is, go always with my blessing. If you choose in this hour to say, no, I'm not ready to learn the curriculum, it's fine with me, I can't wait. I've waited a long time, and because I live in which is eternal, rest assured, I will outwait you. And not one thing you say and not one thing you do will ever, even for an instant, turn me from you. My love for you is unshakable as our Father's love is for each of us, and in loving you in that way I know the love of the Father for me. And when I said, go you therefore and teach all nations, I was not talking about walking around with a Bible under your arm. To teach is to teach only love, and to go therefore and to teach all nations means to go to everyone you see and to realize that right there, you can be the one who brings the gentleness of peace and the warmth of love to that situation, that moment. Teach well. Teach well by being what you desire to learn. And by teaching it, you do become it. And as you give, you have received in all ways, in all ways. Peace therefore be unto the only begotten Son of God, being neither male nor female, but light, and light alone. The light that lights all worlds and brings creation back to God. Peace be unto you always, for the things of heaven are indeed united with the things of earth, and the peace of God is extended as far from east to the west, held lovingly in the arms of Christ, your arms. Amen. So ends Grace's reality.